until about 5 years ago. I met a woman named Tammy, a Delta flight attendant, who has worked with women inside the jail where I was incarcerated. Tammy realized I was a victim and not a criminal, but I was facing 25 years in prison. And after 2 years of fighting for me, the judge, as well as the statewide prosecutor, was able to say that they agreed to send me to a program so that I could have a chance at life. A constant nightmare of having to do these things had me feeling as if I was never going to have a chance at life. I couldn't believe that Wellspring was going to be able to accept me after doing an interview with them. We applied and I got in. I think I cried the whole day. I couldn't believe there was a way out and there could be hope for me. Getting into Wellspring was easy, staying was hard, really hard. I packed my bags about 7 different times and said I couldn't do this, or maybe I should just go. But I didn't. I didn't leave at all. My program coordinator, Andrea Hipwell, and the people there loved and accepted me in such a way that I thought I was being set up. I didn't even know what love looked like. I thought it couldn't be real, but it was. They helped me work through my trauma. I got my GED, and they as well prepared me for getting a job, and not just a job, but a career. As well as getting a paid apprenticeship, and then they wouldn't believe, or you guys wouldn't believe, I got an apprenticeship with Delta Airlines. My first day at Delta, there was flowers and a cup. And it said, "Welcome aboard, Jessica. Welcome to the team." I felt like I was at home. I felt like I had family that knew how to love me and wanted to see me successful. I even got to eat lunch with the Vice President of Delta in-flight services, Allison Osband. Thank you, Allison. When my apprenticeship was complete, I got a job at the City of Atlanta watershed, and I absolutely love where I'm at today. I am in my own apartment, and I'm also with 3 of my children, and I am doing very hard work. That hard work consists of basketball practice, football practice, lots of homework. There's lots of challenges, but I also have all of my children in counseling, and we do lots of therapy. It is still hard, but 5 years ago, I had no hope. My hope wouldn't even have happened without God. And so many people like Tammy, Allison, Andrea, and of course, my mentor, Cindy, who is now with me today. Today, I'm filled with hope and wanting to share my story of hope, and for the thousands of kids and women who are being exploited. Thank you, Ms. Ivanka, for allowing me to be here, for helping me, and helping other women today.
Jessica, you have shown courage and resilience that few of us will ever know, and we are so grateful for you being here and sharing your very powerful voice with all of us today. So thank you. No human being deserves to live without agency or without hope for a future. So let us recognize the vigorous work of all those who bring us to this point in history. As a nation, we have taken great strides in combating modern-day slavery, but there's still so much more left to do. We must continue our efforts, and we will be successful in ending this evil scourge. Thank you all so much for being here. And with that, I would like to welcome Attorney General Barr, who has been such a formidable champion on this issue, to come up and join us and say a few words. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ivanka, and thank you for your energetic leadership on this issue and for hosting this important summit this morning. Good morning, everyone. It's really an honor to be here, and I'd like to acknowledge Jessica and thank you for sharing your story and for your courage. And I'd like to say to all the survivors, I want you to know how grateful we are for all that you do in fighting to free other victims from the grip of this modern-day slavery. As we all know, January has been Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and as the month comes to a close, I can assure you that our campaign against this scourge will drive forward with greater energy and deeper commitment. The Department of Justice will continue to bring the full force of the law against those who exploit other human beings by subjecting them to the physical and psychological captivity involved in this horrific crime. Now, human trafficking is, we all know, modern-day slavery, and it is a crime of exploitation. It comes in innumerable forms, and it involves no single type of victim. Sometimes those who are abused are homeless. Sometimes they're undocumented aliens or runaway children, or they are people who have become addicted to drugs, or just simply impressionable minors. Emblematic in many ways is one horrific case I was briefed on recently in the Southern District of New York. A very dedicated team of prosecutors doggedly pursued a few little leads and ended up convicting 19 defendants in Manhattan with sex trafficking of minor girls and young women in the New York State child welfare system. In other words, children whose society had a special obligation to protect ended up being instead exploited. In this, as in every case, a person who gains leverage or power over a vulnerable victim exploits them for their own gain. There's nothing more predatory or disgusting. As you are aware, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Victims Trafficking and Violence Protection Act, and anniversaries are a good time to pause and to survey the past and take stock. And since this statute was passed 2 decades ago, we have achieved very encouraging results in the fight against human trafficking. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a serious challenge that is emerging. We live in a digital age, and like everyone else, human traffickers are relying increasingly on digital communications and the internet and platforms like that. And more, the evidence we rely on to detect and to deal with these predators is digital evidence. However, increasingly, this evidence is being encrypted. And we all recognize that encryption is important in the commercial world to protect consumers like us from cyber criminals. But now we're seeing military-grade encryption being marketed on consumer products like cell phones and social media platforms and messaging services. And this means that we cannot get access to this data, and we just can't have chat rooms and websites that are involved in grooming children victims or selling trafficked women, sites that are impenetrable to law enforcement. And we have to do something about this. And recently I met with my counterparts in the Five Eyes, Great Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and we've all agreed, and we met with victims groups, we met with the companies, and we tried to impress upon the companies the damage that would be done to our efforts to combat human trafficking unless we can find a solution for this. So we're working together with our foreign partners on this issue. In the meantime, we are committed to combating human trafficking in all its forms and using every tool at our disposal. And I commend the President and Ivanka for all they have done to stop this scourge. Today's event is a very important opportunity to ensure that victims' voices are heard and to send a message that this issue is a top priority of this administration, the whole administration. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to pledge to you that the Department of Justice will do everything in our power to continue bringing human traffickers to justice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the panelists for our first panel, moderated by Director of the Domestic Policy Council, Joe Grogan.
So this is an extraordinary panel, actually, because of the wide range of expertise and perspective that we've got here. We've got tribal, state government affairs, law enforcement at the local level, and people who can share the fight against human trafficking and what they're doing from across the spectrum. So I don't want to take too much time with any introductory remarks, but I want to start with the Lieutenant Governor of Florida as we head into Super Bowl weekend. One thing that has become clear to me in the last couple years is how big human trafficking is around the Super Bowl. And I wanted to know, and I think that people would be interested in understanding, what is the state of Florida doing? What are you doing to combat human trafficking around the Super Bowl, but in Florida generally?
Well, good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here. It is such a privilege, and thank you for that question. Florida has been a leader in many respects with regards to our fight against human trafficking. Certainly an event of the magnitude of the Super Bowl brings its own challenges. We're excited, our community is thrilled to host it. Miami puts on a great event, but with that comes a very ugly underworld of human trafficking activity. So what we've been doing in preparation of the Super Bowl is really partnering with our law enforcement at every level, local, state, and federal, making sure that we learned from those that held the Super Bowl before us in Atlanta the year prior. We've got a tremendous collaboration, not just with law enforcement, not just with our healthcare providers, not just with the private sector, but it really, truly is a very comprehensive, innovative approach, because we want to make sure that those perpetrators that think they're going to come into our state, they're going to prey on our youth, they're going to recognize very quickly that Florida is closed for business. Our children are not for sale. So we've been really working diligently, ensuring that we have all of our partners. I have some great representation from Florida here, our amazing Attorney General who's involved as well, and some of our legislative leaders have championed the cause. And so we have been working morning, noon, and night to ensure that we're ready. We have partnerships in the private sector with Uber. They have trained over 100,000 Uber drivers, our Hotel and Restaurant Association, our Truckers Association, making sure our county health departments, emergency management, it really runs the gamut of everything from a state perspective, but again, partnering with the locals, partnering with the nonprofits that are adept at rescue operations and service provision. And so it really has been a comprehensive effort. And might I add that we'll be hosting it yet again in our state with Tampa following suit. So they too have been entrenched in the organizational process to make sure that they are ready just as well as Miami.
Let's stay with the state perspective just for a second, because Chris, Ivanka mentioned the trip to Atlanta, which I had the privilege of accompanying her on, along with Secretary of Health and Human Services, Alex Azar. It's tremendously impressive to see what George is doing at the governor's level and the senior leadership. I can't, again, speak more highly of what's going on with the nonprofit community in Atlanta. But could you speak about why Georgia is stepping forward in your involvement in fighting human trafficking?
Absolutely, and we're so grateful that you got the chance to come down and Ivanka got the chance to come down and see Wellspring. You know, when presidents make issues, it matters. And I cannot thank President Trump enough for what he has done. And when governors and first ladies make issues, it matters. And that's what Governor Brian Kemp and our First Lady Marty Kemp have done before they were even in office. But the first thing the First Lady did was to create the Grace Commission, to bring everybody to the table and say, what are we doing? How can we work together? And where do we go from here? And we're laser focused on 3 issues: training and awareness. And you've heard some of the nonprofits that we have here, but you've got the state now going to be training all of its employees. You've got the City of Atlanta focused on this issue. You have our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. You've got the nonprofits like Street Grace and Out of Darkness and Wellspring, Rotary International, that's focused on this issue. But you also have great corporate partners. Just Wednesday, I was at Delta, where they're training 86,000 employees to be the eyes in the sky. We've got UPS here that's doing Truckers Against Trafficking, because they're in every neighborhood around the world. You've got IHG that's focused on the hotel industry. But we're also focused on restoration. And I will tell you, Wellspring Living is the gold standard. And when you see Jessica and you hear her story, and we focus on victim-centered, trauma-informed, evidence-based support. And why? Because these are our brothers and sisters. These are human beings with dignity and value and worth. And I'll be quick, but you have to go after those who are buying and selling our children for sex. And thanks to our governor and our legislature, we now have a human trafficking prosecutions unit in our office because, as the Attorney General said, this is happening online. Today they're in South Georgia, tomorrow they're in Atlanta, East Georgia the next day. So we can partner with our 3 great U.S. attorneys, the FBI, our GBI, our DAs, sheriffs, and police chiefs, to make sure that we go after them. Because, and I'm proud, Shared Hope, and we had a C with Shared Hope a couple years ago. We now have an A, and I'm proud because we are focused on the victims.
Great. I would just share this little anecdote. As I was getting at the airport in Atlanta after visiting Wellspring, I heard on the PA system in the Delta terminal for passengers and employees to be on the lookout for victims of trafficking. It was kind of a stark example, because we had met at Delta at the event and heard about their apprenticeship program, but to see it in action, their commitment to the issue was pretty incredible.
And I commend them. They do it on the train, voice of God, and some great messaging as well.
So I'm gonna jump to the sheriff for a second, because you opened the prosecution door, and I'd like to understand from you, Sheriff, what are you doing at the local level? Have you seen any changes over the past, over your career, and how we confront this issue? And
thank you.
Why you're committed to it?
Yeah, thank you. And it's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. Coming from Texas, of course, we have a tenacious governor who's made it resoundingly clear that every level of government, all the way down to the local level, will be involved in the fight to end this scourge. I want to tell you a story about 8 sheriffs in North Texas that banded together in order to fight human trafficking. When I was elected in 2017, I met with 7 other sheriffs in the North Texas area, and we sat down and talked about what are those things that we can do to stem the flow of narcotics and human trafficking across our counties. And what we came up with is, first of all, listen, we understand that what happens here is the very same transnational criminal enterprises and gangs that are trafficking narcotics. These are the people that are trafficking humans. These are the people that are continually victimize and drug addict these victims in order to control them. We also understand that as sheriffs, that the one advantage we have is jurisdiction over long pieces of road in our counties. So what we did was we decided to band together to sign an agreement with one another that extends the jurisdiction of our deputies into each other's counties. You don't see that done very often. And what happened was we took specially trained deputies who were trained to detect those indicators for human trafficking and narcotics, and we turned them loose. And I'm happy to tell you that in just 2 years, what they've been able to accomplish is they have seized tons of narcotics and dangerous drugs, millions of dollars, weapons and ammunition are being smuggled south, destined for Mexico. They've recovered almost 100 stolen motor vehicles. They've discovered loads of human cargo in commercial motor vehicles, 18-wheelers, and most importantly, they've rescued children. I want to tell you 2 quick stories about that. One of our deputies northwest of Fort Worth, late at night, stopped a vehicle with a 15-year-old girl in the back seat of a vehicle occupied by 2 middle-aged men who did not know her name. And she did not know theirs. And she had been reported missing by her parents the week before in San Antonio. We had another case in which one of our interdiction deputies out east of Dallas on the interstate made a traffic stop and discovered that the woman driving the car was wanted for capital murder in Los Angeles. He arrested her. There was a 5-year-old in the vehicle. She murdered a man 2 days before in Los Angeles and kidnapped his 5-year-old son. And we successfully rescued that child. All of this makes it worth for us. All we have to do is one time look in the face of a human trafficking victim or someone who's sexually exploited, and for law enforcement, it makes it all perfect. So from the local level, what I see is where in the past, perhaps, maybe that county was that sheriff's domain. We've decided that that's a day gone by. My brother and sister sheriffs across Texas, Governor Abbott and the legislature have passed laws that now allow us to work across county lines that are even not contiguous in these types of matters, and we're taking advantage of it, and we're going to continue the good fight on the open road.
Thank you. Judge Blake, you're a tribal judge in Northern California. I thought maybe you'd share a little bit of how you're interacting with law enforcement and fighting the scourge at the tribal level.
Certainly, and again, thank you very much for the honor to be here today. I not only am an elected judge for my tribe, the Hoopa Valley Tribe located in Northern California, I'm also the president of the National American Indian Court Judges Association, the only tribal judges association in the nation. So I speak on a national level. I don't speak just on behalf of California, but I also speak because I am a parent of a traffic victim myself. My own daughter was trafficked, and when we talk about, I heard that the Attorney General talk about the use of social media. I tell people that my home is 67 miles from the closest McDonald's and 71 from the closest Walmart. That just gives you an idea how remote we are. And how a trafficker found my child in remote Humboldt County was through social media. And with the dream that she was going to be this model, with this dream that she was going to achieve all these aspirations that she had in her life. The idea that you have to be a child that is a foster child, that you have to be a neglected and abused child is not always accurate, because this child never wanted for anything. This child was pretty, as we looked back at her empty room after she left, we kept thinking what we missed. And what we missed was the encouraging her to be something, to be somebody, to reach those goals, and her wanting to do so and being falling prey to somebody that is offering that service, but not for that purpose. And and like I say, so that started my road on this issue with trafficking. Because one, if it will happen to me as a sitting elected judge, as an elected official for tribal communities, I was tasked with providing, prosecution for this type of stuff, making certain that our children are safe, but yet my own child was able to walk into the hands of somebody who takes the innocence away from a child like that. So these tribal communities, they're not only remote, they're very, very remote. Social media is huge in tribal communities, so because of the remoteness, and you only look at the number of UPS and FedEx trucks that come into our community, that's the only way you can get things in and out. So again, the training nationally, as we look and finding ways to train our tribal leaders, to train our providers, and to train our parents on the signs of trafficking, so that their children are not going to fall prey like mine did.
Thank you for that. Amy Loudenbeck, you're a state representative in Wisconsin, and you've authored a number of bills to combat human trafficking. Can you talk a little bit about what drew you to this area, and then what you see in achieving success? How are you doing it among your fellow state representatives?
Well, thank you for the question and for the opportunity to be here. What got me interested was the Shared Hope report. In 2011, when I was first elected, Wisconsin had a D, and we, in my office, decided to team up with our Attorney General at the time, J.B. Van Hollen, and do a rigorous review of their recommendations and modernize our statutes, provide the tools for law enforcement. We did an omnibus bill my first session. We did another omnibus bill my second session, focusing on tools for law enforcement, the racketeering procedures, all of those other things, and really managed to chip away and raise our grade. Then I started to work with our Department of Children and Families, working with some of the federal standards that were coming down, but to get some data collected to start screening foster youth and youth that were referred to CPS for human trafficking. None of that existed, and so the categories, really getting that in the wheelhouse so we could get the policies and get the data. I also transitioned from that into really looking at vulnerable youth and what we could do to protect vulnerable youth in Wisconsin, meeting with stakeholders, learning that access to things like work or mental health and shelter, if you don't have parents that are willing to support you, is impossible. So, I support parents' rights, and I understand that good parents are going to be engaged with their student, but we used to require a work permit until you were 18 in Wisconsin. Now we've rolled that back to 16 for the reason that, a 16 and a 17-year-old that is having to choose between supporting themselves by selling themselves for sex or survival sex or other illegal activity, including labor trafficking for low wages, not appropriate work conditions. Those things were happening. And so now they can elect to go out and get a job on their own volition, and they don't need to sign a permit and pay $10 so the government can tell them that that's a good thing, because either a parent can tell them that or they can make that decision for themselves at that point. And so those were some really important things that we looked at. Mental health, same thing. If I want to get mental health services in my school, we spend a ton of money putting mental health into schools and trying to support opportunities for these kids to get help. And if you don't have a parent to support you to get that one-on-one counseling, you're not going to be able to access it. So we created some emergency procedures so that for 30 days you could get counseling and find a way through the courts to get yourself that access. And so really kind of looking along the spectrum, our score is now a B. We're still looking at the Shared Hope recommendations, but we also know that Wisconsin is unique, as are all states, in how we need to look at this. We've also done quite a bit of awareness and partnerships that were kind of prompted by legislative action, but really to kind of move the needle as far as, pushing out the Human Trafficking Resource Hotline. That was something that involved, once we started to do that, all of the resource providers, all of the protocols from law enforcement needed to come together before we really pushed it out. So it was something that, you know, it was leadership from myself and others, but really kind of encompassed all the boots on the ground people. That was really, really, I think, a pivotal piece to build off of for future outreach efforts. So what we're doing going forward is continuing to listen and continuing to monitor. Some of that data is just becoming available from the laws that I passed in 2015 and 16 to actually give us something to look at. So that's exciting.
Thank you. Michael, you're here to give us a little bit of a perspective as a county commissioner. Obviously, here in the White House, we're focused so much on federal legislation, and we interact a lot with governors about how we can partner with them. But two questions. One, what can the federal government do for local communities, maybe a little bit better than we're doing now? And what can you do on your own, frankly, to combat this scourge?
Let me start with the second question first. But first off, thank you for having me here. This is a great, great event, and I'm glad to see so many people here, and I'm honored to be here to help fight this heinous, heinous topic, right? It's just near and dear to my heart, very passionate, and I'm assuming everybody in this room is just as passionate, if not more so. But we, from a county level, you know, a couple years back, we formed a task force, you know, because you see a lot of people back then on the local levels talking about it. And a lot of the comments, it's not in my backyard. It's not here. Even at the elected official level at the counties. It's like, that's not true, right? It's everywhere. It doesn't, as many people said here, it affects everybody. It's in everybody's backyard. You just don't know about it. It's most likely right in front of your face and you don't see it. So we formed the task force, and task force includes, you know, every different level of local government, from the prosecutor's office to the sheriff's department. You know, we even have state level on that task force. And one of the first things we want to do is create a website. Where does everybody go? Because people were, once we formed this task force, people were coming out of the woodwork. You know, these small groups, these church groups, these local groups saying, hey, how can we help? Do you have anybody that can come help educate us? So you had so many small groups, and they didn't necessarily have the resources, which is something the federal government could help with, to do some things, to battle some things, to educate, to bring in speakers, bring in people to talk about this topic. You know, so we put everybody together, and once we formed the website, we also put a hotline in there. You know, we attached to the national hotline, but we created our own hotline, because one of the questions that comes up is, how does this affect our county? But from a data perspective, there's general numbers out there. If you know, Ivanka mentioned some numbers from a national level, and some of the states have numbers. But if you go down to the county level or the local level, it's very difficult to say the true effect of that. You see news, you know, the Sheriff's Department in Oakland County has done a great job. You know, we've a couple different raids with local, not only in Oakland County, but surrounding communities in our Wayne counties, in the Tri-County area in Michigan. And we've had numerous amounts of busts, both on labor trafficking and sex trafficking. So now that all this is starting to come to light, people are starting to see it. The press has actually taken point of it and actually starting to report on it. I'm hoping they report on this today. You know, because there's a lot of good activity going up here. And then, to be straightforward, I'm going to steal half the ideas that you guys put out here today, because I'm not shy. I don't need to have my idea or the task force idea. You know, if there's a great idea, it's
of Americans who have ever walked into a courthouse as a witness, as an accused, as a juror, know that the only attributes of a fair trial in our system of justice are witnesses and documents, evidence, none of which have been produced in any meaningful way based on what we know is available here in the United States Senate. So what we're about to do today, we believe, is to have the United States Senate, based on the majority of senators, make a decision.
All right, everybody, good morning and happy Friday. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now. Pilar Arias here with you. It's 9:19 in Phoenix, 11:19 on the East Coast. We momentarily lost the live picture of the Human Trafficking Summit at the White House, but we got it back. So we're going to continue to listen in. Friendly reminder, everybody, we do not mean to jump from story to story, topic to topic, but sometimes we lose live pictures or other things happen. So we're going to continue to listen in at the White House Human Trafficking Summit.
Reports of you know, both the incidents, the crime incidents, but also people reaching out, and maybe we could start with Florida.
Absolutely. As many here in this room know, Florida ranks third in terms of calls to the national hotline. That number had a huge increase from 2007 to 2015. As of 2016, the numbers started to stabilize, but I also believe that awareness, just the vigilance of our community has really come into play. And so as we continue to really delve into the messaging, again, our county health departments, all 67 of our county health departments have participated with HHS in the Look Beneath the Surface campaign. Our Department of Education, the first in the nation, has released a rule. We've implemented curriculum. Each of our school districts is going to be, in an age-appropriate manner, requiring our children to be educated on the ills, the evils of human trafficking. Our statewide council on human trafficking, which is led by our Attorney General, continues to find ways to develop creative solutions with law enforcement and other partners in the fight. This is truly a battle, and what I continue to stress each and every day, and the Super Bowl has given us a great platform to do it, but what I continue to stress is that this is a problem that we are plagued with 365 days a year, and each and every one of us can make a difference.
Thank you. Judge Blake, do you want to?
Yeah. So one of the things is that as we talk about this, we're seeing an increase in reporting in Indian country because one, I think that the information's out there. The giving of the hotline, I think, is critical. But the other with the president's position on missing murdered of indigenous women, that was a real aha moment for Indian country, and it's giving people the opportunity to come forward to say that they were victims of trafficking. And we're seeing it more and more that these children that were missing for years that we thought just were runaways were now coming back and telling us, no, I was living a life that I had no choice to live but to survive. So that there again, I think that the continued efforts, when you were talking about the funding part of that, and be inclusive of tribal land, because it's not that we don't want to be involved. It's that I think that the invitation needs to be more formally given, and we will be there.
Great, thank you. Certainly, tribal issues and tribal engagement is something that this administration really wants to lean in on. We have a dedicated person in our intergovernmental affairs office totally devoted to tribal issues. And on this, when the president, specifically to trafficking, when the president signs an executive order later on today, it's important to note that there will be a new position created at the Domestic Policy Council solely devoted to fighting human trafficking. So we're very excited about that. That person, while they'll be in the Domestic Policy Council, consistent with the way the president runs his White House, will be working cross-functionally with anybody and any agency who wants to fight this issue. It's Ivanka's team, it's the National Economic Council, it's the National Security Council, it's anybody who wants to step forward and volunteer to help, because this is a huge problem that requires all of government, including our international partners. It's great to see Ambassador Brownback, our two wonderful ambassadors in the front row here. And I just want to say from a personal perspective how deeply moving it is for me to work on these issues. Domestic Policy Council covers a whole host of issues, but I don't know that I have ever been around any issue that is both as emotional and as difficult, but as inspiring as fighting human trafficking. I want to thank especially the survivors who've made it here today and who have come here on numerous occasions, who volunteered to give us advice, to step forward and share their stories, because without you, we wouldn't be able to get anything done and get any momentum going on this. So thank you very much to our panel and to everybody for coming here today. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Callista Gingrich.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here. I want to thank President Trump and Senior Advisor Ivanka Trump for their leadership and steadfast commitment to the fight against human trafficking. The scourge of human trafficking is a stain on all of humanity. It invades borders, destroys communities, and robs millions of their human dignity. Faced with this great challenge, the Trump administration is committed to protecting survivors, prosecuting offenders, and ending modern-day slavery. However, governments cannot act alone. Human trafficking is a global crisis and requires global solutions across all sectors of society. Partnerships with faith-based organizations are critical in turning the tide. Faith-based organizations serve as lifelines for some of the most vulnerable people on the planet, including victims of human trafficking. They have an unrivaled ability to build trust with survivors and to provide care and rehabilitation. Like the United States, the Holy See understands and appreciates the powerful role of faith-based organizations in eradicating modern-day slavery. Indeed, Catholic organizations are among some of America's best partners in this endeavor. The U.S. Embassy to the Holy See works with the global network of the Catholic Church, which extends to more than 1.3 billion people worldwide. For example, as an embassy, we promote and support the courageous work of Catholic sisters. Our grants have funded anti-trafficking programs for women religious in 36 countries. Recently, we established an anti-trafficking training course for a global organization called Talitha Kum. Talitha Kum is comprised of over 2,000 Catholic sisters in 92 countries, all working to combat human trafficking. Faith-based organizations like Talitha Kum are on the ground in nearly every country in the world, including the United States. They work tirelessly to save women, men, and children from horrific fates. And they are key partners for federal and state law enforcement agencies, braving the omnipresent threat of criminal and terrorist organizations that profit from this global crime. Together, law enforcement agencies and faith-based organizations help facilitate victim recovery, reintegration, and criminal prosecution. Here in the United States, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have strong partnerships with Catholic service organizations to provide safe havens for victims. And internationally, the United States and the Holy See are members of the Santa Marta Group, an organization comprised of law enforcement officials, Catholic bishops, women religious, and civil society leaders that work together to develop victim-centered approaches to end human trafficking. As you leave today, with renewed dedication and resolve, I encourage you to explore opportunities to collaborate with faith-based organizations across all faiths in the fight against modern-day slavery. In this regard, the U.S. Embassy to the Holy See will continue to work diligently with the Vatican to eradicate human trafficking. Together, we can save lives and end this horrific injustice. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the panelists for our second panel, moderated by Ambassador at Large, Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons, John Richmond.
Well, this morning we do have the incredible privilege of hearing from several members of Congress, leaders who have helped create the massive shift in the legal landscape around the world, establishing a comprehensive trafficking in persons law, our Trafficking Victims Protection Act, the 20th anniversary of which is this year, which is what is bringing us all together. It defined human trafficking to include both labor trafficking as well as sex trafficking. It includes trafficking offenses against children and adults. It makes sure that we're thinking about both domestic and international trafficking, and dispels some common myths, like the idea that trafficking involves the movement of people. It doesn't require the movement. It just requires coercion. This is a crime that there's something we can do about. I'm grateful that the law gave us the 3P paradigm that we still use today, this idea of prosecution, protection, and prevention. Three inextricably important and mutually reinforcing ideas that help us in this fight. So with this incredible panel, let me start with Congressman Smith. Congressman, you were one of the earliest champions of the bill, and you introduced the bill that ultimately became the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. I'd love for you to tell us what was going on in the late 90s. What prompted you to be an early champion of this work? And how has the Trafficking in Persons report that was created and mandated by the law that you helped champion making an impact around the world?
Mr. Ambassador, thank you so very much, and thank you for so faithfully implementing the law and doing above and beyond what was even articulated in the statute and statutes that followed. You know, I've been in Congress now 40 years, and in 1982, I introduced my first anti-trafficking resolution targeted at the Soviet Union. The use of gulag labor there was horrific. Commissioner Von Raab, who was then the Customs Commissioner, had a number of products that he wanted to put an import ban on. So I did a resolution that passed in the House. A few years later, Frank Wolf and I went to Perm Camp 35, the infamous gulag where such great people like Natan Sharansky had spent so many years of their life. But again, the gulag system was all over the Soviet Union, and exporting of those products was occurring. A couple years later, after Tiananmen Square, Frank Wolf and I again went to a prison camp in China and saw 40 Tiananmen Square activists under the false banner of reform through labor, forced labor, making goods that came to our markets, including jelly shoes, which were very popular then, socks. We came back with samples, got an import ban on that. A couple of years later, in 1996, I introduced comprehensive legislation on child labor. And unfortunately, it had the same template that we put into the TPVA, and that is name names and then sanction those countries that either do not enforce the law or if they don't have a law at all on child labor. I had Kathy Lee Gifford testify at one of the hearings. She had products in Central America that were, unfortunately, the result of child labor being sold in our stores. Next, 2 years later, we got the bill passed in the House, failed in the Senate, never took it up. Great people like Michael Horowitz came into my office. We had great meetings. What an advocate he is and was for human trafficking. My staffers, David Abramowitz on the Democrat side, and Joseph Reese, who was our first ambassador to East Timor. We worked on legislation to finally say, enough. We're going to combat trafficking here, overseas. We will also make it a whole of government, so nobody is excluded in the government, and have real penalties up to life imprisonment for anybody who exploits a child, and anybody through force, fraud, or coercion hurts a woman or a man. But sex trafficking is obviously one of the major focuses. As Kalitza said so well, you know, there are about 5 million women, and mostly women and children, who are sex trafficked, about 20 million, according to the ILO, who are trafficked because of labor. And of course, there's an intermingling so very often. But the legislation was very hard to get passed. The previous administration then did not want the tip report, which you do great work in putting together so that the 3 Ps, the narrative on each and every country says how they're doing on prevention, prosecution, and protection, with a set of recommendations that follow as well. They said just put it into the human rights report, the country reports on human rights practices, which would have been a step. We said absolutely not. My friend over here, Sam Brownback, took the bill up on the Senate side, his own bill, and we did a merge purge at the end. But it was against serious odds. That administration did not want to have sanctions. Sanctions are embedded in the bill, as you know so well. It covers everything, and it's making a difference. There were times when the tip report was less than stellar, 2015 in particular, but you have done a magnificent job. It is the gold standard, and I know for a fact, because you do as well, we meet with delegations all the time. They don't want to be on Tier 3. They don't want to be shamed for their egregious complicity in human trafficking, sex or labor, and they want to be above that. Plus, there's the sanctions piece. So I want to thank you again for what you have done. There's so much more to be done. Finally, government to NGOs, and the NGOs have been indispensable in all of this. Secretary, or I should say Ambassador Gingrich, thank you for the faith-based emphasis you have made, because that, I think, is indispensable to ending this terrible plague. And we've had Delta Airlines testify at hearings. They're doing a tremendous job. But the private partnership now, just yesterday, Deb, who was here, she did a tremendous work, it is doing a tremendous work, as is Homeland Security, on training people to be situationally aware. R.W. Barnabas and Hackensack Meridian, 2 large networks in my state, are training their healthcare workers. And we know from the 2014 Laura Lederer study, and I'll finish on this, they made it very clear that 90% of all the victims of sex trafficking go to a healthcare facility. 63% go to an emergency room. So if you have healthcare professionals who are situationally aware, and we need to share this as you are with other overseas partners as well, there is a point of contact for victim identification, God willing, intervention, and then on to the road to recovery. So thank you.
Thank you for your passion about this. Thank you for using the tip report in your engagement and with other countries. I hear as I travel, other countries talking about the importance when members of Congress raise this on their congressional outreach to other countries. So I'm grateful for that. And you might be encouraged to know there are original members of the Trafficking in Persons Office here today that opened the office when it first started based on the act. And as you mentioned, I know that you had allies in the Senate. And Ambassador Brownback, you are certainly one of those as you brought this bill forward on the Senate side. And now I get to work alongside you at the State Department in your new role as Ambassador at Large for Religious Freedom. And I'm grateful for your wise counsel during my time at the State Department. I've certainly benefited from working with you. But I'd love to know what motivated you and what were your thoughts as you began to think about the Trafficking in Persons Act from the Senate perspective. How have you seen it be used? What are we doing well, and what do we need to do differently? How do we need to adjust as we're moving into the future?
Well, I saw something and then decided you need to do something, which my guess is my story is pretty similar to most people in this room. You see it, something clicks, and you say, well, somebody needs to do something, and then you turn back and you look at yourself, well, I need to do something. And did it. Gary Haugen showed up at my office when he was heading the IJM, which I believe he still is. I don't know if Gary's here or not. And he laid a lock on my coffee table. And he said this was taken off of a brothel in India, off of a room where a 12-year-old girl was locked in here. And then the lock was taken off when a customer would come, and she was locked in there at night. And this continues to go on, and it goes on a great deal. I had a great staff member, Sharon Pate, at the time that was really working this issue, and we formed a partnership with Paul Wellstone, who he and Sheila, his wife, were both involved in this, and they were seeing women being trafficked from the Ukraine into Minnesota. And they were showing up then at battered women's shelters and saying, "What are you doing here from the Ukraine?" Well, it's kind of a long story, but let me tell you about it, and did. And together we formed a partnership, and behind and on that partnership also, the private sector was, we had Gloria Steinem on that, Chuck Colson, and we would go around to other members in the Senate and say, "We've got Gloria Steinem and Chuck Colson on this bill, and Paul Wellstein and I are doing this." And they'd say, "Just sign me up, I don't care what's in it. If you guys agree on this, we'll go forward." But that's really the point of it. This is an issue that just knows no political boundary. This is a complete human dignity issue about somebody that's just been put in a horrific circumstance and condition. And being from the state of Kansas, and I have my Kansas City Chiefs socks on, my mother grew up on the property where John Brown would stay when he was in Kansas during the Bleeding Kansas. We're fighting against slavery in those very early days. And I'm looking at that heritage and saying, I've got to be a part to end this modern slavery, just like you've said that to yourself.
Well, I'm certainly grateful, and I appreciate you highlighting the bipartisan nature of this bill as it's gone through. And as one thing we've seen over the last 20 years is that there has been a grand consensus across the political aisle regarding this important issue. I'm grateful that the two of you put together this law, this comprehensive law that focuses on both labor and sex trafficking, gave us great tools about how we could approach nonviolent coercion to address how traffickers are actually operating in modern times, and give us great tools like the T-Visa and other tools that we can use to make sure that victims are protected. Let me shift to Congressman McCall. You have served as the chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee. Now you're the lead Republican on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. You're working both domestically as well as internationally on this. I know you've just proposed a new piece of legislation, the Leveraging Information for Foreign Traffickers Act, the LIFT Act, I think it's being called. We'd love to hear more about that and how you see the role of the U.S. Advisory Council and survivors that are here today, but also survivors around the country and around the world, and how they speak into this issue. What needs to be done as we look into the future?
Well, thank you, Ambassador, and thanks for having me, and thanks for your service, and Ambassador and Congressman Ted Poe, who was on Foreign Affairs, did so much on trafficking issues. It's good to see you again. I think my journey started, I was a federal prosecutor for about 10 years, and then Cornyn's Deputy Attorney General, we started the Internet Crimes Against Children unit to catch predators online. And there have been thousands of prosecutions in my state putting these predators behind bars. And that's a real positive thing. That was back in 2002, but since I became chairman, when I was chairman of Homeland, we had the Blue campaign in the Department of Homeland Security. I see some out in the audience. We authorized that into law to raise public awareness on the issue, because what we found is that most people in the country were not even aware this was happening. And it happens not just in Thailand, it's happening in our own backyard. And I want to recognize Courtney Litvak, my human trafficking survivor, who came back to us a year ago, who has a special place in my heart and a special story to tell, because you have to hear these stories. This happened outside of Houston, Texas, and suburbs of Houston and Katy, Texas. If it can happen in Katy, Texas, it can happen anywhere in the nation. And so the Blue campaign has done a great job coordinating with law enforcement, public awareness. The other bill is the interdiction for the protection of children, which takes my DPS, my Texas DPS model, where a lot of these troopers make the traffic stops. But if they don't know how to identify the warning signs that, hey, this is not this girl's father, or something's in that car that doesn't really make sense. And they have a training program that we want to take nationwide with a grant funding component to it, so that we can capture and arrest these evil monsters, and get them off the streets. Finally, the LIFT Act, leveraging information on foreign trafficking. Believe it or not, in our embassies and our consulate offices, when they deny a visa for based on human trafficking, they do not share that information with law enforcement. It's just tucked away in a file. So this would mandate that information be shared with law enforcement. But what I'm also proud, and this goes back to now the council, is we authorize the President's Advisory Council to the year 2025. Why is that important? Because I think I want to give Ivanka a shout out as well. She's really elevated this issue and prioritized this issue. We want to do a lot. We want to make this council really mean something, not only for the executive branch, but for policymakers in the Congress, so we can get the advice. And I've learned so much from just Courtney about the process and how it works. How could a beautiful 17-year-old girl get swept up, and I can't say where because there's an ongoing investigation, but how could this have happened? It really makes no sense. And to get these stories and have victims and survivors on the council, I think is very valuable to Congress and to the executive branch. As we approach the Super Bowl, I know you're going to that, you know that's going to be a major trafficking event. And there are going to be groomers all around the Super Bowl trying to trap young men and women into this horrific modern-day slavery. And we all know the stories, and you're bought and sold like property. This needs to stop. And as a former prosecutor, I try to educate prosecutors and judges. You know what? The victims are the victims. They don't deserve to be behind bars. It's the predators. It's the people taking the hit. And they need to be behind bars for a very, very long time.
No, I so appreciate you highlighting both the role of the Advisory Council and the fact that you're trying to extend its life in the LIFT Act. The council has been so valuable to me personally, and I think it's been valuable to the administration as well. And I also hope that, that folks hear the message that you're saying about the principle of non-prosecution of victims, that victims should not be prosecuted or penalized in any way for the unlawful acts their traffickers make them engage in. I think that's a really important point. Let me shift to Congresswoman Wagner. During your time in Congress, you've been incredibly focused on online exploitation of women and children as well as men. I know that you're personally interested in some of the work in the Philippines. I know the State Department has a robust child protection compact with the Philippines, where the Philippines puts skin in the game along with our foreign assistance, where we work together in order to actually stop traffickers and protect victims. Love to hear your perspective on what is going well and what needs to change as we move forward.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador Richmond. I'm going to stand up. I've got a long flight ahead of me and stretch my legs for a minute. But and I want to see all the survivors, all the NGOs, all the advocacy groups that just lift us up. To be here on the 20th anniversary of TVPA, Chris Smith, my ranking member, Mike Call, and Ted Poe, I stand on your shoulders. This is only my 8th year in Congress, not 40th, 8th year in Congress. And the TVPA is so important. I got really passionate about human trafficking and labor trafficking that was going on, sex trafficking and labor trafficking, during my very first TIP report as a U.S. ambassador in Western Europe. And I was watching women and children and young boys being brought in from Eastern Europe and being exploited in Western Europe in horrific ways. And served my time and went back to the United States of America and began to dig into this in my own backyard, in my own country, and found that, yes, indeed, that human trafficking, and specifically sex trafficking, was hiding in plain sight in every community, in every faith organization, in every cul-de-sac, in every school district, all across our country, and that it was a scourge and something that we absolutely had to do something about. I tell you what you all are doing with the TIP report in terms of the compact is fantastic in the Philippines and online. It's been expanded, I know, to Peru and Ghana, Jamaica. I want to see it grow, so more and more. But my passion is to go after those predators online. I'm probably best known for the authorship and the passing of FOSTA, the Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act. Yes, yes. You all know, you were there. They said it couldn't be done, and we did it. You know, it was a life's work. I have to say, it truly is. To be able to give tools and resources to our law enforcement and prosecutors that allow them to go through the sex trafficking statutes and the prostitution statutes to fight this criminal enterprise. It allows justice for our victims at last. And it did something they said could never be done, which was to go in, and Congressman Poe knows, to go in and amend the Communications Decency Act, Section 230, to make Congress's intent very, very clear. We never meant through the CDA to make the internet an red light district. If it is a crime offline, it is a crime online. Period. Full stop. So we have, it's been now, gosh, President Trump, and with the help of Ivanka and so many others, the president signed this into law in April of 2018. So it's been about a year and a half, and the disruption has been amazing in a good way. We brought down Backpage.com with a 93-count indictment. Over 60% of, many just pulled down their internet sites as a deterrent factor, which is what we knew it would do, for fear of prosecution. But we've disrupted over 60% year to year. A lot of what's being posted right now are kind of duplicates and spam and scam type of things. But you can go to childsafe.ai to see some of the inroads that we've made over this time period here. So I'm excited about that work and what you all did to make that happen. And my next crusade is end-to-end encryption. And I know the Attorney General talked about it, yes. And we talked about it, Ambassador, at our DHS conference. You know, I had, and I'm just going to call it out because, as Kevin and others know, I just do. And I had the opportunity at a hearing in financial services to speak and question Mr. Zuckerberg, Facebook. 90% of the online sexual, pornographic, horrific, exploitive images are on Facebook and their platforms. 12 million, in fact, in 2018. And to say something positive, at the time, they reported those 12 million. They reported those 12 million horrific, awful images. But now they're going to move to end-to-end encryption. And when they do that, law enforcement will not be able to access any of those images. And with impunity, after letters and pleadings from the Attorney General, from the Department of Homeland Security, from law enforcement, from prosecutors, from DAs, from me, Congress, others, they refuse. They want to go move forward on their end-to-end encryption. So if an industry won't police itself, that's when Congress steps in. And we're going to police them, that's for sure. You know, and this is important, privacy and lawful access are not pitted against each other. Privacy and lawful access are not pitted against each other. The Fourth Amendment gives us a lot of broad privacy rights, but you know what, it's not warrantless, all right? And we have to have a way to make sure that people's privacy is protected, but that also law enforcement has a way to keep our children, our women, the most vulnerable in our society, safe. That's what we're going to do with this legislation. So that's where we're going next. I thank you for the time. I thank you all for what you do. We all stand on your shoulders and are grateful for the advocacy group work. My great staffer, Rachel Wagley, back there, about ready to give birth any minute now. She helps author so much of what goes on here. I'm just grateful to you. I'm grateful to our State Department and for the TIP report. And what you're doing online now with the compact is really great, and I want to see it expanded. So I thank you.
Thank you. Well, I can't tell you how much a treat it is for me to actually reverse roles. I'm used to getting asked questions by members of Congress, and now I get to actually ask you all, so it's a treat for me. I can tell you that a lot has been accomplished on the Hill. And we're grateful for the legislation that's been provided. Shortly after the Trafficking Victims Act became law in 2000, the United Nations passed its protocol against trafficking in persons. And I'm grateful today that the head of the United Nations Trafficking in Persons program is actually here with us. Grateful for your partnership over the years and look forward to continuing to combat this with you. It's one of the most widely adopted international protocols. There's over 175 countries that have signed up. There's only about 15 to 18 countries that haven't, which is just remarkable. And since then, we've had over 150 governments around the world have followed the United States and passed trafficking in persons laws, comprehensive laws. And we're so grateful for that, to have this international legal consensus that human trafficking is wrong, that it's a violation, that people are putting freedom first, which is the phrase that the president has given to this year, that we want to put freedom first. We want to put it first in this union and make sure we're doing well. Because while we recognize it's the 20th anniversary and we want to celebrate what's been accomplished, we also know that there is a great deal left to be done. And the 24.9 million victims around the world are evidence of that. It is our job now to take the parchment promises of law and turn them into tangible deeds that bring hope to individuals who need rescue and need services. And we want to make sure that we do that. And we want to make sure that we hold traffickers accountable, that we end the impunity that traffickers currently enjoy. I can tell you that this is hard work. There are not easy answers. They're not simple solutions. But the world is not in desperate need of more people to explain to us why these things are hard. The world's in desperate need of more people to do the hard things. And I'm grateful that you all are here and willing to do those hard things, to secure freedom for individuals who are currently being trafficked, and to put freedom first. We're grateful to this administration's focus on freedom first. Thankful that we get to work together with this White House, with Congress, with so many civil society leaders. I see so many NGOs and leaders here from across the movement. We're grateful for your presence here today. And we're grateful that as you leave here, you're going to receive a commemorative book of the last 20 years that highlights the history of what has gone on here in the United States, how the act was formed, early stories from Congressman Smith and Ambassador Brownback about their days along with their colleagues from both sides of the aisle. It's a retrospective of what has been accomplished and really a call to each of us that as we pivot into the future, we have to do more. That what we've accomplished so far is not sufficient. There is more to be done, and I'm grateful that we get to be in this fight together. So thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fox News Now. Happy Friday. Pilar Arias here with Ron Hume, but I wanted to show you really quickly, we are just moments away from President Donald Trump speaking at this human trafficking summit at the White House. You see them, they're about to put up the presidential seal on the podium. He's scheduled to start talking in about 15 minutes, so I'm hoping that is enough time for me and Ron to get through some top stories of the day really quick. Good morning.
Good morning. I guess the big question is, will he make some remarks regarding all the headlines that we're hearing this morning about the apparent possible wrap-up of the whole impeachment effort?
Right. Whether or not he will be acquitted.
Correct.
This evening.
So it will, I mean, it does seem to be one of his favorite topics, so it'll be fascinating to see if he has a couple of sort of off-the-cuff remarks to make, and we'll find out in a few minutes.
Like he did last night in Des Moines, Iowa. We live streamed
Yes,
his rally.
Right. Well, I was thinking about it. So he's out there in Iowa, and that a Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar, et cetera, are wanting to get out of the Senate and get back out on the campaign trail.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure they will probably all cast their votes to convict the president, especially if that vote happens today. But the obvious benefit to them, if it is all wrapping up by the end of the night tonight, is that they can now get out on the campaign trail and really be full-fledged presidential candidates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So what are we thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to end tonight?
Well, the sort of the lineup that I've seen indicates that starting in 59 minutes here at 11 a.m., and they actually run things pretty close to on time, within, say, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There'll be 4 hours of debate, and no matter what time frame they set out for themselves, it seems to run a little long.
Mm-hmm.
I actually found the last couple of days fascinating. The Q&A with the senators. I mean, you could read between the lines into sort of what was implied in terms of what they were asking, etc. But just the whole process of, somebody like a House manager saying something and then the president's lawyer getting up and trying to rebut it. And I just thought, to me, it was way more interesting than when they gave all their long speeches earlier in the process. But it does look like when Lamar Alexander came out, they had to get 4 to get to 51 votes. They had that's presuming they have all 47 Democrats. And so they got Mitt Romney, that put them up to 48. They got Susan Collins, that put them at 49. The question was, could they get 50? They might still. They could get 50. I've seen cameras set up right outside Lisa Murkowski's office. So we believe that since the Senate trial begins in 58 minutes, that at any time now, she could come out and state her how she's going to vote on this. So here's why it actually still matters. One of the things that the Founding Fathers never really outlined was, okay, so what if you have a trial in the Senate and you get a tie vote? We know what happens 99 times out of 100 in the Senate. If there's a tie, whoever the vice president is, it's like the one important function a VP does. He casts the tie-breaking vote. So then the question was raised, well, since he's kind of running it, he's required to run the Senate trial, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, would he cast a tie-breaking vote? So it's not really spelled out. He has the opportunity today to create a new precedent. Most political observers don't think he's going to do it, Pilar.
Yeah.
But he has the opportunity to do it. And he could, if in fact Lisa Murkowski comes out here any minute and says, I am with the Democrats and Romney and Collins, and I'm voting for witnesses, and that leaves it at a 50-50 tie, then frankly, we're all going to hang on every word that comes out from Chief Justice John Roberts.
Right.
Now, if she could completely squash the whole thing right now if she comes out and says, I'm going to vote with the Republicans. And don't be shocked if she does do that. She has said in the past that she likes the idea of hearing from witnesses. But if she knew that she could, with her decision, wrap things up, move things on, and frankly kind of help out some of her fellow senators who also want to get out there and start campaigning, maybe she'll do it. We'll see.
Yeah. We are going to air in just a few minutes your segment with Chris Wallace as well. So.
Oh, good.
But
yeah.
I do want to switch things up. It's Friday, lighter news,
Lighter
the
is better.
weekend, and the Super Bowl.
Ooh, look at that transition straight from the Capitol to welcome to Miami.
And we are going to be airing it on Fox 10. I'm
I know.
so excited, especially with the halftime show with Jennifer Lopez and Shakira. I grew up listening to both of them, love
Okay.
them both.
Yes.
And they say it's going to be the most exciting 12 minutes in music and television. So I'm like, yes.
I'm sure it actually will be really cool. I thought it was kind of cool that J-Lo was talking yesterday about, hey, it's so cool for me to be able to perform at a Super Bowl because I grew up a football fan. In New York, she said, we were Jets fans.
Right.
You never know for sure when you're dealing with the New Yorker. Are they a Giants fan or a Jets fan? Are they a Mets fan or a Yankees fan? Well, she was a Jets fan all the way growing up, and she said, I just remember every Sunday we'd put the Jets game on, the whole family, we'd watch it. So the Jets aren't in it, but she loves football, and so what a cool time for her and Shakira.
Yeah, absolutely. Ron, who are you rooting for?
I am rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs. Number one, it's hard to be a Cardinal fan and root for the Rams, the Seahawks, or the Niners.
I'm rooting for the Niners. And
Are
I'm
you
a
really?
Cardinals fan.
Okay, so tell us why.
I don't know, because they're a closer team. They're a West Coast team,
Yes,
and they
there is that West
dominated
Coast
all
thing.
season.
Yeah, I know.
They
Their
were good from
defense
the
is
start. Like,
amazing.
I was like, uh-oh, the
Yeah.
49ers. Like, you kind of knew.
Yeah, their defense is amazing, and they always say defense wins championships. I've actually been a little bit surprised that the odds makers have put Kansas City as favorites by 1 point.
Yeah.
That is obvious. That is a sign of respect to two gentlemen, Patrick Mahomes, or as the guy in the State Farm commercial says, meet my homie. I love that commercial. My, how the tables have turned. Anyway, so that's a sign of respect for Patrick Mahomes, who could easily have 300 to 400 yards passing. But it's also a sign of respect for Andy Reid. He is an offensive genius, and this is the best matchup you could hope for. The high-powered, high-octane Chiefs offense against the shut-it-down San Francisco 49ers defense. It's going to be fun.
Absolutely. All right, Ron, we've got a few minutes. I'm going to squeeze in your segment with Chris Wallace, and when we come back, hopefully we will be live at the White House with President Trump. So thanks for joining us.
Yep.
Fox News Sunday is coming right up. We have the anchor, Chris Wallace, joining us now. So, Chris, if reports are to be believed, we may be about at an end here of this whole impeachment trial. So my question is, does this leave Donald Trump wounded as a candidate running for re-election, or since he came through it all, maybe stronger and more defiant?
Well, first of all, good morning, Ron. And I am coming to you because if you're going to cover the impeachment trial in Washington and the Iowa caucuses, what better place than Miami Beach to be there?
Okay. Yeah.
So the answer to your question is, I think probably stronger, because the people who don't like the president still don't like the president. His base, my guess is, are going to feel energized by the argument they tried to remove a duly elected president and to keep him off the ballot for the 2020 election. But the bottom line, my guess is, the way that news comes at us, the way we consume news these days, my guess is impeachment won't be much of a factor by the time you get all the way to November. I mean, think of the news that you heard last week that you've forgotten even happened.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, all of a sudden now, because there's been so much focus, now all of a sudden we're 3 days away from Iowa. So as we look at Iowa, Chris, and kind of what you see going forward here, how do you see this battle playing out between Biden and Sanders? It seems like there really is this showdown between the passionate left of the party and the pragmatic center of the party. And I saw a poll just the other day said 52% of people could still change their mind.
Yeah, listen, I will be able to tell you the impact of Iowa about midnight on Monday night once I know the results in Iowa. And at this point, it is very much up for grabs. I agree with you that the two most likely winners are Sanders and Biden. And let me tell you, there could be two winners in Iowa, because there's going to be a vote count of all the people that came out to caucus for people, but that isn't necessarily going to track with the delegate count. And so you could have one person who got the most people to come out and the most person who won the most delegates. And if it gets really muddled, and not just in Iowa, but it gets muddled in New Hampshire and South Carolina, and all of these candidates, each one wins one, and they all seem somewhat weakened, you could see all of them going up against Michael Bloomberg on Super Tuesday, March 3rd, when 40% of the delegates will be chosen, and he has an unlimited war chest. So I think that's probably what he's hoping for, is that there's no clear front runner coming out of these first four contests in February.
We'll be watching your show on Sunday. It looks like there's quite a party going on behind you there, Chris. Have you ridden the Fox Ferris wheel back there? What have you been doing down there?
I have not ridden the Ferris wheel yet, but I might. We're going to have a great show on Sunday, a mix of politics and also sports. We're going to have, we think, one of the four Democratic senators who was on the floor for the impeachment trial now racing out to Iowa because they're running for president. We think we're going to have one of the president's lawyers. We're going to talk to the the NFL on Fox crew, Terry Bradshaw, Howie Long, those guys, and Franco Harris, the Hall of Famer from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really cool show. And as far as the Fox Sports and News complex here, it is so, I mean, if you're a football fan, there are Hall of Famers walking around here like beachgoers. I just had a conversation with Brett Favre. Baker Mayfield is walking around.
Wow.
There are no complaints about this assignment.
Yeah, it's almost time to be a football groupie.
And I am.
Me too. All right, Chris, it'll be a fun show. Good to chat with you. See you next week. Bye.
Welcome back to Fox News Now here on Fox 10 Extra. Pilar Arias hosting for this Friday edition. We are just moments away from President Donald Trump coming out at the White House, the East Room, talking about human trafficking at the summit that has been going on for quite some time this morning. This is a great time to remind you that when we are not on television, well, even at the same time we are on television, we are also online, and there's currently 4,000 people watching us on YouTube. So during commercial breaks, when the show ends, come on and join us. We are going to be live streaming all the way until about 8 o'clock tonight. Meanwhile, Caroline Shively is here to get us all caught up on the Senate impeachment trial latest while we wait for the president.
This trial is all about the numbers, and the numbers changed overnight in favor of President Trump.
You know, we're having probably the best years that we've ever had in the history of our country. And I just got impeached. It's a happy period because we call this impeachment light.
President Trump seemed confident at this rally in Iowa as he heads into a crucial moment in his impeachment trial. Then hours later, he got another boost. Republican Senator Lamar Alexander was perhaps Democrats' last best hope to get enough votes for witnesses. But late last night, he declared his intention to vote no in this blistering statement that called the entire process shallow, hurried, and wholly partisan. Republicans Mitt Romney and Susan Collins have declared they are yeses, but Democrats need 4 Republicans to subpoena witnesses.
This is a trial. As a trial, as any 10-year-old knows, we should have witnesses. That's why all these distractions. That's why the president's people are telling you to avoid witnesses, because they are afraid of the witnesses.
The truth is staring us in the eyes. We know why they don't want John Bolton to testify. It's not because we don't really know what happened here. They just don't want the American people to hear it in all of its ugly, graphic detail.
Republican Lisa Murkowski was still a maybe overnight. If there are no witnesses, the final vote on whether to remove the president from office could be as early as tonight. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, Caroline, thanks so much for that report there. We're going to continue on with some top stories from across the country while we await President Trump at the White House at the Human Trafficking Summit. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now, whether it's on television or online. So we talked about the Super Bowl, the halftime show in particular. Jennifer Lopez, Shakira, they are highlighting, and it's expected to be a fantastic show. Yesterday, they held media availability. We watched it live right here. But let's kind of get a quick wrap as to what we might expect, or at least how they're feeling about performing.
It's so much star power, you gotta wonder how they'll fit it all on one stage. Jennifer Lopez and Shakira, two of the biggest Latina acts of all time, are days away from a history-making moment, sharing the stage at Sunday's Super Bowl, and the significance won't be lost on them. There are going to be millions of little Latina girls watching this performance. What do you think this moment, you two together, is going to mean to them?
As a little girl, no one would have thought that I would end up performing at the Super Bowl one day. I think that J-Lo and I are here redefining paradigms about age, about race, about background. It doesn't really matter where you're from, how old you are, or where you come from. What matters is the message you have, what you have to say.
J-Lo also telling me she'll be thinking about her mom and dad during this milestone moment.
And I think it's about hard work. I think, you know, like she said, being from Barranquilla, me being from the Bronx, the two of us could have never imagined that we would be playing at the Super Bowl one day. I know my mom and dad we were a football family. Every Sunday we would watch the Jets. And I think the last time they won is the year I was born. That dream coming true, that moment realizing itself, knowing that's where we came from. And, you know, my mom and dad, I think if you ask them, you know, would you rather have the Jets in the Super Bowl this year, or to see their daughter standing up there representing women and Latinas and Americans and everything that I am and that Shakira is, I think they would pick this. So I'm very, very proud to be here and to be able to have this moment, and I'm very grateful.
Again, that was Jennifer Lopez. She sounds like she is super excited to perform right here at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida on Sunday. And guess what? You can catch the game on Fox 10. It's going to be a great afternoon and evening for a lot of people, football fans, music fans, people who just like to watch the commercials. It doesn't matter. There's something for everyone, and you can watch on Fox 10. Let's continue on with our Super Bowl top stories theme while we await President Trump to come out at the White House talking about human trafficking at a summit that's been going on since earlier this morning. What about those fans? Everyone arriving in Miami, Florida. Now, I have been to Miami. I stayed on South Beach, at South Beach, and I didn't see the stadium. And now after I just looked it up, like where it is, I understand why.
Let's go Chiefs and win the Super Bowl! Yeah! Die-hard football fans finally made it to South Florida.
We've been season ticket holders since 1988. It's been a long time coming.
I was super excited. I knew it was going to be a fun time.
Some of them have traveled from Kansas City and San Francisco. There was no way they were going to miss seeing their team play in the Super Bowl.
2 years. This is my bucket list. I got it. We're going home a winner.
These are special trips because fans came to Miami with their families.
We're going to have some nice dinners. We're going to come here a couple times, go see Lady Gaga Saturday. So mix that up and then get prepped and ready for the game on Sunday.
This father wanted to share a special moment with his son.
Yeah, the sacrifice is he's not getting his driver's license until he's about 21. He's going to be walking for the first 5 years, because that's remind him that's how we paid for your Super Bowl ticket.
Speaking of those Super Bowl tickets, I know they are extremely pricey, right? And the next top story I have for you is certainly going to relate. But I did want to take a look at how the stock market is doing. The Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. This is live. Nothing but red there today. Currently down about 426 points or so. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on the economy today as we wrap up the week, possibly wrap up the Senate impeachment trial. So we will have it all for you. We'll cover it for you right here on Fox News Now. All right, so this next top story I have for you is about some brothers who are both principals at school getting some free Super Bowl tickets.
We want to offer you 2 tickets to the Super Bowl.
A Super Bowl surprise for these 2 high school principals, tickets to the big game. The 2 happen to be brothers. Wallace Aristide, the principal of Miami Northwestern, and William Aristide, the principal of Booker T. Washington.
This is amazing. I mean, we didn't expect this. We were told to come out and support this.
I mean, the excitement was just phenomenal. I just couldn't believe it. I thought this might be a dream. I had to pinch myself, see if I was awake.
The tickets given to them for their school's accomplishments, both on the football field and in the classroom.
These 2 gentlemen, as we mentioned before, both won the state championship this year, which is remarkable. But more importantly, what we hear so much is how you give back to the kids in this community.
We're thrilled, we're honored, and we're going to enjoy the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl.
We're going to the Super Bowl, everybody.
Also on Thursday, new upgrades at Gwen Cherry Park unveiled.
Parks are the heart of every community,
Including this new synthetic field made possible by the Super Bowl Legacy Grant Program.
This field will serve as a place where kids will learn lifelong skills, such as working as a team and building a strong character.
President Trump just took the podium at the White House. We're going to listen in now live.
Step to protect the victims of this form of modern-day slavery here in the United States and all around the world. My administration is 100% committed to eradicating human trafficking from the earth. I am pleased to be joined this afternoon by Vice President Mike Pence and the members of my cabinet, Attorney General William Barr, Secretary Jean Scalia. Hello, Jean. Secretary Alex Azar, who's very busy, and I'm going to see you in a little while, right? Unfortunately for this, in this case. Acting Secretary Chad Wolf, great job with those numbers. Great job, Chad. Deputy Secretary Stephen Begun. Hi, Stephen. And thanks also to Representatives Chris Smith, Ann Wagner, Michael McCall, and Chip Roy for being with us. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of great senators that wanted to be here so desperately, but I said, just stay where you are and do your job, please. We also have with us Ambassadors Callista Gingrich. Hi, Callista. Sam Brownback and John Richmond. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. And Director of the FBI, Christopher Wray. Christopher, thank you, Chris. And we have Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, very active. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much. And Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody. Thank you. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. Florida Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunes. And First Lady of Texas, Cecilia Abbott. I just saw your husband, by the way. I just saw your great husband, great gentleman. And North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Dan Forest. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dan. Great. And I'm especially grateful to Ivanka for her unwavering efforts. She has taken this under her wing. Thank you very much. Thank you, honey. Ivanka's been a champion for administrative and legislative actions to combat human trafficking and a true heart. She has, this issue has been so important to her. This and making sure people are ready to work. And she's now created over 15 million jobs for the people of our country. One of the reasons our unemployment numbers are the best ever. 15 million. And I would say that this issue may be closest to her heart because of the level of evil that you would never believe is even possible in a modern age. The level of evil is incredible. So I want to just thank Ivanka for both of the things that you're really focused on. Thank you very much, honey. Appreciate it. 15 million jobs. It was going to be 500,000. Daddy, I think we can do 500,000 within about a week. She broke that, and now she's up to 15 million jobs. It's a fantastic thing. I'm not surprised, Mike. We're not surprised. We're also honored to have with us several extraordinary survivors of human trafficking, and I want to thank you all for being here, and you'll come up when we sign, and it's going to be my great honor to say hello and shake your hand. And your courage really inspires us all. I want to just let you know that. As the men and women in this room know, human trafficking is a problem everywhere, worldwide problem. Human trafficking is worse than ever before, and that's because of the internet. I've heard from Bill Barr and I've heard from others that the internet has caused lots of good things to happen and lots of really bad things, and this is probably the worst of the bad things, and it's an incredible thing. An estimated 25 million people around the world today are being held captive, manipulated, and abused by human traffickers. In 2018 alone, the National Human Trafficking Hotline identified over 23,000 human trafficking victims in the United States. 65% of these victims were women. More than 1 in 5 were children. Human traffickers prey on their most vulnerable citizens and people. They're vicious, they're violent. My administration is fighting these monsters, persecuting and prosecuting them, and locking them away for a very, very long time. We've had a tremendous track record, the best track record in a long time. We are dismantling the criminal organizations that make large-scale human trafficking possible. In my first month in office, I instructed federal agencies to go out and just do what you have to do. All federal departments are doing what they do to identify and destroy these groups, and we are destroying a lot of them. Unfortunately, they come back very quickly in a different form. In 2018, the Department of Justice shut down the leading site for online sex trafficking. The DOJ prosecuted a number of violent crimes that now is a record number. In the last 3 years, ICE has arrested over 5,000 human traffickers, and I want to thank ICE. They have been incredible. These are great, great people. Great people. They're tough, they're brave, and they love our country. Overseas, we've also seen historic progress, incredible progress, working with us and using our intelligence with them. When I took office, ISIS controlled over 20,000 square miles of territory and perpetrated some of the most heinous forms of human trafficking anywhere in the world. As you know, we've totally defeated the ISIS caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and it's 100%. We have thousands and thousands of prisoners, ISIS prisoners, and it's really been something that's been rather incredible, and we did that rather quickly, because when we came in as an administration, it was all over, and we have 100% of the caliphate. They're bloodthirsty, they're horrible. The founder and leader, al-Baghdadi, who was trying to rebuild ISIS, is now dead. We got him, and that was a big thing. That was a big thing and not an easy thing. He was hiding, and they've been after him for 15 years, but we got him. My administration is putting unprecedented pressure on traffickers at home and abroad, and we are freeing innocent victims at every single turn. I was proud to be the first commander-in-chief to attend a meeting of the President's interagency task force established by the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. In November, I was also the first president to sign an executive order to establish a task force on missing and murdered American Indians and Alaska Natives. Just signed it. And this has a very special focus on women and girls. That's an incredible thing that's been happening, but we just signed it. I've signed 9 pieces of bipartisan legislation aimed specifically at combating human trafficking domestically and around the globe. And in 2018, I signed legislation strengthening the Department of Homeland Security's Blue Campaign, which unified the department's fight against this crisis and increasing public awareness every single day. We have signed more legislation on human trafficking by far than any other administration has even thought about. We enacted bills, thank you. And we'll do what's necessary. We will do exactly what's necessary. There's nothing more horrible than this. We enacted bills to fight sex trafficking, increase support for survivors, and raise the standards by which we judge whether other countries are meeting their duty to fight human trafficking. You have countries that talk, and they talk. They're like politicians in Washington. They keep talking. They do nothing about it. They do nothing about it. And we spend a lot of money on these other countries, and we're not sending it, and we let them know if they're not going to be doing their job. They don't, in some cases, probably want to do their job, and that's a pretty bad thing. We've authorized $430 million to fight sex and labor trafficking, and with the help of the State Department, I have held foreign governments accountable for failing to address human trafficking by imposing restrictions on foreign assistance, and very powerful restrictions. I've also prioritized increasing funding for anti-trafficking efforts in my 2021 budget, allocating $70 million toward enhanced prosecutions, and at the Department of Justice, we are spending $123 million towards supporting state and local efforts. And this is all new funding, and these funds will directly benefit those on the front lines who are tasked with bringing down the perpetrators of this terrible crime. So the kind of money we're talking about now is far greater than what you've had in the past, and let them give the people that work so hard in this administration credit, because they've wanted to do it more than the people in any other preceding administration. And you can read what you want, you can say what you want, but nobody has done more than what we've been doing on human trafficking. So today, on the last day of this year's National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, I will take another very decisive action. In a few moments, I'll sign an executive order targeting human trafficking and child exploitation all across our country. This order and this is a very big one. This order will build on an incredible work that, and really the unbelievable work that so many of the people in this room have been doing, and all of the work that's been done and increasingly is being done. You wouldn't believe the level of enthusiasm that people working on this issue have. I have many issues, economic, we have all different issues. I have never seen such enthusiasm for a single issue as I have for human trafficking. And I have to say that starts with Bill Barr and Chris Wray, the FBI. It starts with all of the people in law enforcement, so important, and it's something that people really do appreciate. So they collect and they coordinate. They share vital law enforcement and intelligence information with other places all over the world, and very, very important. And we have made a tremendous impact. The problem is it's so massive. It's so many people. It's so many countries. But we've had a tremendous impact. It will be posted online along with a comprehensive list of government resources, all of the things that we do and where to go to find out about what's happening. This order expands prevention education programs, promotes housing opportunities for survivors, and prioritizes the removal of child sexual abuse material from the internet. And furthermore, it takes the vital step of designating a full-time position here at the White House dedicated solely to combating human trafficking, so people know how important it is. The United States government continues to work with the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand in consultation with industry on a set voluntary principle. We have a set of voluntary principles to tackle online child sexual exploitation and abuse. And the level of detail, the kind of things that they're putting in, nobody's ever seen anything like this before. The people that are working on it do it with incredible heart and love, and they want something to happen. They don't want to be wasting time like people have been wasting for many years, even people in this position. They've been wasting time and not a lot of money, I have to tell you. They haven't spent, as you know, they haven't been spending a lot of money. We're now spending a lot of money. We look forward to launching these principles in the coming months, and we will not rest until we've stopped every last human trafficker and liberated every last survivor. So I'm now pleased to introduce an incredible survivor and the newest member of the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking, Bella Haneke. Hi, Bella.
Good afternoon. My name is Bella Hunake. Thank you, President Trump, Ms. Ivanka Trump, in the White House for organizing this important event. It is truly a great honor to be here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. At age 13, I was brought into this country. I survived trafficking along with 19 other girls. Afterwards, I was placed in foster care. But this negative experience in my past should not wholly define who I am today. Today, I am a college graduate. Today, I am an American citizen. And today, I stand before you as the newest member of the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking. The council is composed of survivor leaders who bring their experience and expertise to advise and provide recommendations to the President's task force to monitor and combat trafficking in persons. We represent a diverse range of backgrounds and experiences, and we're sincerely grateful to this administration for appointing our current 8 members to support federal government efforts to prevent and improve trafficking programs and policies. We view the existence of this council as a victory for trafficking survivors and the federal government. This council is a model for survivor empowerment and survivor-centered approaches that other countries, states, and localities may learn from and adapt. This council shows in real and tangible ways how survivors can positively impact and inform anti-trafficking efforts at the highest levels of government. To truly be survivor-centered and informed means to not only prioritize survivors' needs or wishes and service delivery, it must also include meaningful collaboration with survivors to inform the design and implementation of the very policies and programs that affect them. No survivors should ever be viewed by their trafficking or lived experiences alone. We acknowledge the great strides the federal government has made in the last 20 years to combat trafficking, as well as that of other stakeholders. We look forward to continuing to advise and collaborate with the task force to realize the goals of the TVPA, and we encourage all of you to view our 2020 annual report, which will be released this April. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. And to end, I would like to share a statement and a quote from our council's chair, the Honorable Judge Lone Robert. This is to the victims and survivors out there. It's never been your fault no matter what, so let go of that toxic shame. It doesn't belong to you. You are never too old, too lost, or too broken to begin healing today. Hope is key, and even if it starts out as small as a mustard seed, nurture hope. It'll save you. And most importantly, you're not alone. You're not alone, you're not alone. Thank you, and God bless America.
Thank you, Bella. Great job, Bella.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
proud. Mr. President, Attorney General Barr, members of the Council, Ivanka, Cabinet Secretaries, members of our diplomatic corps, including Ambassador Gingrich, distinguished members of Congress who've worked on this issue for so many years with such heart and compassion, members of the law enforcement community and faith leaders, and most especially Bella and the courageous survivors who join us here today. It is an honor to be with you on this historic day. As the President reflected, we're here to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. As the President's made clear, from his heart, we have a President who knows human trafficking is not only an unconscionable evil, but an epidemic in the world today, and the United States of America will confront it as never before. Mr. President, you said in your proclamation marking this past month that human trafficking is an affront to humanity, and you've taken decisive action to bring human traffickers to justice, their victims to safety, and to help survivors walk the difficult road to recovery. Like no president before you, you've made it a priority to target transnational criminal organizations that have victimized thousands of innocent people on both sides of our borders. I know the President and I are grateful for the efforts of all of those gathered here today, for your compassion, for shining light in the darkness, and bringing the justice and determination of the American people to this cause. But permit me to add one more voice of appreciation to a member of this administration who has probably articulated the President's message on this issue with more compassion and more determination than anyone else in the history of this movement. Would you join me in thanking Ivanka Trump one more time for her extraordinary leadership on human trafficking? Mr. President, the order you're about to sign will impact the federal response across our government and empower the agencies so well represented here to have even more tools to combat the scourge of human trafficking. It will improve the way law enforcement, federal agencies gather information. It will also make it easier for the American people to partner with this administration and with law enforcement in combating human trafficking. It will empower faith-based organizations to provide victims and survivors with more compassionate care. And with more and more young people around America engaged in this issue, Mr. President, by your order today, you will give younger Americans especially the ability on the internet to identify the signs of trafficking, what dangers to avoid, and how to break free if they've been victimized. Our founding documents attest that we believe that every person is endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And today, with the compassion and determination of all of those gathered here, Mr. President, you again show the American people's commitment to the justice and dignity and worth of every person. And we thank you for your leadership and compassion.
So, Mike, thank you very much, and I just want to congratulate everybody in this room. What I'd like to do is maybe ask some of our folks that are so involved to come up, and the survivors to come up who will sign, and we will say hello to everybody. And again, it's an honor to be with you today. Thank you very much. It's a big moment. Thank you.
Phones down, phones down.
Phones down. Please.
Phones down.
We will.
A live look here in Mar-a-Lago, Florida. We are hearing that there is some sort of security incident that's happening. You see the photographer is moving around here. I do have some video of the scene from just moments ago, though. Here is a look from WSVN's version of Skyfox. They provided us these aerials here. We're hearing that there may have been a suspect who ran the northern checkpoint on Palm Beach, and then deputies possibly fired shots, Secret Service possibly fired shots. But then we're hearing there's a security incident for sure. We know that. We see the police presence out there. We've also got a better look here from the ground. This is live for sure. But of course, with these breaking fluid news situations, we are waiting for any sort of confirmation as to exactly what happened. But you can see there's definitely sheriff's deputies there in Florida at the scene. The president, obviously, at the White House. We just showed you live his remarks at the Human Trafficking Summit. So again, we are waiting for confirmation as to exactly what happened here. We are hearing that it was a security incident, and you can see they are redirecting traffic in the area. It's a huge weekend for Southern Florida, as they are also preparing to host the Super Bowl on Sunday. So again, we will keep a very close eye on that. And so far, the reports coming in, none of it confirmed. When and if we get any information that I can for sure confirm for you, I will let you know. But there is definitely a large sheriff's deputies, police presence there at Mar-a-Lago. And when and if I learn anything else, I will bring it to you live right here on Fox News Now. So we are just moments away from resuming the Senate impeachment trial on Capitol Hill. And earlier this morning, the Senate Democrats held a news conference. So we're going to listen in there now on Fox News Now. We're about 12 minutes away from the Senate impeachment trial. Picking back up.
Good morning, everybody. I'm proud to be joined by my colleagues this morning. Now, as everyone knows, for months now, we Democrats have relentlessly asked to hear from relevant witnesses and review relevant documents in this trial for a very simple reason. This is about truth. And today, the Senate will vote on whether witnesses and documents are allowed in this trial. The importance of this vote is self-evident. Trials have witnesses. Trials have documents. The vote today is about whether the Senate will have a fair trial of the President of the United States. So it's deeply disturbing that on something of such importance to the future of our democracy, a few of my Republican colleagues announced last night they vote against hearing additional evidence. It's clear where the American people stand on the issue. Republican senators who decide to go against the will of the people will have to reckon with it. The result of today's vote is still an open question. But I would note that even in Senator Alexander's statement announcing his opposition to new evidence, he said that it was proven that the President did what he was accused of. He came to the wrong conclusion about hearing evidence in this trial, that's clear. But Senator Alexander, a senior Senate Republican, a retiring member, said out loud that I think most Senate Republicans believe in private. That yes, the president did withhold military assistance to try to get Ukraine to help him in his elections. And yes, the president did interfere with congressional investigations of that misconduct. He said, yes, the president conditioned foreign aid and a White House meeting with an ally at war on the performance of bogus investigations that would help his reelection. Alexander rejected 90% of the argument from the president's counsel that the president did nothing wrong. He acknowledged that the president did something that the founders feared most: the potential corruption of our national elections by a foreign power, solicited by none other than our own president. And to hide that gross misconduct, the White House exhausted every legal trick in the book to prevent Congress from investigating. If my Republican colleagues refuse to even consider witnesses and documents in this trial, this country is headed towards the greatest cover-up since Watergate. If my Republican colleagues refuse to even consider witnesses and documents in the trial, what will the president conclude? We all know he'll conclude he can do it again, and Congress can do nothing about it. He can try to cheat in his election again, something that eats at the roots of our democracy. And one more point, a point I've been making for weeks, but is most relevant today. If my Republican colleagues refuse to consider witnesses and documents in this trial, the president's acquittal will be meaningless because it will be the result of a sham trial. If there are no witnesses, no documents in this trial, there will be a permanent asterisk next to the acquittal of President Trump, written in permanent ink. So, Senate Republicans face a choice today between seeking the truth and covering it up, between a fair trial and a farce, between country and party. No matter what the results of today's vote, I believe the truth will eventually come out. My Republican colleagues should think about that before they vote today. The truth will eventually come out. We could vote to see the truth in this trial, or it could come out in a few weeks or a few months. And on that day, every Republican who voted to hide the truth in an impeachment trial of the president will have to answer for it. Senator Murray.
Well, thank you. You know, since the news first broke about the president's call to pressure the Ukrainian president to investigate his political rival, Democrats have made very clear we need to approach this fairly, transparently, and in a way that allows all of the facts to come out. We didn't want to be in this position, no one does, but as the severity of the potential violations became clear, we insisted the investigation and trial uphold American values that we and our constituents hold dear. Trials should have evidence and witnesses. No one is above the law, and every public servant's first loyalty should be to the people of this country, not a political party or figure. Unfortunately, what we have seen from our Republican colleagues has strayed dangerously far from those very basic principles. They've stuck their heads in the sand when presented with an overwhelming case illustrating the president's guilt. They've twisted themselves into knots trying to claim that they needed more time before voting on whether to hear witnesses and evidence, and then said hearing new testimony or reviewing new information would just take too long. And now tonight, all signs point to a rushed acquittal of an impeached president. Not because there wasn't enough evidence, there is already, and everything, including the president's own aides and statements suggest that more exists. The reason that we are expecting a rushed acquittal of President Trump tonight is because Senate Republicans are about to make a terrible choice. They're about to dismiss this with a shrug and a who cares, rather than with deliberation and substance it so certainly warrants. They're about to choose a cover-up rather than a fair trial, and to put President Trump before the United States of America. So this morning we are asking Senate Republicans one final time, don't make that terrible choice. Choose our country. Choose our national security. Choose our democratic institutions, and choose the rule of law. If you still somehow have doubts about the evidence the House presented, vote for a fair trial with witnesses and evidence. If you have no doubts and just want to prove Democrats wrong, do the same for the sake of showing the Senate can fulfill its responsibility if for no other reason. But do not make this trial a cover-up just to avoid hearing the truth you don't think you'll like, because everyone in this country will hear it sooner or later. The full truth will come out, and each of us will forever own our decisions about whether or not we're on the right side of it. We've got an opportunity tonight for a fair trial that ensures we have as much information as possible before making that decision. Let's not waste it.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Sherrod Brown.
Thank you, Chuck. I'm Patty, and Kamala, thank you. I'm not a lawyer, but I, like 75% or more of the American people, understand that when you have a trial, you have the prosecution, the House managers, you have the defense, the president's lawyers, and you have witnesses and testimony and evidence. And as my colleagues have said, this is a sham trial if there are not witnesses and evidence and testimony. Every single trial ever in the United States Senate, I believe about 12.5 of them, for judges and for presidents, every single trial has had witnesses. This will be precedent-setting. Will be the first time that's ever happened. We know a number of things. We know that the President of the United States solicited a bribe from a foreign leader in exchange for assistance for his campaign. We know the president cheated, he got caught, and he tried to cover it up. We know those things. We know that Mitch McConnell announced ahead of time what the verdict was going to be, that he was going to acquit this president. We also know that Mitch McConnell wants this trial over quickly with as little public attention as possible. We have watched. We see fewer cameras in the chamber in the United States Senate so that America can't see what their senator is doing as this trial goes on for the last week or so, a couple of weeks. We see it in the number of how reporters, how all of you are restricted from certain areas when my whole career in the Senate, you've been able to roam free and talk to any of us in the halls. Most of us believe in a free press. Most of us know that, all of us know that, at least all the four of us know that you're not an enemy of the people, and most of us stop and talk most of the time to you. Mitch McConnell wants this over as fast as possible with as little attention as possible. That's why today I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight to ensure the American people can hear our deliberations with the amendment and after the amendment tonight on the deliberations, that there be full deliberations and that the lights be on and the cameras be on, the American public can see. I filed a motion to make sure these are open to the public, not done behind closed doors. These proceedings have already made it clear what dangerous behavior we condone if we acquit the president. I've spoken to lots of Republicans, as my colleagues have, talking to them about this. We know what they say about this president in private. We know the fear in their eyes about voting against this president. We also know that when I talk to my colleagues, the one question I've asked most of them is, Republican colleagues, is if we acquit this president, what's to stop him from doing something worse? He will be unhinged. He's a vengeful man. He's angry. He will engage in even more reckless foreign policy. He will be more likely to try to steal the 2020 election. I ask my colleagues, and all they do is shrug. They know better. I'm hopeful that we will keep trying to get witnesses, but if we acquit this president in a sham trial with no witnesses, it sets a precedent. You can abuse your office, and Congress will simply look the other way. Senator Harris.
Senator Brown. Senator Harris.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader Schumer, for your leadership. Let's just take this to the end game, and we can take it to the end game based on just a few days ago when we started. They've been trying to rush this thing through. At first, they proposed that we would have 2 days, and then their constituents said, well, that's ridiculous, and so they extended it to 3 as though they were being very gracious. But they've always been focused on their end game, our Republican senators. And the end game for them has been acquittal. But here's the deal. You cannot have a true acquittal if you've not had a fair trial. So they are not going to get what they've been trying to get if they do not allow witnesses to come forward. This is not a fair trial. The American people, the vast majority of the American public, want this United States Senate to produce the new evidence. The only place this is being debated between Republicans and Democrats is not among the American people, it's here in the United States Senate. The American people, Republicans and Democrats, the vast majority, believe that the new evidence should come forward. The vast majority of Americans who have ever walked into a courthouse as a witness, as an accused, as a juror, know that the only attributes of a fair trial in our system of justice are witnesses and documents, evidence, none of which have been produced in any meaningful way based on what we know is available here in the United States Senate. So what we're about to do today, we believe, is to have the United States Senate, based on the majority of senators, make a decision to exclude from our process evidence that is available, that is probative of the very issue before us. Now let's talk about this in the context of the issue that is before us. There have been 3 impeachments of a president of the United States in the over 2 centuries of our history. This is the most serious in terms of the charges. Underlying the concerns of the framers of our Constitution, of which we all took an oath, many of us many times took that oath, to protect and defend that United States Constitution. The most serious concern our framers and founders had is that there would be foreign entanglement in our government, in our democracy, in our republic, in our elections. And that is the basis of Article 1 of the impeachment of Donald Trump. Is it not right, if we are going to honor our oath, much less these fancy lapel pins that everybody walks around here wearing, that we would fight for the integrity of this process and that we would receive evidence that we know is available? So the bottom line is that at the end of this, they will probably get what they want, which is that we are going to end this today or maybe tomorrow. But the evidence that we know is available will not have been presented. And what that means as its bottom line is that this will not have been a fair trial, and therefore they cannot walk out of this building and allege and assert that there has been a true acquittal. There will be no true acquittal if there is not a fair trial.
Thank you for my colleagues for their 3 great statements. Yes.
Do you view it as at least a partial victory that you have a Republican like
Yep.
Do you view it as at least a partial victory that you have a Republican like Lamar Alexander saying, you proved it, the president did do something
Look,
wrong?
he should have done the right thing and voted for witnesses and documents. But I believe the vast majority of my Republican colleagues, even though they're fearful of President Trump, believe the president did just what the House managers allege.
But the fact that they're now saying that out loud, saying that
Well,
the House impeachment managers are right, and
yes.
the president's defense will
Look, as I mentioned in my statement, I think that it shows that the House managers were right, and even Lamar Alexander, who's a very loyal Republican, basically rejects over 90% of what the President's counsel said in the Senate chamber. Yes.
Senator, Republicans have said that voters should make this decision with an election coming up this year. Why shouldn't voters make this decision?
Look, the bottom line is when the President does something so egregious, as my colleagues have said, you don't look the other way. Does that mean you would just do this in a second term? And there's one more point. If this president is interfering in the elections may not have a fair result. The very charge goes to the fairness of our elections. And very few people doubt that he would do it again and again and again. He's already tried several times. Yes, Taylor.
What has surprised you looking back over the last several months? Are you surprised by how this has turned out in any way? And
Well,
with the benefit of hindsight, do you think House Republicans or House Democrats or Senate Democrats should have done anything different?
no, I have great faith in Nancy Pelosi and the job that the House Democrats did in the House. I have great faith in the House managers and the job they did. When we look back, I think the thing that we are most gratified about is we knew this was an uphill fight. We knew you need 2/3 to convict. We know that the president is a vindictive, nasty president who goes after anyone who opposes him. And we know that Republicans, even those who might know better, want to go in line with him. The fact that 4 weeks ago, after Mitch McConnell said on Sean Hannity, he's doing just what the president wants, and we have no chance for any kind of negotiation, I wrote a letter to all my colleagues, but sent to Mitch, saying we want these 4 witnesses and these 4 documents. And because of the amazing strength and unity of these people in my caucus, that is ringing, let fairness ring from one coast to the other, all across America. Americans know that Democrats are for a fair trial and witnesses and documents are needed. And they know that Republicans are opposing even that. So we're very gratified about how this has moved forward. It's, you know, we're not in the majority. We have a president who strikes fear in the hearts of Republicans. And yet here we are, and we feel that we have done a very good job. Very good job. Yes, yes, in the corner there.
Would you move to amend a motion to proceed to the article?
Okay. I am not going to I'm going to talk with my caucus. I do believe this. I believe that the American people should hear what every senator thinks and why they're voting the way they're voting. And we will do what we can to make sure that happens, but I'm not going to get into any details. I have to discuss it with my caucus. Yes, yes.
Thank you for doing this. So, Andy, can you explain what's going to happen on the floor? If there's a tie and Chief Roberts breaks the tie, my understanding is that the Senate can overrule him. So what's the point in him having that authority to break the tie?
Well, I'm not going to get into that. I just say this. If it's a tie, it'll be up to the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice knows that every trial has witnesses and documents. Yes, in the back there. Nope, nope. You'll go next. Well, again, I'm not going to get into the details. We're going to decide that in the caucus. We always have an inclination to do open, but sometimes open is hard. To open up the caucus takes, if you go into closed session, if you do, it takes 2/3 to open it up.
And every senator
Yes.
should have a chance to speak. And that's,
That break from the party and break with Republicans to acquit the president, is that a reflection on your leadership at all throughout all of this?
The bottom line is very simple, as we've said. Because of the great unity and strength of our caucus from one end to the other, any acquittal of the president has no value. Okay, last question.
Do you think, realistically, had the House managers done or said anything differently, that there was any situation where they could have maybe convinced somebody like
I think the House managers have done a very, very good job. Thank you, everybody.
Did you get outmaneuvered by Mitch McConnell?
All right, everybody, just moments ago, we heard from a reporter there in Palm Beach County, Florida, as to what happened with a security incident at Mar-a-Lago. We will listen in when we return here on News Now.
Okay, we're here at the intersection of Southern Boulevard and South Olive Avenue in West Palm Beach. We're a couple of blocks from the Intracoastal Waterway, and of course Mar-a-Lago is on the other side of the water over there. We've been here now for a short time. We saw a couple of FHP vehicles flying by here. I mean, flying by about as fast as you could imagine, going west. They had their lights and sirens on, and they were in a big hurry. We're getting information from PBSO now. They say that FHP was in pursuit of a black SUV a short time ago. This black SUV breached 2 security checkpoints heading toward Mar-a-Lago and would not stop. So at some point, officers, we're not sure from what agency, but officers fired shots at the vehicle. Again, we don't know yet if any of the shots struck the vehicle, but it continued on, and they chased it for a while with a helicopter and I believe also units on the ground. They were able to stop it somewhere, whether that was in the town of Palm Beach or over on this side of the water in West Palm Beach. That remains to be seen, but they did stop it. They were able to arrest 2 people. Don't know what the charges are going to be, but certainly this comes at a very tense time here because, as you know, President Trump is expected early this evening to land in West Palm Beach at the airport there around 6:30 or so, I believe, and is going to be in town this weekend for the Super Bowl. He usually holds a Super Bowl party. So security was stepped up in advance of his arrival today here at West Palm Beach on this side of the Intracoastal Waterway. Typically, when the president is coming, you can't even cross the bridge to go over to Mar-a-Lago. So this is about as far as they would let us go before we were stopped at this intersection. And it appears they're turning all traffic away going eastbound. So if you're trying to get past this intersection on Southern Boulevard at South Olive, they would not allow you to proceed and go any further east right here because it would be on the way then to Mar-a-Lago. So we're waiting to find out from PBSO what exactly happened, why this vehicle was trying to get through a couple of security checkpoints, and we'll find out in a short time if they have more information for us. I guess as we're speaking right now, they have now cleared this intersection and they've opened it up to traffic. I can see a couple of vehicles approaching from the west coming to where we're standing here. It's kind of out of the range of the camera, but these are either sheriff's vehicles or perhaps Secret Service or FBI. Difficult to say. It's unmarked. And there goes an unmarked vehicle right now going through this intersection at Southern and South Olive Avenue. We are hopeful that the sheriff's office will hold a news conference in a short time to fill us in on exactly how this all unfolded, who these people are, what they were doing over there, what charges they're going to face, and whatever details they can provide on the motivation that these people might have had to try to get through a security checkpoint. Now we're hearing there's going to be a news conference around 3 o'clock, and right now it's about 1 p.m., a little after 1. So in a couple of hours, we expect to find out more from PBSO and other authorities about what exactly happened that led to the shooting by officers at a black SUV that breached a couple of security checkpoints near Mar-a-Lago. That's the latest here live in West Palm Beach at the intersection of Southern Boulevard and South Olive Avenue. Al Pefley, CBS 12 News.
All right, huge thanks to our media partners out there in Florida to provide us the latest. It is a busy morning here on Fox News Now. We have a live police chase in Southern California, the San Fernando Valley. Before I take you there live, I would like to remind you, viewer discretion is advised. These are live images that are not suitable for all audiences. So we're going to listen in and watch live. It may get to a point where I have to get away from the live images, but I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Situation? Yeah, Tony, it does. What it comes down to now is the supervisor is going to say, let's go into a tracking mode. It's not worth jeopardizing the public safety to continue this high-speed pursuit in this manner that this individual is driving. Let's go into a tracking mode. We got the air units overhead. The air units will maintain surveillance. We will have the units there at close proximity, but we're going to back off. We're going to back off with the sirens, the lights. We'll continue to follow. We'll have units in the area. This individual will come to a stop. Hopefully there won't be a crash involving an innocent person, but they're going to be backing off just because of the hazard. They don't want to continue to jeopardize the public. The speed this individual was traveling at those excessive speeds, we don't want to cause injury to someone. So they will back off. And as you see, as the speeds increase, you'll see those units backing off further and further. But again, we've got not only the police chopper overhead, we've got the media coordinating with the police because obviously those choppers are in close proximity. So there's communication back and forth. So clearly we have air coverage as well as the ground units that are there. But they will do it in a safe manner, and there'll be a supervisor who will be dictating The speeds are excessive. The watch commander at the station will be monitoring this on the station of cameras and saying, you know what, let's back off.
You know what, Dennis, it always floors me when a pursuit starts in this manner, where all the police want to do is just stop you, and for some reason you don't stop and you take off. You know, and when someone does that, you know, officers can't help but believe something really serious is going on with that person.
Well, naturally, people would stop, get a traffic citation, get a warning, whatever the case may be. This individual obviously was involved in something more serious, a felony. It could have been a robbery. It could have been all types of crimes that you start to anticipate. Why would this person be fleeing? Is it just a stolen car? Now we'll get on a freeway.
Yeah, which freeway is this? Do you know? Can someone tell us which freeway
It looks like US 101 freeway. Is that the 101?
101.
101, okay.
White Oak and Encino.
Okay,
yes.
So we're on the 101 now. So he's, you know, speeding now.
So now we're in the
traffic. You know what I always think about, Dennis? I always put myself in this position where you're on the road, you're, you know, driving with your kids. You have absolutely no idea what's going on, and it's so dangerous because now you're caught up in something like this, and the person's driving erratically. Obviously, no consideration for their own life or the people around them. I always think about situations like that. These people on the road with this guy have no clue what's going on. All right, everybody, the Senate impeachment trial has resumed. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return here on Fox 10 Extra, we will be listening in to the Senate impeachment trial of President Donald J. Trump.
Excess speed is extremely dangerous, but we're now reducing the hazard to the pedestrians. Now we have a motorcycle in front of this individual. That's a hazard for that motorcycle rider. But the fact of the matter is, the freeway pursuit, you don't have all those other factors. You don't have cross traffic. You don't have red lights. So it's a much different environment, but the speeds will be obviously greater. The CHP has a much different philosophy than the local police because the CHP doesn't have to worry about pedestrians and the other factors that come into play, driveways, et cetera. So in this particular case, this individual is wanted for some very serious crime, and that's the reason why they're driving this manner. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to this extreme. This is an extreme situation.
And we should mention right now, Dennis, you brought up a very good point, because apparently the LAPD is backing off of this now that this has moved onto a freeway. The CHP is apparently taking the lead.
And they will be very aggressive in bringing this to a stop. The freeway pursuits, the CHP has a great training in that. And no one looks forward to it. I've been involved in many pursuits in my career, and you don't want to end up with a tragedy where an innocent person is injured or worse than that, killed because of this individual fleeing. This individual doesn't care for the public right of anything. They're just concerned about fleeing, trying to elude the officers. But again, when you've got helicopters overhead, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to. 99% of these people get caught. 99%, and you see it over and over. We had a pursuit yesterday here on Fox. It just continually happens where these people think they're going to get away, and they don't get away.
And we should point out that when you evade police this way, when you flee, there's mandatory sentencing attached to that.
Well, there is. The consequences are severe. Imprisonment in the county jail for not more than a year. If the person's convicted of causing injury during the course of pursuit, now you're going to be subject to 3, 5, or 7 years county jail. You're talking about a fine of $2,000 to $10,000, fine and imprisonment. So they're very, very serious consequences. These people, it's not a traffic ticket. You're not going to go to traffic school for something like this. You're going to have an extreme fine.
Greeted to yet another development in the case when the New York Times reported with a headline that says, "Trump told Bolton to help his Ukraine pressure campaign," book says. The president asked his national security advisor last spring in front of other senior advisors to pave the way for a meeting between Rudolph Giuliani and Ukraine's new leader. According to the New York Times, more than 2 months before he asked Ukraine's president to investigate his political opponents, President Trump directed John R. Bolton, then his national security advisor, to help with his pressure campaign to extract damaging information on Democrats from Ukrainian officials, according to an unpublished manuscript by Mr. Bolton. Mr. Trump gave the instruction, Mr. Bolton wrote, during an Oval Office conversation in early May that included the acting White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, who is now leading the president's impeachment defense. Now, you will see in a few moments And you will recall Mr. Cipollone suggesting that the House managers were concealing facts from this body. He said all the facts should come out. Well, there's a new fact which indicates that Mr. Cipollone was among those who were in the loop. Yet another reason why we ought to hear from witnesses. Just as we predicted, and it didn't require any great act of clairvoyance, the facts will come out. They will continue to come out. And the question before you today is whether they will come out in time for you to make a complete and informed judgment as to the guilt or innocence of the president. Now, the Times article goes on to say that Mr. Trump told Mr. Bolton to call Vladimir Zelensky, who had recently won election as president of Ukraine, to ensure Mr. Zelensky would meet with Mr. Giuliani, who was planning a trip to Ukraine to discuss the investigations that the president sought in Mr. Bolton's account. Mr. Bolton never made the call, he wrote. Never made the call. Mr. Bolton understood that this was wrong. He understood that this was not policy. He understood that this was a domestic political errand and refused to make the call. The account in Mr. Bolton's manuscript portrays the most senior White House advisors as early witnesses in the effort that they have sought to distance the president from, including the White House counsel. Over several pages, according to the Times, Mr. Bolton laid out Mr. Trump's fixation on Ukraine and the president's belief, based on a mix of scattershot events, assertions, and outright conspiracy theories, that Ukraine tried to undermine his chances of winning the presidency in 2016. As he began to realize the extent and aims of the pressure campaign, Mr. Bolton began to object. He wrote in the book, affirming the testimony of a former National Security Council aide, Fiona Hill, who had said that Mr. Bolton warned that Mr. Giuliani was a hand grenade who's going to blow everybody up. Now, as you might imagine, the president denies this. The president said today, I never instructed John Bolton to set up a meeting for Rudy Giuliani, one of the greatest corruption fighters in America. So here you have the president saying John Bolton is not telling the truth. Let's find out. Let's put John Bolton under oath. Let's find out who's telling the truth. The trial is supposed to be a quest for the truth. Let's not fear what we will learn. As Mr. Cipollone said, let's make sure that all the facts come out.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Counsel for the President, last Tuesday at the onset of this trial, we moved for Leader McConnell's resolution to be amended to subpoena documents and witnesses from the outset. This body decided to hold the question over. You have now heard opening arguments from both sides. You have seen the evidence that the House was able to collect. You have heard about the documents and witnesses President Trump blocked from the House's impeachment inquiry. We have vigorously questioned both sides. The President's counsel has urged you to decide this case and render your verdict upon the record assembled by the House. The evidence in the record is sufficient. It is sufficient to convict the President on both articles of impeachment, more than sufficient. But that's simply not how trials work. As any prosecutor or defense lawyer would tell you, when a case goes to trial, both sides call witnesses and subpoena documents to bring before the jury. That happens every day in courtrooms all across America. There is no reason why this impeachment trial should be any different. The common sense practice is born out of precedents. There has never been never before been a full Senate impeachment trial without a single witness. In fact, you can see in the slide, in every one of the 15 prior impeachment trials, the Senate has called multiple witnesses. Today, we ask you to follow this body's uniform precedents and your common sense. We urge you to vote in favor of subpoenaing witnesses and documents. Now, I'd like to address one question at the offset. There has been much back and forth about whether, if the House believes it has sufficient evidence to convict, which we do, why do we need more witnesses and documents? So I'd like to be clear. The evidence presented over the past week and a half strongly supports a vote to convict the president. The evidence is overwhelming. We have a mountain of evidence. It's direct, it's corroborated by multiple sources, and it proves that the president committed grave, impeachable offenses to cheat in the next election. The evidence confirms that if left in office, President Trump will continue to harm America's national security. He will continue to seek to corrupt the upcoming election, and he will undermine our democracy, all to further his own personal gain. But this is a fundamental question that must be addressed. Is this a fair trial? Is this a fair trial? Is this a fair trial? Without the ability to call witnesses and produce documents, the answer is clearly and unequivocally no. It was the president's decision to contest the facts, and that is his right. But because he has chosen to contest the facts, he shall not be heard to complain. He shall not be heard to complain that the House wishes to further prove his guilt, to answer the questions he would raise. He complains that few witnesses spoke directly to the president about his misconduct beyond his damning conversations with Sondland and Mulvaney. Okay, let's hear from others then. The witnesses the House wishes to call directly to the president's own words, his own admissions of guilt, his own confessions of responsibility. If they did not, all the president's men would be on their witness list, not ours. These witnesses and the documents their agencies produce tell the full story. And I believe that we are interested in hearing the full story. You should want to hear it. More than that, the American people, we know they want to hear it. The House Republicans' own expert witness in the House, Professor Turley, said if you could prove the president used our military aid to pressure Ukraine to investigate a political rival and interfere in our elections, it would be an impeachable abuse of power. And Senator Graham, too, recognized that if such evidence existed, it could potentially change his mind on impeachment. Well, we now have another witness, a fact witness, who would reportedly say exactly that. Ambassador Bolton's new manuscript, which we will discuss in more detail in a moment, reportedly confirms that the president told him in no uncertain terms. We're talking about the former national security advisor saying the president told him in no uncertain terms, no aid until investigations, including the Bidens. For a week and a half, the president has said no such evidence exists. They are wrong. But if you have any doubt about the evidence, the evidence is at your fingertips. The question is, will you let all of us, including the American people, simply hear the evidence and make up their own minds? And you can make up your own minds, but will we let the American people hear all of the evidence? You'll recall that Ambassador Bolton, the president's former national security advisor, is one of the witnesses we asked for last Tuesday. We did not know at the time what he'd say. We didn't know what kind of witness that he would be, but Ambassador Bolton made clear that he was willing to testify and that he had relevant, firsthand knowledge that hadn't yet been heard. We argued that we all deserve to hear that evidence, but the president opposed him. Now we know why. Because John Bolton could corroborate the rest of our evidence and confirm the president's guilt. So today, senators, we come before you and we argue again that you let this witness and the other key witnesses we have identified come forward so you have all of the information available to you when you make this consequential decision. If witnesses are not called here, these proceedings will be a trial in name only. And the American people clearly know a fair trial when they see one. Large majorities of the American people want to hear from witnesses in this trial, and they have a right to hear from witnesses in this trial. Let's hear from them. Let's look them in the eye, gauge their credibility, and hear what they have to say about the president's actions. For the same reasons, this body should grant our request to subpoena documents, the documents that the president also blocked the House from obtaining, documents from the White House, the State Department, DOD, and OMB that will complete the story and provide the whole truth, whatever they may be. We ask that you subpoena these documents so that you can decide for yourself. If you have any doubt as to what occurred, let's look at this additional evidence. To be clear, we're not asking you to track down every single document or to call every possible witness. We have carefully identified only 4 key witnesses with direct knowledge who can speak to the specific issues that the president has disputed. And we targeted key documents, which we understand have already been collected, for example, at the State Department. They've already been collected. This will not cause a substantial delay. As I made clear last night, these matters can be addressed in a single week. As we made clear last night, these matters can be addressed in a single week. We know that from President Clinton's case. There, the Senate voted to approve a motion for witnesses on January 27. The next day, it established procedures for those depositions and adjourned as a court of impeachment until February 4. In that brief period, the parties took 3 depositions. The Senate then resumed its proceedings by voting to accept the deposition testimony into the record. In this trial, too, let's do the same. We should take a brief 1-week break for witness testimony and document collection, during which time the Senate can return to its normal business. The trial should not be allowed to be different from every other impeachment trial or any other kind of trial, simply because the president doesn't want us to know the truth. The American people that we all represent the American people that we all love and care about, deserve to know the truth. And a fair trial requires it. This is too important of a decision to be made without all of the relevant evidence. Before turning to the specific need for these witnesses and documents, I want to make clear we are not asking you again to break new ground. We're asking quite the opposite. We are asking you to simply follow the Senate's unbroken precedents and to do so in a manner that allows you to continue the Senate's ordinary business. The Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, has heard witness testimony in every other, as we've said earlier, in every other 15 impeachment trials in the history of the Republic. And in fact, these trials have had an average of 33 witnesses. And the Senate has repeatedly subpoenaed and received new documents while adjudicating cases of impeachment. That makes sense. Under our Constitution, the Senate does not just vote on impeachments. It does not just debate them. Instead, the Senate is commanded by the Constitution to try all cases of impeachment. Well, a trial requires witnesses. A trial requires documents. This is the American way, and this is the American story. If the Senate denies our motions, it would be the only time in history it has rendered a judgment on articles of impeachment without hearing from a single witness or receiving a single relevant document from the president whose conduct is on trial. And why? Why can we justify, how can we justify this break from precedents? How would we justify, for what reason would we break precedents in these proceedings? There are many compelling reasons beyond precedents that demand subpoenas for witnesses and cases and documents in this case. And at this time, I yield to Manager Garcia.
Mr. Chief Justice, President's Counsel, Senators. Last week, I shared with you that I was reflecting on my first days at a school for baby judges. Y'all may recall that. And I mentioned to you that one of the first things they told us was that we had to be good listeners and be patient. And you as judges in this trial have certainly passed the test. Thank you for being good listeners and for being patient with us. It's been quite a long journey, but we're here today to talk about the other thing they told us in baby judge school, and that was that we had to give all the parties in front of us a fair hearing, an opportunity to be heard, an opportunity to cross-examine witnesses, an opportunity to bring evidence. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Because in terms of fundamental fairness, subpoenas by the Senate in this trial would mitigate the damage caused by the president's wholesale obstruction of the House inquiry. The president claims that there is no direct evidence of his wrongdoing, despite direct evidence to the contrary in Ambassador Bolton's offer to testify to even more evidence in a trial. But let's not forget that the president is arguing that there is no direct evidence while blocking all of us from getting that direct evidence. It's a remarkable position that they have taken. Quite frankly, never, as a lawyer or a former judge, have I ever seen anything like this. And for the first time in our history, President Trump ordered his entire administration to defy every single impeachment subpoena. The Trump administration has not produced a single document in response to the congressional subpoenas. Not a single page. Nada. That's never happened before. There is no legal privilege to justify the blanket blocking of all of these documents. We know that there are more relevant documents. There is no dispute about that. It is uncontested. Witnesses have testified in exceptional detail about these documents that exist that the president is simply hiding. President Trump's blanket order prohibiting the entire executive branch from participating in an impeachment investigation also extended to witnesses. 12 in all followed that order and refused to testify. Much of the critical evidence we have is a result of career officials bravely coming forward despite the president's obstruction. But those closest to the president, some may say, like in the musical Hamilton, those in the room when it happened, followed his instruction. The president does not dispute that these witnesses have information that is relevant to this trial, that these individuals have personal and direct knowledge of the president's actions and motivations and can provide the very evidence he says now that we don't have. Now, the president's counsel alleged the House managers hid evidence from you.
Because as House managers, really their goal should be to give you all of the facts, because they're asking you to do something very, very consequential. And ask yourself, given the facts you heard today that they didn't tell you, who doesn't want to talk about the facts? Who doesn't want to talk about the facts? Impeachment shouldn't be a shell game. They should give you the facts.
This is nice rhetoric, but it's simply incorrect. The President's counsel cherry-picked misleading bits of evidence, cited disposition transcripts of witnesses who subsequently corrected their testimony in public hearings, and said the opposite, and in some cases simply left out the second half of witness statements. That's how the House managers accurately presented the relevant evidence to you. We spent about 20 hours presenting the facts and the evidence. The President's counsel spent 4 hours focusing on the facts and the evidence. And that evidence shows that the president is guilty. But to the extent certain facts were shown to you, let's be very clear. We are not the ones hiding the facts. The House managers did not hide that evidence. President Trump hid the evidence. And that's why we are the ones standing up here asking you to not let the president silence these witnesses and hide these documents. We don't know precisely what the witnesses will say or what the documents will show, but we all deserve to hear the truth. And more importantly, the American people deserve to hear the truth. Never before has the president been put himself above the law and hid the facts of his offenses from the American people like this one. We cannot let this president be different. Quite simply, the stakes are too high. Second, as this builds on what we have been arguing, the Senate requires and should want a complete evidentiary record before you vote on the most sacred task that the Constitution entrusts in every single one of you. I can respect that some of you have deep beliefs that the removal of this president would be divisive. Others, you may believe that allowing this president to remain in the Oval Office would be catastrophic to our republic and our democracy. But regardless of where you are, or regardless of where you land on this spectrum, You should want a full and complete record before you make a final decision and to understand the full story. It should not be about party affiliation. It should be about seeing all the evidence and voting your conscience based on all the relevant facts. It should be about doing impartial justice. Consider the harm done to our institutions, our constitutional order, and the public faith in our democracy. If the Senate chooses to close its eyes to learning the full truth about the president's misconduct, how can the American people have confidence in the result of a trial without witnesses? Third, the president should want a fair trial. He has repeatedly said that publicly, that he wants a trial on the merits. He specifically said it, you saw a clip, that he wanted a fair trial in the Senate. And that would have to be with witnesses that testify, including John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney. He said that he wants a complete and total exoneration. Well, whatever you say about this trial, there cannot be an exoneration without hearing from those witnesses, because an acquittal on an incomplete record after a trial lacking witnesses and evidence will be no exoneration. It will be no vindication, not for the president, not for this chamber, and not for the American people. And if the president is telling the truth and he did nothing wrong, and the evidence would prove that, then we all know that he would be an enthusiastic supporter of subpoenas. He would be here probably himself, if he could, urging you to do subpoenas if he had information that would prove he was totally not in the wrong. If he is innocent, he should have nothing to hide. His counsel should be the ones here asking today to subpoena Bolton and Mulvaney and others for testimony. The president would be eager to have the people closest to him to testify about his innocence. He would be eager to present the documents that show he was concerned about corruption and burden sharing. But the fact that he has so strenuously opposed the testimony of his closest advisors and all the documents speaks volumes. You should issue subpoenas to the president so that the president can get the fair trial that he wanted. But more importantly, so the American people can get the fair trial that they deserve. The American people deserve a fair trial. I said at the onset of this trial that one of the most important decisions you would make at this moment in history will not be whether you convict or acquit, but whether the president and the American people will get a fair trial. The process is more than just the ultimate decision, because the faith in our institution depends on the perception of a fair process. A vote against witnesses and documents undermines that faith. Senators, the American people want a fair trial. The overwhelming majority of Americans, 3 in 4 voters, 3 in 4, as of this past Tuesday, believe that this trial should have witnesses. Now, there's not much that the American people agree on these days, but they do agree on that. And they know what a fair trial is. That involves witnesses and it involves evidence. The American people deserve to know the facts about their president's conduct and those around him. And they deserve to have confidence in this process, confidence that you made the right decision. In order to have that confidence, the Senate must call relevant witnesses and obtain relevant documents withheld thus far by this president. The American people deserve a fair trial. I now yield to my colleague, Manager Parsons.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, counsel for the President. Last week, the House managers argued for the testimony of 4 witnesses: Ambassador John Bolton, Mick Mulvaney, Robert Blair, and Michael Duffy. And during the presentations from both parties, it has become abundantly clear why the direct testimony from those witnesses is so critical, and new evidence continues to underscore that importance. So let's start with John Bolton. The President's counsel has repeatedly stated that the President didn't personally tell any of our witnesses that he linked the military aid to the investigations.
There is simply no evidence anywhere that President Trump ever linked security assistance to any investigations. Most of the Democrats' witnesses have never spoken to the President at all, let alone about Ukraine security assistance. Not a single witness testified that the President himself said that there was any connection between any investigations and security assistance, a presidential meeting, or anything else.
Simply not true, as the testimony of Ambassador Sondland and the admission of Mick Mulvaney make very clear. The evidence before you proves that the President not only linked the aid to the investigations, he also conditioned both the White House meeting and the aid on Ukraine's announcement of the investigations. But if you want more, a witness to acknowledge that the President told them directly that the aid was linked, a witness in front of you, then you have the power to ask for it. I mentioned this portion, there's a slide, I mentioned this portion of Ambassador's manuscript in the beginning, and Manager Schiff referenced it as well. But he says directly that the President told him this. Now, the President has publicly lashed out in recent days at Ambassador Bolton. He says that what Ambassador Bolton is saying is nasty and untrue. But denials in 280 characters is not the same as testimony under oath. We know that. Let's put Ambassador Bolton under oath and ask him point blank. Did the President use $391 million of taxpayer money, military aid, intended for an ally at war to pressure Ukraine to investigate his 2020 opponent? The stakes are too high not to. I'd like to briefly walk you through why Ambassador Bolton's testimony is essential to ensuring a fair trial. Also addressing some of the questions that you've asked in the past 2 days. First, turning back to Ambassador Bolton's manuscript. The President's counsel has said no scheme existed. And the President's counsel has cited repeated denials, public denials, of President Trump's inner circle about Bolton's allegations. None of them, of course, under oath. And as we know from the testimony of Ambassador Bolton, how important being sworn in really is. But Ambassador Bolton, as the top national security aide, has direct insight into the President's inner circle. And he is willing to testify under oath whether, quote, everyone was in the loop, as he testified before. Ambassador Bolton reportedly knows, quote, new details about senior cabinet officials who have publicly tried to sidestep involvement, end quote, including Secretary Pompeo and Mr. Mulvaney's knowledge of the scheme. Second, Ambassador Bolton has direct knowledge of key events outside of the July 25th call that confirm the President's scheme. Remember, this is exactly the type of direct evidence the President's counsel say doesn't exist. That's partly because they would like you to believe that the July 25th call makes up all of the evidence of our case. The call, of course, is just a part of the large body of evidence that you've heard about the past week, but it is a key part. But Ambassador Bolton has critical insight into the President's misconduct outside of this call, and you should hear it. Take, for example, the July 10th meeting with U.S. and Ukrainian officials at the White House. Dr. Hill testified during the meeting that Ambassador Sondland said that he had a deal with Mr. Mulvaney to schedule a White House meeting if the Ukrainians did the investigations. According to Dr. Hill, when Ambassador Bolton learned this, he told her to go back to the NSC's legal advisor, John Eisenberg, and tell him, quote, I am not a part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this, end quote. We already have corroboration of Dr. Hill's testimony from other witnesses like Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. And we have new corroboration from Ukraine, too. Oleksandr Daniluk, President Zelensky's former national security advisor, recently confirmed in an interview that the, quote, roadmap for U.S.-Ukraine relations should have been the substance, but the investigations were raised, end quote. Daniluk also explained why this was so problematic. He raised concerns that being, quote, dragged into this internal process would be really bad for the country. And also, if there's something that violates U.S. law, that's up to the U.S. to handle, end quote. Daniluk elaborated that there were serious things to discuss at the meeting. But if instead Ukraine was being dragged into, quote, internal politics using our president who is fresh on the job, inexperienced, that could just destroy everything, end quote. Another key defense raised by the president has been that Ukraine felt no pressure, that these investigations are entirely proper. Well, here's Ukraine saying the opposite of that. You know what else Daniluk said in the interview? Quote, it was definitely John who I trusted, end quote, talking about Ambassador Bolton. So if you want to know whether Ukrainians felt pressured, call John Bolton as a witness. He was trusted by Ukraine and he was there for these key meetings. And he was so concerned that he characterized the scheme as a drug deal and urged Dr. Hill and others to report their concerns to NSC legal counsel, who reports to White House counsel Cipollone. So let's ask Ambassador Bolton these questions directly under oath. The president says Ukraine felt no pressure, that soliciting these investigations wasn't improper. Is that true? If it is true, why is Ukraine publicly saying that the talk of investigations could destroy everything? And if the president's administration thought this was okay, why did you use the words drug deal? We should ask him that. Why did you urge your staff to report concerns to lawyers? These are all questions that we can get the answers to. Third, the president has suggested the House managers have not presented any direct evidence about Mr. Giuliani's role in the scheme.
In fact, it appears the House committee wasn't particularly interested in presenting you with any direct evidence of what Mayor Giuliani did or why he did it. Instead, they ask you to rely on hearsay, speculation, and assumption, evidence that would be inadmissible in any court.
Well, once again, that's simply not true. But if you want more evidence, we know that Ambassador Bolton has direct evidence of Mr. Giuliani's role regarding Ukraine and expressed concerns about it. The president has suggested that Mr. Giuliani wasn't doing anything improper, and he was not involved in conducting policy. By their own admission, they said he wasn't doing policy. So let's ask John Bolton what Giuliani was doing, and whether the investigations were politically motivated or part of our foreign policy. He would know. Dr. Hill testified that Ambassador Bolton said Mr. Giuliani was, quote, a hand grenade, which she explained referred to, quote, all of the statements that Mr. Giuliani was making publicly, that the investigations that he was promoting, that the storyline he was promoting, the narrative he was promoting was going to backfire, end quote. The narrative Mr. Giuliani was promoting, of course, was asking Ukraine to dig up dirt on Biden. Dr. Hill also testified that Ambassador Bolton was so concerned, he told Dr. Hill and other members of the NSC staff, quote, nobody should be meeting with Giuliani, end quote. And that was, quote, closely monitoring what Mr. Giuliani was doing and the messaging that he was sending out, end quote. So let's ask Ambassador Bolton. If Mr. Giuliani wasn't doing anything wrong, why were you so concerned about his behavior? And that you directed your staff to have no part in this. If Mr. Giuliani wasn't trying to dig up dirt on Biden, why did you seem to think he was, that he could, quote, blow everything up? Fourth, the president has said that there was nothing wrong with the July 25th call. But once again, the evidence suggests that Ambassador Bolton would testify that the opposite is true. According to witness testimony, Ambassador Bolton expressed concerns even before the call that it would be, quote, a disaster, because he thought there would be, quote, talk of investigations or worse. Now, If the president would have you believe that the call was perfect, as he's repeatedly stated, why don't we find out? Because all of the evidence before you suggests otherwise. And Ukraine knows this is not the case. The call was not perfect. Daniluk is clear on this point. He said, quote, "One thing I can tell you that was clear from this July 25th call is that the issue of the investigations is an issue of concern for Trump," end quote. Or it was clear. But if there's still any uncertainty, we must ask Ambassador Bolton. If there was no scheme, how did you know President Trump would raise investigations on the call? What made you so concerned a call would be a disaster? Fifth, the president's main defense once again is that he withheld the military aid for a legitimate reason. But the evidence doesn't support that. We've heard a lot. The evidence doesn't support that. Witness testimony, emails, and other documents confirm that Ambassador Bolton and his subordinates on many occasions, including through in-person meetings with the president himself, urged the president that there was no legitimate reason to withhold the aid. But if you're not sure, if you think this could in any way have been about a legitimate policy reason, let's ask the National Security Advisor, who was in charge of that. If this was simply a policy dispute, as the president argues, let's ask John Bolton whether that's true. The president also argues that you cannot evaluate the president's subjective intent, that the president can use his power any way he feels is appropriate. That's, of course, not the case. Whether his intent was corrupt is a central part of this case, as it is in nearly every criminal case in the country. As a backup argument, however, the president claims that we want you to read the president's mind. Juries, of course, are routinely...
Entire impeachment process is about the House manager's insistence that they are able to read everybody's thoughts, they can read everybody's intention, they think you can read minds.
They want to tell you what President Trump thought.
Of course, are routinely asked to determine the defendant's state of mind. That's central to almost every criminal case in the country. And it's disingenuous for the president's counsel to argue that the defendant's state of mind is unknowable, that it requires a mind reader, or is anything but the most common element of proof of any crime, constitutional or otherwise. But if you want more information, let's ask the president whether John Bolton can help fill in any gaps about his state of mind.
If you think about it, John, he knows some of my thoughts. He knows what I think about leaders.
Case is about the president's conduct in Ukraine. John Bolton knows a lot about that. Let's hear from him. A fair trial demands it. And it's more than just ensuring a fair trial. It's about remembering that in America, truth matters. As Mr. Bolton said on January 30th, quote, "The idea that somehow testifying to what you think is true is destructive to the system of government we have, I think, is very nearly the reverse. The exact reverse of the truth," end quote. Now, as Manager Schiff started this out, the truth continues to come out. Again, in an article today, more information. The truth will come out, and it's continuing to. The question here before this body is, what do you want your place in history to be? Do you want your place in history to be, let's hear the truth, or that we don't want to hear it?
Given our time constraints, we will now summarize the reasons why Mr. Mulvaney, Mr. Duffy, and Mr. Blair are also important. Let's turn first to Mr. Mulvaney. To begin with, Mr. Mulvaney participated in meetings and discussions with President Trump at every single stage of this scheme. We just talked about motive and intent. Well, if you want further insight into the president's motives or intent, further direct evidence of why he withheld the military aid in the White House meeting, you should call his acting chief of staff, who had more access than anyone. Mr. Mulvaney is important because the President's Counsel continues to argue incorrectly that our evidence is just hearsay and speculation. Faced with Ambassador Sondland and Mr. Holmes saying this was all as clear as 2 + 2 = 4, the President says they are just guessing. That is simply not true. The evidence is direct. The evidence is compelling and confirmed by many witnesses, corroborated by text messages, emails, and phone records. But if you want more evidence, if you want another first-hand account for why the aid was withheld, for the undisputed quid pro quo for that White House meeting, let's just hear from Mick Mulvaney. Over and over again, Ambassador Sondland described to multiple witnesses how Mr. Mulvaney was directly involved in the president's scheme. Here's some of that testimony.
And so when I came in, Gordon Sondland was basically saying, well, look, we have a deal here that there will be a meeting. I have a deal here with Chief of Staff Mulvaney. There will be a meeting if the Ukrainians open up or announce these investigations and into 2016 in Burisma. And I cut it off immediately there. Ambassador Bolton told me that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
What I want to ask you about is he makes reference in that drug deal to a drug deal cooked up by you and Mulvaney. It's the reference to Mulvaney that I want to ask you about. You've testified that Mulvaney was aware of this quid pro quo, of this condition that the Ukrainians had to meet, that is, announcing these public investigations to get the White House meeting. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of people were aware of it, and
including Mr. Mulvaney.
Correct.
Remarkably, the president is still denying the facts, even as they argue that if it's true, it's still not impeachable. But if the president did nothing wrong, if he held up the aid because of so-called corruption or burden-sharing reasons, he should want his chief of staff to come testify under oath before this distinguished body and say just that. Why doesn't he want Mulvaney to appear before the United States Senate? Well, we know the answer. Because Mr. Mulvaney will confirm the corrupt shakedown scheme. Because Mr. Mulvaney was in the loop. Everyone was in the loop. As Ambassador Sondland summarized in his testimony on July 19th, he emailed several top administration officials, including Mr. Mulvaney, that President Zelensky was prepared to receive POTUS's call and would assure President Trump that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will turn over every stone. Mr. Mulvaney replied, "I asked NSC to set it up for tomorrow." The above email seems clear. Ambassador Sondland testified that it was clear, that he was confirming to Mr. Mulvaney that he had told President Zelensky he had to tell President Trump on that July 25th call that he would announce the investigation, which he explained was a reference to one of the two phony political investigations that President Trump wanted. And Mr. Mulvaney replies that he'll set up the meeting, consistent with the agreement that Sondland explained he'd reach with Mr. Mulvaney to condition a meeting on the investigations. But if there's any uncertainty, if there's any lingering questions about what this means, let's just question Mick Mulvaney under oath. Mr. Mulvaney also matters because we have heard several questions from this distinguished body of senators wanting to understand when or why or how the president ordered the hold on the security aid. As the head of the Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Mulvaney has unique insights into all of these questions. Your questions. Remember that email exchange between Mr. Mulvaney and his deputy, Rob Blair, on June 27th, when Mulvaney asked Blair about whether they could implement the hold? And Blair responded that it could be done, but that Congress would become unhinged. It wasn't just Congress. It was the Independent Government Accountability Office that determined that the president's hold violated the law. But if the president's counsel is going to argue without evidence that he withheld the aid as part of U.S. foreign policy, seems to make sense that the Senate should hear directly from Mr. Mulvaney, who has firsthand knowledge of exactly these facts. He said so himself.
Again, I was involved with the process by which the money was held up temporarily.
Why doesn't President Trump want Mick Mulvaney to testify? Why? Perhaps here's why.
Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine?
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. Then that is absolutely appropriate.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happened as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. We were holding up money at the same time for what was it? The Northern Triangle countries. We were holding up aid at the Northern Triangle countries so that they would change their policies on immigration. By the way, and this speaks to an important. I'm sorry. This speaks to an important point because I heard this yesterday, and I could never remember the gentleman who testified. Was it McKinney? The guy, is that his name? I don't know him. He testified yesterday. Yep. And if you believe the news reports, okay, because we've not seen any transcripts of this. The only transcript I've seen was Sondland's testimony this morning. If you read the news reports and you believe them, what did McKinney say yesterday? Well, McKinney said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Is that what the Constitution requires? Get over it? Is that good enough for this body, the world's greatest deliberative body? Get over it? The President's counsel can try to emphasize Mr. Mulvaney and his attorney's efforts to walk back this statement. But as you've seen with your own eyes, the statement was unequivocal. And even when given the chance in real time on that day, on October 17th, to deny a quid pro quo, he doubled down. Get over it, he said. But if you have any questions about what the real answer is, where the truth lies, there's only one way to find out. Let's all just question Mr. Mulvaney under oath. during a Senate trial. After all, counsel said that cross-examination was the greatest vehicle in the history of American jurisprudence ever invented to ascertain the truth. Your standard. Finally, I'd like to touch briefly on the importance of Mr. Blair and Mr. Duffy to this case. The president's lawyers have argued that withholding foreign aid is entirely within his right as commander-in-chief, that this was a normal, ordinary decision, and that this is all just one big policy disagreement. We have proven exactly the opposite. This can't be a policy disagreement because the president's hold actually went against U.S. policy. The hold was undertaken outside of the normal channels by a president who they admit was not conducting policy. The hold was concealed not only from Congress, but from the president's own officials responsible for Ukraine policy. And most importantly, the hold violated the law. The president has the right to make policy, but he does not have the right to break the law and coerce an ally into helping him cheat in our free and fair elections. And he doesn't have a right to use hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer funds as leverage to get political dirt on an American citizen who happens to be his political opponent. But if you remain unsure about all of this, who better to ask than Mr. Blair or Mr. Duffy? They oversaw and executed the process of withholding the aid. They can tell us exactly how unrelated to business as usual this whole shakedown scheme was when it was underway. They can testify about why the aid was withheld and whether there was any legitimate explanation for withholding it. Some of you have asked that very question. Multiple officials, including Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Taylor, David Holmes, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Jennifer Williams, and Mark Sandy, all testified that they were never given a credible explanation for the hold. So let's ask Mr. Blair, let's ask Mr. Duffy if this happens all the time, as Mick Mulvaney suggests. Why at this time, in connection with this scheme, were all of those witnesses left in the dark? Despite the president's refusal to produce a single document, to produce a shred of information in this impeachment inquiry undertaken in the House, his administration did produce 192 pages of Ukraine-related email records in Freedom of Information Act lawsuits, albeit in heavily redacted form. These documents confirm Mr. Duffy's central role in executing the hold. He's on nearly every single email released. Nearly every single email. Here's an important email from that production. Just 90 minutes after the July 25th call, Mr. Duffy emailed officials at the Department of Defense that they should hold off on any additional DOD obligations of these funds. Mr. Duffy added that the request was sensitive and that they should keep this information closely held. The timing is important because if the aid wasn't linked to the July 25th call, If it wasn't related, why the sensitive, closely held requests made within 2 hours of that call? Let's just ask Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy and Mr. Blair can testify about the concerns raised by DOD to the Office of Management and Budget, about the illegality of the hold, and why it remained in place even after DOD warned the administration that it would violate the Impoundment Control Act. Now, the President, of course, has disputed this fact. But we have demonstrated that OMB was warned repeatedly by DOD officials of two things. First, continuing to withhold the aid would prevent the Department of Defense from spending the money before the end of the fiscal year. And second, the hold was potentially illegal, as turned out to be the case. By August 9th, DOD told Mr. Duffy directly that DOD, the Department of Defense, could no longer support the Office of Management and Budget's claims that the hold would not preclude timely execution of the aid for Ukraine, our vulnerable ally at war with Russian-backed separatists. Yet, as Mr. Duffy reportedly told Ms. McCusker at the Department of Defense on August 30th, there was a clear direction from POTUS to continue the hold. Clear direction from the President of the United States to continue the hold. So how did Mr. Duffy understand the clear direction to continue the hold? Why is the President claiming that this wasn't unlawful, when DOD, the Department of Defense, repeatedly warned his administration that it was? Wouldn't we all like to ask Mr. Duffy these questions? Finally, here's another reason why we know this was not business as usual. On July 29th, Mr. Duffy, a political appointee with zero relevant experience, abruptly seized responsibility for withholding the aid from Mark Sandy, a career Office of Management and Budget official. Seized the responsibility from a career official. Mr. Duffy provided no credible explanation for that decision. Mr. Sandy testified that nothing like that had ever happened in his entire governmental career. Let's think about that. If this is as routine as the President claims, why is a career official saying he's never seen anything like this happen before? Mr. Duffy knows why. Shouldn't we just take the time to ask him? The American people deserve a fair trial. The Constitution deserves a fair trial. The President deserves a fair trial. A fair trial means witnesses. A fair trial means documents. A fair trial means evidence. No one is above the law. I now yield to my distinguished colleague, Manager Lofgren.
Mr. Chief Justice and Senators, it's not just about hearing from witnesses. You need documents. The documents don't lie. There are specific documents relevant to this impeachment trial in the custody of the White House, OMB, DOD, and the State Department, and the President has hidden them from us. I'm not going to go through each category again in detail, but here are some observations. This is, of course, an impeachment case against the President of the United States. Nothing could be more important. And the most important documents that go directly to who knew what when, are being held by the executive branch. Many of these records are at the White House. The White House has records about the phone calls with President Zelensky, about scheduling an Oval Office meeting with President Zelensky, about the President's decision to hold security assistance, about communications among his top aides, about concerns raised by public officials with legal counsel. We've heard about Ambassador Bolton's handwritten notes and book manuscript and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's presidential policy memorandum. We know of reports about a number of emails in early August trying to create after-the-fact justifications for the hold, but we haven't seen any of them. They're at the White House, being hidden by the President. I think it's a cover-up. Documents at the State Department. Records about the recall of Ambassador Yovanovitch, about Mr. Giuliani's efforts for the President, about concerns raised about the hold, about the Ukrainian reaction to the hold, and when exactly they learned about it. About negotiations with the Ukrainians for an Oval Office meeting. We know of Ambassador Taylor's first-person cable and notes and Mr. Kent's memos to file. We know about Mr. Sondland's emails with Pompeo and Breckbull and Mulvaney and Perry, but we haven't seen them. They're sitting at the State Department. DOD and OMB also have records about President Trump's hold on military aid to Ukraine, about the justification for the hold, about hiding the hold from Congress and trying to justify the hold after the fact, and about why the hold was lifted, but we haven't seen them. They're at DOD and OMB. Why haven't we seen them? Because the President directed all of his agencies not to produce them. This trial should not reward the President's really unprecedented obstruction by allowing him to control what evidence you see and what will remain hidden. You should ask for these documents on behalf of the American people, and you should ask for these documents to get the truth yourself. Now let's come back to the issue of delay, since the President's lawyers have suggested that having witnesses and documents would make this trial take too long. There will be lengthy court battles, they say. The President might even invoke executive privilege for the very first time in this entire impeachment process. It would be better, we're told, to skip straight to the final verdict, to break from centuries of precedent and end this trial without hearing from a single witness, without reviewing a single document that the President ordered hidden. Respectfully, that shouldn't happen. House managers aren't interested in delaying these proceedings. We're interested in the full truth, in a trial that is fair to the parties and to the American people, in the facts that the President's counsel agrees are so critical to this trial. It's why we've said we won't go to court. We'll follow all the rulings of the Chief Justice. We can get the witness depositions done in a week. In fact, I know we can, because if you, the senators, order it, that's the law. You have the sole power to try impeachments. If questions or objections come up, including objections based on executive privilege, the Senate itself and the Chief Justice in the first instance can resolve them. We aren't suggesting that the President waive executive privilege. We simply suggest that the Chief Justice can resolve issues related to any assertion of executive privilege. As the Supreme Court recognized in the case of Judge Walter Nixon, judges will stay out of disputes over how the Senate exercises its sole power to try impeachments. That ensures there will be no unnecessary delay, and it's why we propose we suspend the trial for 1 week, and that during that time, you go back to business as usual. While the trial is suspended, we'll take witness depositions, review the documents that are provided at your direction. The 4 witnesses you should hear from are readily available. Ambassador Bolton has already said he will appear. We can and would move quickly to depose these witnesses within a week of the issuance of subpoenas. The documents, too, are ready to be produced. We're ready to review them quickly and to present additional evidence. Meanwhile, the Senate can continue going about its important legislative work as it did during the depositions in the Clinton impeachment trial. The President's opposition to this suggestion says a lot. The President is the architect of the very delay he warns against. He could easily avoid it. He could move things along. He could stop trying to silence witnesses and hide evidence. I think he's afraid the truth will come out. He hopes his threats of continued delay, however unjustified, will cause you to throw up your hands and give up on a fair trial. Please don't give up. This is too important for our democracy. A decision to forego witnesses and documents at this trial would be a big departure from Senate precedent. When the Senate investigated Watergate, it heard from the highest White House officials. That happened because a bipartisan majority of the Senate insisted. We got to the truth then because the Senate came together and put a fair proceeding above party loyalty. We should all want the truth, and so we ask you, do it again, that you put aside any politics, party loyalty, belief in your president, which we understand and sympathize with, but subpoena the documents and the witnesses necessary to make this a fair trial, to hear and see the evidence you need to impartially administer justice. Now, there's been a lot of discussion of executive privilege during this trial. Even if the president asserts executive privilege, something he has not yet done, it wouldn't harm the president's legal rights or cause undue delay, and here's why. Let's focus on John Bolton, since this week's revelations confirm the importance of his testimony. First, as a private citizen, John Bolton is fully protected by the First Amendment if he wants to testify. There's no basis for imposing prior restraint for censoring him just because some of his testimony could include conversations with the president. That's commonplace. As long as his testimony isn't classified, it is shielded by the Free Speech Clause, by the First Amendment. Ambassador Bolton has written a book. It's inconceivable that he is forbidden from telling the United States Senate, sitting as a high court of impeachment, information that shortly will be in print. If the president did attempt to invoke executive privilege, he would fail. It's true for two separate reasons. First, claims of executive privilege always involve a balancing of interests. The Supreme Court confirmed in U.S. v. Nixon, the Nixon tapes case, that executive privilege can be overcome by a need for evidence in a criminal trial. That is even more true here. In an impeachment trial of the President of the United States, which is probably the most important interest under the Constitution, it would certainly outweigh any claim of privilege. Precedent confirms the point. To name just a few, national security advisors for President Carter, Zbigniew Brzezinski, President Clinton, Samuel Berger, President George W. Bush, Condoleezza Rice, and President Obama, Susan Rice, testified in congressional investigations. These advisors discussed their communications with top government officials, including the presidents they served. There's no reason why all of these officials could testify in the normal course of events and hearings, but Ambassador Bolton, a former official, couldn't testify in the most important trial there could possibly be. The second reason is the president waived any claim of executive privilege about Ambassador Bolton's testimony. All 17 witnesses testified in the House about these matters without any assertion of privilege by the president. President Trump, as well as his lawyers and senior officials, have publicly discussed and tweeted about these issues at some length. The president has also directly denied reports about what Ambassador Bolton will say in his forthcoming book. Under these circumstances, the president cannot be allowed to tell his version of the story to the public while using executive privilege to silence a key witness who would contradict him. You shouldn't let the president escape responsibility only to later see clearly what happened in Ambassador Bolton's book. There are no national security risks here. The president has declassified the 2 phone calls with President Zelensky. All 17 witnesses testified about the president's conduct regarding Ukraine. We aren't interested in asking about anything other than Ukraine. That's simply a bogus argument. The Constitution uses the word sole power only twice. First, when it gives the House sole power to impeach. And second, Article 1, Section 3, where it gives the Senate sole power to try impeachments. And here's what it says. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside. Now, I think that provision in the Constitution means something. It's up to the Senate to decide how to try this impeachment with fairness, with witnesses, and documents. Privileges asserted can be decided using the process that you devise. That's not unconstitutional. It's what the Constitution provides. You have the power. You decide. Please decide for a fair trial that will yield the truth and serve our Constitution and the American people. I yield now to Manager Schiff.
Senators, before we yield to counsel for the President, I'd like to take a moment by talking about what I think is at stake here. A no vote on the question before you will have long-lasting and harmful consequences long after this impeachment trial is over. We agree with the President's counsel on this much. This will set a new precedent. This will be cited in impeachment trials from this point to the end of history. You can bet in every impeachment that follows, whether it is a presidential impeachment or the impeachment of a judge, if that judge or president believes that it is to his or her advantage that there shall be a trial with no witnesses, they will cite the case of Donald J. Trump. They will make the argument that you can adjudicate the guilt or innocence of the party who is accused without hearing from a single witness, without reviewing a single document. And I would submit that will be a very dangerous and long-lasting precedent that we will all have to live with. President Trump's wholesale obstruction of Congress strikes at the heart of our Constitution and democratic system of separation of powers. Make no mistake, the President's actions in this impeachment inquiry constitute an attack on congressional oversight, on the co-equal nature of this branch of government. Not just on the House, but on the Senate's ability as well to conduct its oversight, to serve as a check and balance on this president and every president that follows. If the Senate allows President Trump's obstruction to stand, it effectively nullifies the impeachment power. It will allow future presidents to decide whether they want their misconduct to be investigated or not, whether they would like to participate in an impeachment investigation or not. That is a power of the Congress. That is not a power of the President. By permitting a categorical obstruction, it turns the impeachment power against itself. How do we respond to this unprecedented obstruction will shape future debates between our branches of government and the executive forever. And it's not just impeachment. The ability of Congress to conduct meaningful and probing oversight that by its nature is intended to be a check and balance on the awesome powers of the executive branch, hinges on our willingness to call witnesses and compel documents that President Trump is hiding with no valid justification, no precedential support. If we tell the President effectively, you can act corruptly, you can abuse the powers of your office to coerce a foreign government to helping you cheat in an election by withholding military aid, and when you're caught, you can further abuse your powers by concealing the evidence of your wrongdoing. The president becomes unaccountable to anyone. Our government is no longer a government with three co-equal branches. The president effectively, for all intents and purposes, becomes above the law. This is, of course, the opposite of what the framers intended. They purposely entrusted the power of impeachment to the legislative branch so that it may protect the American people from a president who believes that he can do whatever he wants. So we must consider how our actions will reverberate for decades to come and the impact they will have on the functioning of our democracy. And as we consider this critical decision, it's important to remember that no matter what you decide to do here, whether you decide to hear witnesses and relevant testimony, the facts will come out in the end. Even over the course of this trial, we have seen so many additional facts come to light. The facts will come out. In all of their horror, they will come out. And there are more court documents and deadlines under the Freedom of Information Act. Witnesses will tell their stories in future congressional hearings, in books, and in the media. This week has made that abundantly clear. The documents the president is hiding will come out. The witnesses the president is concealing will tell their stories. And we will be asked why we didn't want to hear that information when we had the chance, when we could consider its relevance and importance in making this most serious decision. What answer shall we give if we do not pursue the truth now? If we allow it to remain hidden until it is too late to consider on the profound issue of the president's innocence or guilt? What we are asking you to do on behalf of the American people is simple. Use your sole power to try impeachment by holding a fair trial. Get the documents they refuse to provide to the House. Here are the witnesses they refuse to make available to the House, just as this body has done in every single impeachment trial until now. Let the American people know that you understand they deserve the truth. Let them know you still care about the truth, that the truth still matters. Though much divides us, on this we should agree. A trial stripped of all its trappings should be a search for the truth, and that requires witnesses and testimony. Now, you may have seen just this afternoon the President's former Chief of Staff, General Kelly, said that a Senate trial without witnesses is a job only half done. Trial without witnesses is only half a trial. Well, I have to say I can't agree. A trial without witnesses is no trial at all. You either have a trial or you don't. And if you're going to have a real trial, you need to hear from the people who have firsthand information. Now, we presented some of them to you, but you know as well as we, there are others that you should hear from. But let me close this portion with words, I think, more powerful than General Kelly's, and they come from John Adams, who in 1776 wrote, "Together with the right to vote, those who wrote our Constitution considered the right to trial by jury the heart and lungs, the mainspring and the center wheel of our liberties, without which the body must die, the watch must run down, the government must become arbitrary. Now, what does that mean? Without a fair trial, the government must become arbitrary. Now, of course, he's talking about the right of an average citizen to a trial by jury. Well, if in courtrooms all across America, when someone is tried, but they're a person of influence and power, they can declare at the beginning of the trial, if the government's case is so good, let them prove it without witnesses. If people of power and influence can insist to the judge that the House, that the prosecutors, that the government, that the people must prove their case without witnesses or documents, a right reserved only for the powerful. Because you know, only Donald Trump of any defendant in America can insist on a trial with no witnesses. If that should be true in courts throughout the land, then as Adams wrote, the government becomes arbitrary. Because whether you have a fair trial or no trial at all depends on whether you are a person of power and influence like Donald J. Trump. The body will die, the clock will run down, and our government becomes arbitrary. The importance of a fair trial here is not less than in every courtroom in America. It is greater than in any courtroom in America, because we set the example for America. I said at the outset, and I'll repeat again, your decision on guilt or innocence is important, but it's not the most important decision. If we have a fair trial, however that trial turns out, whatever your verdict may be, at least we can agree we had a fair trial. At least we can agree that the House had a fair opportunity to present its case. At least we can agree that the President had a fair opportunity to present their case, if we have a fair trial. And we can disagree about the verdict, but we can all agree the system worked as it was intended. We had a fair trial, and we reached a decision. Rob this country of a fair trial, and there can be no representation that the verdict has any meaning. How could it, if the result is baked in by the process? Assure the American people, whatever the result may be, that at least they got a fair shake. There's a reason why the American people want to hear from witnesses, and it's not just about curiosity. It's because they recognize that in every courtroom in America, that's just what happens. And if it doesn't happen here, the government has become arbitrary. There is one person who is entitled to a different standard, and that's the President of the United States. And that is the last thing the founders intended. We reserve the balance of our time.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chief
the
Justice,
Majority Leader is recognized.
I request the Senate take a 15-minute recess.
Without ordered.
All right, guys, as you can see, we are taking a quick break here. I do want to also take us out to Florida, where we do have a presser that's going to be getting started here in just a few minutes at Mar-a-Lago. All right, guys, sorry about that. We're having a little bit of set trouble here, but as I mentioned, that right-hand box, that is the incident that happened down in Mar-a-Lago where 2 people were in custody after a security breach. Now, I'm going to read you the story of what we do know. Of course, police are going to be filling us in here any minute now. So 2 people were arrested in South Florida after breaching security checkpoints around President Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach. Now, the U.S. Secret Service and Florida Highway Patrol first tried to make a traffic stop on Palm Beach Island. Instead of pulling over, the driver of the black SUV sped off towards Trump's property and breached 2 security checkpoints near Mar-a-Lago Club. And then those on scene responded by opening fire at the vehicle, according to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. The individuals in the SUV who have not yet been identified were taken into custody after being pursued by Florida Highway Patrol and a Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office helicopter. Now, Trump is scheduled to be in Palm Beach during Super Bowl weekend, but we do know he was in Washington at the time of the incident. We heard from him earlier this morning, and the FBI and Secret Service are among the agencies who responded to the incident, and they are expected to be giving us an update here in just a little bit on this investigation.
Need a white balance?
Actually, your shirt is better.
Oh.
I had it better at first.
And I just want to remind everyone, if this presser does go into when the Senate comes back. We're, of course, going to be going to the Senate live. And if the Senate comes back from their recess before this Mar-a-Lago presser, we will be uploading it not only up onto our YouTube page, but also we will try to replay it for you later in the day.
Autoridades dan a conocer detalles sobre el incidente registrado en Mar-a-Lago, donde hoy estaría llegando el presidente Donald Trump. Tenemos la última. Autoridades dan a conocer detalles sobre
That way he can pan and actually get your question.
donde hoy estaría llegando el presidente Donald Trump. Tenemos la última información. Acompáñenos.
Hey, Christine.
The advisory said after 4:30. Because that was they had the arrival time at the airport if you wanted to cover the.
No, I want to figure out if it's.
Well, I know, but I'm telling you, that's why. If you wanted to be there for the Air Force One arrival, you had to be there for 4:30.
I just want to get ahead of the traffic.
Yeah, I'm just going to go right over there after.
I'm stuck behind Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Dan Quayle, Al Gore. How's that for name dropping?
I got blocked by Ronald Reagan in Palm Springs once.
California?
Yeah, when I worked there.
All right, that's good.
That was sort of cool in a way because they blocked the street off. It was in the middle of the desert. I was going from one town to another. And it was in the middle of
All you had to do
area.
was drive off the street right in the desert.
But they block out the streets, and all of a sudden, in the distance, you sort of see this motorcade coming from way off. Much more now. Much more now. When I was there in the 80s, in the towns. I grew up in LA. My first ever college. My first real
All right, guys, I do want to give you a heads up. We're having a lot of set trouble, so what we're going to do is take you
vehicle, which was a black SUV, I believe, a small compact Jeep. He walked up to the window to try to get her attention to roll the window down so he could talk to her, and she wasn't paying attention to her, was fooling around over on the side by where the console was. He kept trying to get her to respond. She tried to put the vehicle in reverse, at which time he kept tapping on the window. When she looked like she was going to put it in drive, he actually smashed the window out to try to grab the steering wheel, but it didn't work. He was able to get his arm out, and she drove off. He got back to her vehicle to try to pursue her at that particular point. He was able to catch up with her, but lost her again in the traffic because he didn't want to take any chances of hitting an innocent vehicle. She went south on Ocean Drive towards Mar-a-Lago. He tried to catch up with her there. When she approached the Mar-a-Lago area, she crashed through the first checkpoint, putting some lives of the people that were involved at the checkpoint there. Proceeded to the second checkpoint, crashed through there. The deputies and the Secret Service agents that were there moved out of the way just in time, but due to the fact that she had breached these two checkpoints, it was unknown at that point in time, due to her erratic driving, how many lives she was going to put in danger. We didn't know if there was somebody with a car bomb. We didn't know if somebody was there to try to hit as many pedestrians as possible. Because we all know, we've seen it all over the place. People use cars to kill people, and people use cars for car bombs. At that point in time, the security people that were there, the deputies and the Secret Service, opened fire on the vehicle. The vehicle kept going south. At that time, the FHP officer was able to catch up and pursued that vehicle farther south and then west on Southern Boulevard over the bridge. He lost sight of her on the other side of the bridge and actually lost contact with her. In the meantime, we're finding out that this is a rental vehicle and trying to find out who it was registered to. Fortunately for us, one of our license plate readers went off and indicated that that vehicle was over near the airport. We alerted FHP, they had units in the area, and actually spotted the vehicle again. That trooper followed that vehicle to a local motel where the driver jumped out and was trying to flee to a room. The trooper did a great job, tackled her, and took her into custody there. So that particular scene has been secured. The vehicle is secured, the room is secured, and we're going to get search warrants for the room and the vehicle, which will be executed by us, the FBI, and the Secret Service in a joint investigation. And we're going to get further details. Right now, the suspect has not been interviewed, and we are going to do that at a later date. The vehicle has been struck by multiple rounds of gunfire. Nobody is injured, thank goodness. Neither the deputies nor the Secret Service agent nor the people that were in the vehicle. There was two females in there. We believe that the original female actually picked up the second female after she lost the pursuing law enforcement officers over at the Mar-a-Lago area. The person in custody is a white female by the name of Hannah, and I'll spell the last name for you. Roemhild. She's a white female that's 30 years old and does not have a past that we can discern right now. She has, I believe, a Connecticut driver's license. So having said that, I'm going to turn it over to the Major of FHP and let him make a brief statement.
Pretty much, Sheriff Bradshaw stated everything that happened with our trooper. Actually, it was a Sergeant Tony Kingery, that this started with. Our troopers did a really good job, and you know, at some point we did lose sight of her, but it was for the public safety. We're not going to pursue through the town of Palm Beach and risk lives. She had driven on the wrong side of the road, but we worked together with the sheriff's office and we quickly captured her. It didn't take much long. It was probably within a few minutes after we lost her. But if there are any questions?
How long between you lost her? What's the timing there?
It was probably maybe 15 minutes. Don't hold me to that, but it was a very short time.
Any weapons found in the car?
We got to do a search warrant for that.
Maybe the hotel where she was found. Reiterate how the trooper initially got involved with this woman in the car.
Well, Sheriff Bradshaw did say that we were working an off-duty. The sergeant was working an off-duty security detail for the breakers. they had approached the sergeant, the security there, and said they had some complaints about this person was acting strange. Whether it was under the influence of drugs or alcohol or just strange behavior, something wasn't right. So that's when the sergeant went back to approach her vehicle.
Sir, you said you didn't know what her intentions may have been, but under what circumstances would deputies fire their weapons?
Okay, that's not for him to answer.
That's not for me,
Okay?
yeah.
And we're not going to get into that
And can
particular
you tell
aspect.
us where
right
in the
now.
parking lot, it was the parking lot breakers, correct? Was it close up near the valet or was back on a different area?
It was, I believe, near the fountain. Don't hold me that. There's a big fountain up front.
And your car was parked there?
I believe so. No, just one.
How many shots were fired and which agencies fired the shots?
Let's back up for a minute. We're going to let these other two people talk, and
FHP
then
did
I'll
not
take some
fire their
questions.
weapons, just so you know.
Question about FHP. What was it about the trooper? What did the trooper see that made him feel that he had to take the dramatic step of punching out the window?
Well, she wasn't acknowledging his presence there, even though he's banging on the window, yelling at her, trying to get her attention. Just like if anybody here has dialed 911, you know, believe that they spotted somebody, that something's wrong with their driving on the road, you would expect the trooper to do his job. So he's doing his job, making sure she was okay, but she wasn't acting normal to him.
But he was also fearing that she could back out and do something crazy, hit
Yes.
somebody.
Yes.
About how fast was she going? How close did she get to Mar-a-Lago, the actual property line?
I think the sheriff could answer that better
I'll
than
answer
me.
that in a couple of minutes.
Major, can I get your name, please?
Major Robert Chandler.
Robert Chandler?
Yes, sir. Chandler. But to answer your questions, at one point it was speeds somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 miles an hour. It could have been more, but
On the island,
on the island, yes.
We're going to have the Secret Service here give you a statement.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Swain, the Special Agent in charge of U.S. Secret Service in Miami, Florida. As the sheriff mentioned earlier today, a vehicle fleeing from local law enforcement approached an outer perimeter checkpoint and failed to stop. The vehicle continued towards a second checkpoint and failed to stop. Both checkpoints are manned by U.S. Secret Service and Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputies. These vehicle checkpoints are located on public roadways and are part of the U.S. Secret Service outer perimeter. Again, let me emphasize, the outer perimeter. They are not located on Mar-a-Lago property. We can confirm that local law enforcement and Secret Service discharged their weapons at the vehicle. No Secret Service protectees were in Palm Beach County during the time of this incident. We will not have any further comment at this time.
I'm sorry, what did you say, sir? No Secret Service protectees? The president was not here.
We'll now have George Pirro from the FBI.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is George Pirro, P-I-R-O. I am the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Miami Field Office. As you're aware, there was an incident today at Mar-a-Lago. The details have been provided to you by the sheriff. The FBI is jointly investigating this incident along with the United States Secret Service and Palm Beach Sheriff's Office. The FBI's investigation pertains to the potential assault on federal officers that have occurred, and we will be investigating.
And there's not here. There's no need for that, because these articles of impeachment on their face are defective. And we've explained that. Let me start with the second article on the obstruction charge. We've explained that that charge is really trying to say that it's an impeachable offense for the president to defend the separation of powers. That can't be right. But it's also the case that no witnesses are going to say anything that makes any difference to the second article of impeachment. That all has to do with the validity of the grounds the president asserted, the fact that he asserted long-standing constitutional prerogatives of the executive branch in specific ways to resist specific deficiencies in the subpoenas that were issued. No fact witness is going to come in and say anything that relates in any way to that. It's not going to make any difference. And on the first article of impeachment, that too is defective on its face. And we've explained, we heard it again today here, that the way they have this subjective theory of impeachment that will show abuse of power by focusing just on the president's subjective motives. And they said again today here that the way they can show the president did something wrong is that he defied the foreign policy of the United States. And I talked about that before, this theory that he defied the agencies within the executive branch. He wasn't following the policy of the executive branch. That's not a constitutionally coherent statement. The theory of abuse of power that they framed in the first article of impeachment would do grave damage to the separation of powers under our Constitution, because it would become so malleable. They can pour into it anything they want to find illicit motives for some perfectly permissible action. It becomes so malleable, it's no different than maladministration, the exact ground that the framers rejected during the Constitutional Convention. The Constitution defines specific offenses. It limits and constrains the impeachment power. Now, there's also the fact that we actually heard from a lot of witnesses. We heard from a lot of witnesses in the proceedings so far. You've heard 192 video clips by our count from 13 different witnesses. There were 17 witnesses deposed in closed hearings in the House, and 12 of them testified again in open hearings. You've got all of those transcripts, so you can see the witnesses' testimony there. The key portions have been played for you on the screens. And you've got over 28,000 pages of documents and transcripts. You've got a lot of evidence already. But there's another principle that they overlook when they say, well, if you're going to have a trial, there just have to be witnesses, as if the most ordinary thing is you get to trial and then start subpoenaing new witnesses and documents. That's not true either. And we pointed this out. In the regular courts, the way things work is you've got to do a lot of work preparing a trial called discovery to find out about witnesses and depose them and find out about documents before you get to trial. You can't show up the day of trial and say, oh, Your Honor, actually, we're not ready. We didn't subpoena John Bolton or witness X or witness Y. And now we want to subpoena that witness. Now we want to do discovery. And why does that matter here? Because here, to show up not having done the work and to expect that work to be done in the Senate by this body has grave consequences for the institutional interests of this body, and it sets a precedent. Really, it sets an important precedent for two bodies, for the Senate and for the House. Because what the Senate accepts as an impeachment coming from the House determines not just precedent for the Senate, but really precedent for the House in the future as well. If the procedures used in the House to bring this proceeding here to this stage are accepted, if the Senate says, yes, we'll start calling new witnesses because you didn't get the job done, and whatever process you used to get it here, then that becomes the new normal. And that's important in a couple of ways. One is, as we've pointed out, the totally unprecedented process that was used in the House that violated all notions of due process. There are precedents going back 150 years in the House ensuring that someone accused in an impeachment hearing in the House has due process rights to be represented by counsel, to cross-examine witnesses, to be able to present evidence. They didn't allow the president to do that here. And if this body says that's okay, then that becomes the new normal. And they stand up here, the House managers, and say, this body would be unfair if this body doesn't call the witnesses. They talk about fairness. Where was the fairness in that proceeding in the House? And Manager Schiff says things would be arbitrary if you don't do what they say and call the witnesses they want. Well, wasn't it arbitrary in the House when they wouldn't allow the president to be represented by counsel, wouldn't allow the president to call witnesses? There was no precedent in a presidential impeachment inquiry to have open hearings where the president and his counsel were excluded. It also would set a precedent to allow a package, a proceeding from the House to come here that the House managers say, well, now we need new witnesses. We haven't done all the work. And it's witnesses they didn't even try to get. They didn't subpoena John Bolton. And they didn't go through the process when other witnesses were subpoenaed. When Dr. Kupperman, Charlie Kupperman, went to court, they withdrew the subpoena. And now to say that, well, fairness demands that this body has to do all that work, that sets a new precedent as well. And it would change for all the future the relationship between the House and the Senate in impeachment inquiries. It would mean that the Senate has to become the investigatory body. And the principles that they assert, they did a process that wasn't fair. They did a process that was arbitrary, that arbitrarily denied the president rights. They did a process that wouldn't allow witnesses. And then they came here on the first night. Remember when we were all here until 2 o'clock? And in very belligerent terms said to the members of this body, you're on trial. It will be treachery if you don't do what the House managers say. That's not right. When it was their errors, when they were arbitrary and they didn't provide fairness, they can't project that onto this body to try to say that you have to make up for their errors, and if you don't, the fault lies here. Now, they also suggest that it's not going to take a long time, that they only want a few witnesses. But of course, if things are opened up to witnesses, and it is going to be fair, it's not just one side, it's not just the witnesses that they would want. The president would have to be permitted to have witnesses. And with all respect, Mr. Chief Justice, the idea that if a subpoena is sent to a senior advisor to the president, and the president determines that he will stand by the principle of immunity that's been asserted by virtually every president since Nixon, that'll just be resolved by the Senate right here, whether or not that privilege exists, by the Chief Justice sitting as presiding officer. That doesn't make sense. That's not the way it works. The Senate, even when the Chief Justice is the presiding officer here, can't unilaterally decide the privileges of the executive branch. That dispute would have to be resolved in another way, and it could involve litigation, and it could take a lot of time. So the idea that this will all be done quickly, if everyone just does what the House managers say, is not realistic. It's not the way that the process would actually have to play out in accord with the Constitution. And that has another significant consequence. Again, affecting this institution as a precedent going forward. Because what it suggests, the new normal that would be created then is kind of an express path for precisely the sort of impeachments that the framers most feared. The framers recognized that impeachments could be done for illegitimate reasons. They recognized that there could be partisan impeachments. And if this is the new normal, this is the very epitome of a partisan impeachment. There was bipartisan opposition to it in the House, and it was rushed through with unfair procedures, 78 days total of inquiry. Think about that. In Nixon, there had been investigating committees, and there was a special prosecutor long before the House Judiciary Committee started its investigation. In Clinton, there was a special counsel, an independent counsel, for the better part of a year before the House Judiciary Committee even started hearings. Everything, from start to finish, in this case, from September 24th till the articles of impeachment were considered in the Judiciary Committee, was done in 78 days. In 78 days, and for 71 of them, the president was entirely locked out. So the new normal would be slapdash, get it done quickly, unfair procedures in the House to impeach a president, then bring it to the Senate, and then all the real work of investigation and discovery is going to have to take place with that impeachment hanging over the president's head. And that's a particular thing that the framers also were concerned about. And I mentioned this the other day. In Federalist number 65, Hamilton warned specifically about what he called, and I'm quoting, the injury to the innocent from the procrastinated determination of the charges which might be brought against them. Because he understood that if an impeachment charge from the House wasn't resolved quickly, if it was hanging over the president's head, that in itself would be a problem. And that's why they structured the impeachment process so that the Senate could be able to swiftly determine impeachments that were brought. That's also suggests that's why there is a system for having thorough investigation, thorough process done in the House. And Hamilton explained that delay after the impeachment would afford an opportunity for intrigue and corruption. And it would also be, as he put it, a detriment to the state from the prolonged inaction of men whose firm and faithful execution of their duty might have exposed them to the persecution of an intemperate or designing majority in the House of Representatives. And that's what's happened here. And if you create a system now that makes the new normal a half-baked slapdash process in the House, just get the impeachment done and get it over to the Senate, and then once the president's impeached, and you have the head of the executive branch, the leader of the free world, having something like that hanging over his head, then we'll slow everything down, and then we'll start doing the investigation and just drag it out. That's all part of what makes this even more political, especially in an election year. It's not the process that the framers had in mind, and it's not something the Senate should condone in this case. The Senate is not here to do the investigatory work that the House didn't do, where there's been a process that denied all due process, that produced a record that can't be relied upon. The reaction from this body should be to reject the articles of impeachment, not to condone and put its imprimatur on the way the proceedings were handled in the House, and not to prolong matters further by trying to redo work that the House failed to do, by not seeking evidence and not doing a fair and legitimate process to bring the articles of impeachment here. Thank you.
Mr. Sekulow.
Chief Justice, members of the Senate, over a 7-day period, you did hear evidence. You heard evidence from 13 different witnesses, 192 video clips, and as my colleague, the Deputy White House Counsel said, over 28,000 pages of documents. You heard testimony from Gordon Sondland. He's the United States Ambassador to the European Union. You heard that testimony. He testified in the House proceedings. I did not have an opportunity to cross-examine him. If we get witnesses, I have to have that opportunity. William Taylor, former acting United States Ambassador to the Ukraine, testified. You heard his testimony. We didn't get the opportunity to cross-examine him. He would be called. Tim Morrison, the former senior director for Europe and Russia of the National Security Council. You saw his testimony. They put it up. We didn't get an opportunity. We did not have an opportunity to cross-examine him. Jennifer Williams, special advisor on Europe and Russia for Vice President Mike Pence. You saw her testimony. They put it up. I did not have the opportunity to cross-examine her. If we call witnesses, we would have to have that opportunity. David Holmes, the political counsel to the United States Embassy in Ukraine, saw testimony from him. We're not able to cross-examine. If he's called, or if we get witnesses, we will call the ambassador and we will cross-examine. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, you saw his testimony appear before the House. We didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine him. If we call witnesses, we will, of course, have that right to cross-examine him. Fiona Hill. She is the former Senior Director for Europe and Russia on National Security Council. She testified before the House. If we have witnesses, we have the opportunity to call her then and cross-examine Fiona Hill. Kurt Volker, former United States Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations. They called him. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine. If we're calling witnesses, these are witnesses you've heard from, we would have the right to call witnesses and to cross-examine Mr. Volker. George Kent, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs. You saw his testimony. They called him. If we have witnesses, we have the right to call that witness and to cross-examine Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent. The former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, Ambassador Yovanovitch. They called her. You saw that testimony. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine her. If we have witnesses, we would have to call her. Laura Cooper, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. They called her. You saw her witness testimony right here. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine her. We would have to be given that opportunity. These are witnesses against the president. Laura Cooper, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. Again, same thing. David Hale, Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. He was called by the House. You saw his testimony. We never had the opportunity to cross-examine. If we have witnesses, we have to have the opportunity to do that. There were other witnesses that were called, or you saw their testimony or heard their testimony, where it was referred to: Catherine Croft, the Special Advisor for Ukraine Negotiations, Department of the State; Mark Sandy, the Deputy Associate Director for National Security Programs; and Christopher Anderson, Special Advisor for Ukraine Negotiation, Department of State. You heard their testimony referred to. We did not have the opportunity to cross-examine them. So this isn't going to happen if witnesses are called in a week. Now, that's just the witnesses that have been produced that you have seen by the House managers. You are being called upon to make consequential constitutional decisions. Consequential decisions for our Constitution. We talk about the burden of proof. I've said this before, I'll say it again. 31 times the manager said they proved their case. 29 times they said the evidence was overwhelming. Manager Nadler, he didn't only say it was overwhelming in his view. On page 739 of the congressional record, he's very clear. He says, not only is it strong, there is no doubt. That's what he says. The one thing that the House managers think the President and Council's got right is quoting me, talking about Mr. Nadler, Manager Nadler, as saying, beyond any doubt, it is indeed beyond any doubt. Now, of course, we think that they have not proven their case by any stretch of any proper constitutional analysis. In the Clinton investigation, they talk about witnesses being called, but the three witnesses that were called had either testified before the grand jury or before the House committees. These weren't new witnesses. What Mr. Philbin said is correct. Under our constitutional design, they're supposed to investigate. You are to deliberate. But what they're asking you to do is now become the investigative agency, the investigative body. If they needed all this additional evidence, which they said they don't need, and by the way, not only did they say it in the record, this is House Manager Nadler, quote, this is when he was on CNN back on the 15th of this month. We brought the articles of impeachment because despite the fact that we didn't hear from many witnesses, we heard from enough witnesses to prove the case beyond any doubt at all. The same can be said of Representative Lofgren. You know, we have evidence proving the case through, for example, at the meeting when Bolton said it was a drug deal, well, we have fact witnesses, Hill was there, Vindman was there, Sondland was there. So this idea that they haven't had witnesses, that's the smokescreen. You've heard from a lot of witnesses. The problem with the case, the problem with their position is, even with all of those witnesses, it doesn't prove up an impeachable offense. The articles fail. I think it's very dangerous if the House runs up, which they did, articles of impeachment quickly, so quickly that they are clamoring for evidence, despite the fact that they put all of this evidence forward. They got their wish of an impeachment by Christmas. That was the goal. But now they want you to do the work they failed to do. But as I said, time and time again we heard you didn't hear from witnesses, you didn't hear from many witnesses. Mr. Schiff modified that a little bit today. A little bit. You heard from a lot of witnesses. But if we go down the road of witnesses, this is not a one-week process. Remember I talked about the waving the wand and Ukrainian corruption in Ukraine was gone. You're not going to have a witness wand here where we just say, okay, you got a week to do this and get it done. There's no way that would be proper under due process. But you know, due process is supposed to be for the person accused. And they are turning it on its head. They brought the articles before you. They're the ones that rushed the case up and then held it before you could actually start the proceedings. But they're the ones that passed the articles before Christmas. You know, we talked a lot about the court system and the fact that they were seeking witnesses. And when it got close to actually having a court proceeding, they decided that they didn't want to have that witness go through that proceeding. They actually withdrew the subpoena to moot the case out. How many constitutional challenges will we have in this body because they placed a burden on you that they wouldn't take themselves in putting their case forward? If we look at our constitutional framework and our constitutional structure, that's not the way it's supposed to work. Now, our opposition to this motion is rather straightforward, as I've said. We came here ready to try the case on the record that they presented. The record that the managers told us was overwhelming and complete. Mr. Schiff went through every sentence of the articles of impeachment just a few days ago and said, proved, proved, proved. The problem is what it proved is not an impeachable offense. You could have witnesses that prove a lot of things, but if there's not a violation of a law, if it doesn't meet the constitutional required process, the constitutional required substantive issues of do these articles, these allegations rise to the level of a sufficient for a removal of office for a duly elected president of the United States? It doesn't. And especially so when we are in an election year. I am not going to take the time, your time, which is precious, to go over in each and every allegation about witnesses that I could. I could do it. I could stand here for a long time. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say this. They created the record. Do not allow them to penalize the country and the Constitution because they failed to do their job. With that, Mr. Chief Justice, we yield our time.
Thank you, counsel. The House managers have 30 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Senators, I want to walk through some of the arguments that you've just heard from the President's counsel. The first were arguments made by Mr. Philbin. Mr. Philbin began by saying the House managers assert that you can't have a trial without witnesses. And he said it's not that simple. Actually, it is. It is pretty simple. It is pretty simple. In every courthouse, in every state, in every county in the country where they have trials, they have witnesses. And I think you heard Mr. Philbin tie himself into knots as to why this should be the first trial in which witnesses are not necessary. But you know, some things are just as simple as they appear. A trial without witnesses is simply not a trial. You can call it something else, but it's not a trial. Now, Mr. Sekulow said something very interesting. He said, the House investigates and the Senate deliberates. Well, he would rewrite our Constitution with that argument. Because the last time I checked the Constitution, it said that the House shall have the sole power of impeachment and the Senate shall try the impeachment. Not merely deliberate about it, not merely think about it, not merely wonder about it. I know you're the greatest deliberative body in the world, but not even you can deliberate in a trial without witnesses. But Mr. Sekulow would rewrite the Constitution. Your job is not to try the case, he says. Your job is merely to deliberate. That is not what the founders had in mind, not by a long shot. Now, Mr. Philbin says none of these witnesses would have relevance on Article 2, I guess conceding that they would have relevant evidence on Article 1. But that's not true either. Imagine what you will see when you hear from the witnesses who ran the Office of Management and Budget, or imagine what you will see when you read the documents from the Office of Management and Budget. What you will see is what they have covered up. What you will see is the motive for their complete obstruction of Congress. When you see not the redacted emails, not the fully blacked out emails that they deigned to give in the litigation under the Freedom of Information Act, but when you see what is under those redactions, you will have proof of motive. When you see those documents, you will see just how fallacious these non-assertions of executive privilege are. You will see, in essence, what they have covered up. It could not be more relevant to whether their panoply of legal argumentation to justify we shall fight all subpoenas is merely a cover-up and legal window dressing. So these witnesses and documents are critical on both articles. Now, you also heard Mr. Philbin argue, and again, this is where we expected we'd be at the end of the proceeding, which is essentially they proved their case. They proved their case. We pretty much all know what's gone on here. We all understand just what this president did. No one really disputes that anymore. So what? So what? It's a version of the Dershowitz defense. So what? The president could do no wrong. The president is the state. If the president believes that corrupt conduct would help him get reelected, if he believes shaking down an ally and withholding military aid, if he believes soliciting foreign interference in our election, whether it be from the Ukrainians or the Russians or the Israeli prime minister or anyone else in any form that it may take, so what? He has a God-given right to abuse his power. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's the Dershowitz principle of constitutional lawlessness. That's the end-all argument for them. You don't need to hear witnesses who will prove the president's misconduct because he has a right to be as corrupt as he chooses under our Constitution. And there's nothing you can do about it. God help us if that argument succeeds. Now, they say that these witnesses already testified, and so you don't need to hear from anybody. There were witnesses who already testified. And so the House doesn't get to call witnesses in the Senate. That would be like a criminal trial in any courthouse in America where the defendant, if he's rich and powerful enough, can say to the judge, hey, judge, the prosecution got to have witnesses in the grand jury. They don't get to call anyone here. They had their chance in the grand jury. They called witnesses in the grand jury. They don't get to call witnesses here. That's not how it works in any courtroom in America, and it's not how it should work in this courtroom. Of course, you heard the argument again, repeated time and time again. The House is saying they're not ready for trial. Of course, we've never said we weren't ready for trial. We came here very prepared for trial. I would submit to you the President's team came here unprepared for trial. Unprepared for the fact that there would be, as we all anticipated, a daily drip of new disclosures that would send them back on their heels. We came here to try a case, prepared to try a case, and yes, we had, I hope, the not unreasonable expectation that in trying that case, like in every courtroom in America, we could call witnesses. That is not a lack of preparation, that is the presence of common sense. They didn't try to get Bolton, they argued. Mr. Philbin said they didn't even try to get Bolton. Now, of course, we did try to get Bolton. And what he said when he refused to show up voluntarily is, if you subpoena me, I will sue you. I will sue you. He said basically what Don McGahn told us 9 months ago. I will sue you. Good luck with that. Now, the public argument that was made by his counsel was that he and Dr. Kupperman, out of just due diligence, they just want a court to opine that it's okay for them to come forward and testify. As soon as the court blesses their testimony, they're more than willing to come in. They just are going to court to get a court opinion saying they could do it. And so, of course, we said to them, if that's your real motivation, there's a court about to rule on this very issue of absolute immunity. And very shortly thereafter, that court did. That was the court, Judge Jackson in the McGahn case, and the judge said this argument about absolute immunity, which, yes, presidents have always dreamed about and asserted, but which has never succeeded in any court in the land. It was ridiculed in the case of Harriet Miers. It was made short shrift in the case of Don McGahn, where the judge said, no, we don't have kings here. In the 250 years of jurisprudence, there is not a single case to support the proposition that the president can simply say that my advisors are absolutely immune from process. And of course, in every other non-impeachment context where the courts have looked at the issue of a Congress's power to enforce its subpoenas against witnesses or documents, the courts have said the power to compel compliance to a subpoena is co-equal, coextensive with the power to legislate, because you can't do one without the other. If we can't find out whether the president is breaking the law, violating the Impoundment Control Act or any other when he is withholding aid we appropriated from an ally, how can we legislate a fix to make sure that this never happens again? We can't. If we can't get answers, we can't legislate. That is a proposition vindicated by every court in the land, and of course, in the context of impeachment, the courts have said that is never more important. Never more important. Now, I don't know why, after saying he would sue us, and we had to expect that, like Don McGahn, where we are still in court 9 months later, I don't know why he's changed his mind. But I suspect it's for the reason that if this trial goes forward and he keeps this to himself, it will be very difficult to explain to the country why he saved it for the book. when he knew information of direct relevance and consequence to a decision that you have to make about whether a president of the United States should be removed from office, it would be very difficult to explain why that was saved for a book. Well, I would submit to you it will be equally difficult for you to explain as it would be for him. But you can ask him that question. Why are you willing to testify before the Senate but not the House? And you should ask him that question. Now, it was said, and it has the character of, you should have fought harder to overcome our obstruction. The House should have fought harder to overcome our stonewalling. Shame on the House for not fighting harder to overcome our stonewalling. If only they had fought harder to overcome our stonewalling, maybe they could have gotten these witnesses earlier. That's a really hard argument to make while they're stonewalling. You should have tried harder. You should have taken the years that would be necessary to overcome our stonewalling. And the reason why that argument is in such bad faith, as I pointed out to you yesterday, that while they're in this body arguing the House was derelict, slapdash, they should have fought harder and longer and endlessly to overcome our stonewalling, while they're making that argument to you, the House should have fought up and down the courts, from the district to the Court of Appeals, to the Supreme Court, and back again. They're in the courthouse arguing the opposite. They're in the courthouse saying, Judge, they're trying to enforce a subpoena on Don McGahn. You need to throw it out. They don't have the jurisdiction. This is non-justiciable. You can't hear this case. That is a really hard argument to make. I credit them for making it with a straight face. But that's the character of it. You should have fought harder to overcome our stonewalling and obstruction. Now, they also say the Chief Justice cannot decide issues of privilege. No, the Chief Justice can't make those decisions. You need to let us litigate this up and down the court system. That's a pretty remarkable argument, because the Senate rules allow the presiding officer to make judgments, to rule on issues of evidence, materiality, and privilege. That is permitted under your own rules. We don't need to go up and down the courts. We've got a perfectly good judge right here. Now, you heard our proposal yesterday that we take a week, just a week, to depose the witnesses that we feel are relevant, that they feel are relevant, and that the justice rules are relevant. Just 1 week. Now, they can say that the Constitution requires them to go to court, but of course it doesn't. There is absolutely no constitutional impediment from these fine lawyers saying, you know, that's eminently reasonable. We will allow a neutral party, the Chief Justice of the United States of America, to rule on whether a witness is material or immaterial, whether they're being called for purposes of probative evidence or harassment, and whether you're making a proper claim of privilege or merely trying to hide crime or fraud. The concern they have is not that this Chief Justice will be unfair, but rather that he will be fair. But do not make any mistake about it. Do not let them suggest that there is something constitutionally impermissible, or it would violate the President's rights to allow the Chief Justice of the United States to make those decisions in this court, because he is empowered to do so by your rules and by the Constitution, which gives you the sole power to try impeachments. In the sole exercise of your power to try impeachments, you can say we will allow the Chief Justice to make those decisions. Now, Mr. Sekulow said that you've heard the testimony of 13 witnesses. And I think the impression is meant to be given, if not to you who know otherwise, then maybe to the people watching at home, that they must have been in between errands while watching the Senate trial and missed where those 13 witnesses came before the Senate and testified. But of course, you heard no live testimony in this body. There wasn't any live testimony before this body, and I don't recall any of you in that super secret basement bunker they've been talking about. Now, I'll admit there were 100 members eligible to be there, so maybe I missed one of you. But I don't think you were there for the live testimony in the House. Now, Mr. Sekulow says the president was deprived of his right of calling these witnesses himself and cross-examining these witnesses in the House, but that's not true either, because the president was eligible to call witnesses in his defense in the Judiciary Committee and chose not to do so. If the president's counsel felt that, you know, Bill Taylor says that he spoke with Sondland right after this phone call with the president, and Sondland talked about how the military aid was conditioned on these investigations. The president wanted Zelensky in a public box. And I'd really like to cross-examine that West Point grad Vietnam vet, because I don't believe him. You know, they could have called Bill Taylor in the Judiciary Committee and cross-examined him. Or they could have called Mick Mulvaney and put him under oath and let him contradict what we now John Bolton would say. But of course they didn't do that. No, they said merely, just get it over with in the House. For all there was too quick, too slapdash, get it over with in the House. Because as the president said, when it comes to the Senate, we'll have a real trial where he gets to call witnesses. But they've changed their tune, because now they know what they really have known all along, which is those witnesses would deeply incriminate this president. And so, instead, they have fallen back on the argument that if we're going to go down the road to having a real trial, we, the president's lawyers, are going to make you pay. And the form of this argument is, we are going to call every witness under the sun. We're going to call every witness that testified before the House. We're going to call every witness that we can think of that would help smear the Bidens. We are going to keep you here until kingdom come. That's essentially the argument that they're making when Mr. Sekulow says we're going to bring in Fiona Hill and we're going to bring in Tim Morrison, we're going to bring in this witness and bring in that witness. You have the sole power to try this case. You do not have to allow the president's lawyers to abuse your time or this process. You have the power to decide, no, we gave each side 24 hours to make their arguments. We're going to give each side a shared week to call their witnesses. You have that power. If you didn't, you couldn't have constricted the amount of time for our argument. You can likewise determine how much time should be taken with witness testimony. Now, Mr. Sekulow ended his argument against witnesses with where Mr. Philbin essentially began. It all comes back to the Dershowitz principle. What's the point of witnesses if the president can do whatever he wants under Article 2? What's the point of calling witnesses? What's the point of having a trial if the president can do whatever he wants under Article 2? The only constraining principle, and I think that one of the senators asked yesterday, what's the limiting principle in the Dershowitz argument? If a president can corruptly seek foreign interference in his election because he believes that his election is in the national interest, then you cannot impeach him for it, no matter how damaging it may be to our national security. What is the limiting principle? And I suppose the limiting principle is only this. It only requires the president to believe that his reelection is in the national interest. Well, it would require an extraordinary level of self-reflection and insight for a president of the United States to conclude that his own reelection was not in the national interest. Not unprecedented, mind you. I think that was the decision that LBJ ultimately arrived at. But I would not want to consider that a meaningful limitation on presidential power, and neither should you. Finally, counsel expressed some indignance that we should suggest that it's not just the Senate, it's not just the president, rather, who is on trial here, but it is also the Senate. How dare the House manager suggest that your decisions should reflect on this body? That's just such a calumny. Well, let me read you a statement made by one of your former colleagues. This is what former U.S. Senator John Warner, a Republican of Virginia, had to say. As conscientious citizens from all walks of life are trying their best to understand the complex impeachment issues now being deliberated in the U.S. Senate, the rules of evidence are central to the matter. Should the Senate allow additional sworn testimony from fact witnesses with firsthand knowledge and include relevant documents, he asks. As a lifelong Republican and a retired member of the U.S. Senate, who once served as a juror in a presidential impeachment trial, I am mindful of the difficult responsibilities those currently serving now shoulder. I believe, as I'm sure you do, that not only is the president on trial, but in many ways, so is the Senate itself. As such, I am strongly supportive of the efforts of my former Republican Senate colleagues who are considering that the Senate accept the introduction of additional evidence that they deem relevant. Not long ago, senators of both major parties always worked to accommodate fellow colleagues with differing points of view to arrive at outcomes that would best serve the nation's interests. If witnesses are suppressed in this trial, and a majority of Americans are left believing the trial was a sham, I can only imagine the lasting damage done to the Senate and to our fragile national consensus. The Senate embraces its legacy and delivers for the American people by avoiding the risk. Throughout the long life of our nation, federal and state judicial systems have largely supported the judicial norms of evidence, witnesses, and relevant documents. I respectfully urge the Senate to be guided by the rules of evidence and follow our nation's judicial norms, precedents, and institutions to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law by welcoming relevant witnesses and documents as part of this impeachment trial. That is your colleague, former Senator John Warner. Senators, there is a storm blowing through this Capitol. Its winds are strong, and they move us in uncertain and dangerous directions. Jefferson once said, "I consider trial by jury as the only anchor yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its Constitution." The only anchor ever imagined, yet imagined by man, by which a government can be held to the principles of its Constitution. I would submit to you, remove that anchor, and we are adrift. But if we hold true, if we have faith that the ship of state can survive the truth, this storm shall pass. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The majority leader
I
is
suggest
recognized.
the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
right, everybody, good afternoon or evening, depending on where you're watching Fox News now from. It's 2:41 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 4:41 there on the Senate floor. It looks like they may be taking a break. I'm going to keep this live picture up for a bit, though. When and if they officially do break, what I will do is play the White House's coronavirus news conference from not too long ago. Again, the White House held a coronavirus press briefing, essentially, news conference, newser, however you want to refer to it, and we will play it for you right here on Fox News Now. Happy Friday. Thank you to the thousands of you worldwide who are being here. For those of you who are wondering, hey, Pilar, why is the chat disabled? It's because we had a bunch of spammers earlier, so we were definitely just trying to get rid of them, but there's currently 4,129 of you watching. Thanks for being here. All right, we are officially awaiting a Senate vote on impeachment witnesses, everybody. That's the official word of what we are waiting for. We are on standby mode. We're going to stay on standby mode until we get this vote underway. We have just gotten word, everybody, that the Senate has gone into quorum call. It's a delaying measure that permits Senate leadership to work out some difficulty or to await a senator's arrival. So again, they are in a quorum call in the Senate, not necessarily a break, but I just wanted to alert you with what's going on there. So until I see things pick back up, we're going to watch the White House's press briefing on coronavirus. Again, the White House press briefing on coronavirus right here on Fox News Now.
Bob, come on up here. There we go. Bob, come on up. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alex Azar, Secretary of Health and Human Services and Chairman of the President's Task Force on the Novel Coronavirus. I'm going to start by turning things over to Dr. Robert Redfield, the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to discuss the current situation on the novel coronavirus. Dr. Redfield?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Let me give you an update on the current situation of the novel coronavirus. First, though, I want to emphasize that this is a serious health situation in China, but I want to emphasize that the risk to the American public currently is low. Our goal is to do all we can do to keep it that way. Second, I want to recognize the concern that the American public may have, and I want to reiterate what I just said. Currently, the risk to the American public is low. As of today, there are nearly 9,700 cases in China, with more than 200 deaths. Additionally, currently there are another 23 countries that have confirmed totally 132 cases. This also includes 12 individuals who have been confirmed in 6 countries who did not travel to China. CDC has launched an aggressive public health response focused on early case recognition, isolation of those cases identified, and contact tracing around those individuals. This response is a layered response, which includes both targeted airport screening as well as heightened education and awareness of the American healthcare community to be vigilant in ascertaining the possibility of recent travel to China when they are evaluating patients with upper respiratory tract infection. To date, we have confirmed 6 cases of this novel virus in the United States. Most recent case had no travel history to China, but was a close personal contact of one of the previous cases that we had identified through our aggressive contact tracing. In addition, there are currently 191 individuals that are under investigation. Once again, I want to emphasize that this is a significant global situation and it continues to evolve. But I also want to emphasize again that the risk at this time to the American public is low. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Dr. Redfield. I would now like to invite Dr. Anthony Fauci, the Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, to discuss the underlying rationale for the actions that I will be discussing after he concludes. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. The concept that's underlying the action that you'll hear about shortly is the issue of the unknown aspects of this particular outbreak. So let me enumerate just a few of these. I can start off by putting it into perspective by telling you I often get asked, we have an influenza outbreak here. We have about 8,000 deaths already. We have about 100,000 hospitalizations. Why are we paying such attention, and why are we doing the kinds of things we're doing here right now? Well, the reason is, despite the morbidity and mortality with influenza, there's a certainty, for example, of seasonal flu. I can tell you all guaranteed that as we get into March and April, the flu cases are going to go down. You could predict pretty accurately what the range of the mortality is and the hospitalizations, as we've done over the years. The issue now with this is that there's a lot of unknowns. As you can see just from the media, the number of cases have steeply inclined each and every day. You know that in the beginning, we were not sure if there were asymptomatic infection, which would make it a much broader outbreak than what we're seeing. Now we know for sure that there are. It was not clear whether an asymptomatic person could transmit it to someone while they were asymptomatic. Now we know from a recent report from Germany that that is absolutely the case. There are a number of countries outside of China that have travel-related cases, and now what we're seeing is that there are secondary cases from them, and as Bob mentioned, we also have that in this country. The WHO has issued, as you know, a public health emergency of international concern declaration. If you put all these things together, I underscore what Bob said. We still have a low risk to the American public, but we want to keep it at a low risk. And because there are so many unknowns here, we're going to take the action that the Secretary will describe in a temporary way to make sure we mitigate as best as we possibly can this risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Today, President Trump took decisive action to minimize the risk of the spread of novel coronavirus in the United States. Since taking office, President Trump has been clear. His top priority is the safety of the American people. In addition to the steps that the doctors have outlined, we continue to operationalize a multi-layered, cross-agency public health response. Following the World Health Organization's decision to declare the 2019 novel coronavirus a public health emergency of international concern, I have today declared that the coronavirus presents a public health emergency in the United States. The actions we have taken and continue to take complement the work of China and the World Health Organization to contain the outbreak within China. In accordance with the declaration, beginning at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, February the 2nd, the United States government will implement temporary measures to increase our abilities to detect and contain the coronavirus proactively and aggressively. Any U.S. citizen returning to the United States who has been in Hubei province in the previous 14 days will be subject to up to 14 days of mandatory quarantine to ensure they are provided proper medical care and health screening. To be clear, this applies only to U.S. citizens who have been in Hubei province in the past 14 days prior to their attempted entry into the United States. Any U.S. citizen returning to the United States who has been in the rest of mainland China within the previous 14 days will undergo proactive entry health screening at a select number of ports of entry and up to 14 days of monitored self-quarantine to ensure they've not contracted the virus and do not pose a public health risk. Additionally, the President has signed a presidential proclamation using his authority pursuant to Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, temporarily suspending the entry into the United States of foreign nationals who pose a risk of transmitting the 2019 novel coronavirus. As a result, foreign nationals, other than immediate family of U.S. citizens and permanent residents who have traveled in China within the last 14 days, will be denied entry into the United States for this time. Once again, these actions will become effective at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, February 2nd. These prudent, targeted, and temporary actions will decrease the pressure on public health officials screening incoming travelers, expedite the processing of U.S. citizens and permanent residents returning from China, and ensure resources are focused on the health and safety of the American people. I want to stress, the risk of infection for Americans remains low. And with these and our previous actions, we are working to keep the risk low. All agencies are working aggressively to monitor this continually evolving situation and to keep the public informed in a constantly transparent way. The United States appreciates China's efforts and coordination with public health officials across the globe and continues to encourage the highest levels of transparency. It is likely that we will continue to see more cases in the United States in the coming days and weeks, including some limited person-to-person transmission. The American public can be assured the full weight of the U.S. government is working to safeguard the health and safety of the American people. I'd now like to invite Deputy Secretary of State Steve Biegun for an update.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Secretary Azar. My name is Steve Biegun. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State, and I represent the State Department on the President's novel coronavirus task force. Let me describe briefly the role of the Department of State in the proceedings of this task force and our contributions. Our first responsibility is to monitor events on the ground in China, where we have the presence of U.S. diplomats, and to give clear and accurate advice to American citizens, and in particular, American travelers considering visiting or staying in China. In this particular case, this includes identifying any health or safety risks to which they may be subjected, but also, very importantly, identifying their access to essential services such as health care in parts of China that are affected by this coronavirus. China has an excellent healthcare system, but in parts of the country it is simply overwhelmed in the accessibility to that healthcare for any reason, including potential infection, but also any other type of accident in need of medical care may be compromised during the Chinese government's own treatment of the consequences of this virus. Finally, we also make our judgments based upon any obstacles, particularly obstacles to movement, that American citizens might face in the country. And in China, we have seen barriers to travel, both within and without China, as well as between the United States and China. And so we have given prudent advice over the course of the week to American citizens in order for them to allow them to make the best possible choices for themselves. Our second responsibility is to assist U.S. citizens in the affected areas as much as possible. Because we have a presence on the ground, we can provide advice, and in some cases we can make other arrangements, but I want to emphasize this is as possible, and we will continue to review what we can do in certain circumstances. Finally, and very importantly, the core mission of the Department of State is to work closely with our international partners, and in this case we are working very closely with the Chinese government in order to address a number of related matters. But let me start on behalf of the President and the Secretary of State by extending our deepest compassion to the people of China. This has been a very difficult time for the Chinese people. It came at a point of their peak holiday season. Many are affected, many have lost loved ones or are enduring the illness of loved ones, and I want the Chinese people to know that they have the deepest sympathies of the United States of America. Let me also say and echo what Secretary Azar said, which is we are deeply appreciative of the close cooperation we have with the Chinese government as we work together to try to find appropriate ways to address any risks and challenges from this virus. And finally, the United States will continue to cooperate with China in ways that we could potentially provide assistance, including technical assistance, and also to the extent possible, any critical supplies that the Chinese need in order to address this virus. And we are working very hard to find donors and make arrangements so that we can undertake a robust effort to help the Chinese people get their arms around this outbreak. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Biegun. Let me next invite the Acting Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Ken Cuccinelli, to take the podium for some comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I am Ken Cuccinelli. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, and I'm the department's representative on the task force led by Secretary Azar. Several elements of the Department of Homeland Security are engaged in implementing the medical strategy you heard described here, including Customs Border Protection, which stands at our land ports, seaports, and airports, and I'll come back to the airports in a moment, particularly the Office of Field Operations personnel who you see when you come back into the country from your travels. They're the first line of defense when you land and come to the country. Additionally engaged is TSA, the security and the engagement with the airlines. Our chief medical officer in the department is in CWMD, and we're providing medical support at the airports. So we're using contract authority that we have to backfill the CDC personnel so they can be freed up for other missions at the airports where medical screening is being focused. FEMA continues to prepare and support HHS preparations themselves, and then the United States Coast Guard, of course, commands the ports of the United States and deals with incoming shipping, which is obviously slower than the airplanes, but coming nonetheless, and we are prepared to deal with each of those. The President's proclamation will have Customs Border Protection ensuring that United States citizens, legal permanent residents, and their immediate families continue to enter the United States, though those coming from Hubei province, as you heard from the Secretary, will be subject to quarantine, and the others from China to screening. We will be implementing a funneling effort at the airports. This is done under the authority of the Customs Border Protection, and it will include 7 airports. So starting 5 o'clock on Sunday, Eastern Time, incoming flights from China will be funneled through 7 airports. Those airports are JFK, Chicago's O'Hare, in San Francisco, Seattle, Atlanta, Honolulu, and LAX. This is done under CBP's authority, will be executed by the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, consistent with the President's proclamation and in support of that effort, again, so we can focus the expertise of the medical professionals that will do the screening to implement this. We'll continue to support the medical efforts across the country, both at our ports, our land, sea, and air, as well as with personnel standing up some of the resiliency measures that HHS has been working on for some time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Secretary Cuccinelli. At this point, we'd be happy to take some of your questions. Kevin, would you like to get started?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If the risk is really low, could you talk about why go to such an extreme as a public health emergency? If the risk is that low, why are we taking such measures? Why the need?
So these are actually fairly incremental, measured steps on top of the steps we've already progressively been taking. You'll notice that many airlines have already stopped direct flights from China, have pulled that down. We're seeing a significant, and the Department of Transportation could comment on the numbers we're seeing, or Homeland Security. We've seen a significant reduction in people from the U.S. going to China, people from China coming to the U.S. already. This just helps us focus our efforts so that we, as we're dealing with the unknowns that Dr. Fauci spoke about earlier, unknowns around incubation period, unknowns about the speed of transmissibility, unknowns about asymptomatic transmission, unknowns about severity, that we take appropriate measured prudential steps so we can focus our resources, because it's the bread and butter. I've talked to you before about the bread and butter of public health is identify people who might be symptomatic or might have the disease, diagnose, isolate, treat, contact trace. That's a significant undertaking, as we have already done with the 6 individuals in the United States who've been positively identified. We have to focus those resources. John?
Mr. Secretary, the mandatory quarantine for people coming in from Hubei province, will that be home quarantine or will that be in an institutional setting?
That would be at an appropriate quarantine facility of some kind for those individuals. For the U.S. citizens returning to the United States from having been in China within the previous 14 days, they would be funneled, as Secretary Cuccinelli spoke of. They would be screened appropriately to see if they present any type of symptoms of the disease, and then they would be asked to self-isolate at home over the 14 days. But for individuals from Hubei, because that is the epicenter of this with such high immediate transmission, we feel these additional measures of quarantine for up to 14 days are appropriate. Hallie?
And could I just follow that? Have you selected specific quarantine centers?
We have selected them. We will announce those as DHS implements with the airlines that funneling activity. Thank you.
To follow up on John, what does self-quarantine look like for the people who are self-quarantining? How do you enforce that? What are the mechanisms surrounding that? And if you could also speak to, you just described this as sort of an incremental step, I believe. This is obviously significant, the quarantine of citizens in this country. What is your message to Americans who are watching this on the news, who are seeing this, who are feeling really alarmed by the steps that this administration is taking and by the spread of coronavirus in general? They hear you say the risk is low, but then they see this action being taken, and I think some people might be freaked out by that.
I hope not. I hope that people will see that their government is taking responsible steps to protect them. These are preventive steps. The risk is low in the United States. The risk is low of transmissibility. The risk of contracting the disease is low. But our job is to keep that risk low as much as we can by taking appropriate preventative steps. So that's the approach we're taking. Let me ask Dr. Redfield if he can talk a bit about we do this type of quarantine and self-isolation work basically every day, working very closely. I want to stress something that we've not mentioned enough, working very closely with our state and local public health partners. They're, just as we do with emergency response, we serve as a backup and expertise and a border type force, but the state and local authorities are the backbone of our public health infrastructure, and we work with them daily to help with our quarantine stations and activities. But Dr. Redfield, can you talk a bit about self-isolation?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Clearly, we've stratified the risk groups here, as was already alluded to, from Hubei province, where there really is aggressive transmission. Those individuals are going to come and be required to have up to 14 days of institutional transmission. Then there's a large category of individuals coming back to China. As we stand here today, over half of the reported cases in China now are not in Hubei, but when you look at their history, it's that they got infected. Probably over 85% of them got infected from Hubei. Those individuals will then be actively screened when they come into one of the 7 airports for significant risk, as well as any evidence of any symptoms. In the absence of any reason to advance them into a clinical evaluation at that port of entry, they will be allowed to complete their travel back to their home, where they then will be monitored by the local health departments in a self-monitoring situation in their home. We did this in the West Africa Ebola outbreak. We did it, but I want to emphasize at that time over 98% of the American public voluntarily accepted the importance of this. And we think and we continue to believe the American public will see this as something to their benefit, to their family's benefit, obviously their community's benefit. So that's the current situation.
Dr. Fauci, let me ask Dr. Fauci of one little
Yeah, there's one other aspect of this that I think is important. Very recently there was a case of a woman who was in China and came to Germany and had a professional interaction with a professional partner. She had no symptoms at the time. She went back to China and got sick. This individual with whom she had an interaction contracted the coronavirus at a time that she had no symptoms. He then transmitted it to 2 of his colleagues. So there now are 4 cases. One of the problems with when the virus is transmitted in an asymptomatic way and has its implications, it puts a terrible burden on the screening process. How do you screen somebody? You know, remember back with Ebola, Ebola doesn't get transmitted unless you're actively very ill. And you know that, it's very, very clear. When you can transmit a virus at a time when you're asymptomatic, that just puts that extra burden on screening. And as a lot of people come in, it's going to be very difficult.
Dr. Fauci, can I follow up on that? Can I follow up on what he, thank you. Just what he's just saying. Given that Germany data that you just cited, are the 195 people being quarantined right now, are they getting tested every day for coronavirus?
Dr. Redfield to describe their care.
Sorry, I'm going to follow up to that.
Clearly, they're all isolated and will be for the 14 days. We have done virus isolation, but I want to be clear, the current test that we developed at CDC is not, we're not sure of the natural history of how the virus is isolated. Can you isolate it one day, then 3 days later you can't? And we are seeing in the cases that are in the hospital, we've seen people that had detectable virus, then they didn't have detectable virus, and then 3 days later they had detectable virus. We're using the virus cultures right now in these individuals more to help us learn about this virus. How much asymptomatic carriage, in fact, is there? So I want people to understand that distinction. We're not using it as a release criteria because we don't know the natural history of how this virus is secreted, and this is what we're continuing to learn.
And are you comfortable that the thousands of people that passed through the U.S. screening so far are not, that they don't have coronavirus?
So this is why it's such a layered approach. We are going to see additional cases in this country. We've already seen in the 6 cases we've defined, a number of them came in asymptomatic. So this is why we have that multi-layered approach and have really worked hard to engage the medical community in the United States. Of the 6 cases that we diagnosed so far, 1 was picked up by airport screening. 4 were picked up by astute doctors, and the most recent was picked up by CDC doing aggressive contact tracing.
Dr. Redfield? Dr. Redfield?
Secretary Azar. Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, Jeff Mason from Reuters. Can you, you referenced the airlines earlier, can you or your colleague from the Department of Transportation give us an update on the administration's thinking about a travel ban on airlines in general being prohibited from flying to and from China?
There is no travel ban. I'm Joel Zabat, Assistant Secretary, Department of Transportation. I think many of you who have been following this are aware all of the 3 U.S. carriers who have been flying between the U.S. and China have announced that they are taking down all of their passenger flights, and they announced that before any action by the administration. So we are working closely with our counterparts in our Chinese aviation counterparts, and we'll be working going forward with both the U.S. And the Chinese passenger airlines about their flight plans going forward.
Are you considering more drastic action beyond the voluntary measures that the airlines have taken so far?
Because as Secretary Azar mentioned earlier, this is an evolving situation, but at the moment, no.
Can you put numbers?
I'm the transportation. Might be giving some numbers on some of the, I don't know if you or Ken could talk a bit about what we're seeing on air traffic numbers, perhaps.
So I'll start it off and then turn it over to Acting Deputy Secretary Cuccinelli. In terms of passengers traveling between the United States and China, as you might expect, over the course of the last couple of weeks, the passengers loading in the U.S. to fly to China have dropped to almost none. Passengers continue to have a high, what we call load factor, a high rate of passengers coming from China to the United States. However, so the U.S. carriers, though, as they're pulling out, they represent just under 40% of the passenger capability. So with that, we have been seeing already in the course of the last week to 10 days a significant decrease in the number of passengers that have been going between the United States and China. And the Department of Homeland Security does an excellent job of tracking those numbers day to day.
So just to speak to the numbers, since the Chinese have locked down Wuhan and the Hubei province, which was 8 days ago, if memory serves, travel from China to the United States as of yesterday had dropped by close to 20%. Travel from the United States to China had dropped by well more than 50%. And this is with the sort of market response that Joel referenced by the airlines and the voluntary actions taken by travelers. I would note for you all that it's not a lot of data, but over the last 5 days, the number of American citizens traveling from China back to the United States has been rising. So even while the total number is going down, it does look to us initially like Americans, at least some of them, are returning back home.
Can I ask Dr. Fauci a question?
Jim?
For Dr. Fauci
Sure, Jim.
or
Yeah.
whoever.
How confident are you in the accuracy of these tests? If somebody is testing negative and then they later test positive, can you have confidence if you're testing negative for something that you don't have it?
So, I mean, I think the question you ask is really one of the fundamental bases of why this decision was made. If we had an absolutely accurate test that was very sensitive and very specific, then we could just test people and say, okay, we're good to go. I want to get back to the broad concept that I mentioned when I made my brief introduction about the unknowns. We don't know the accuracy of this test. We haven't done enough people who came in with negative, then all of a sudden they were positive. You could have virus in your nasal secretions, or you couldn't and still be infected. I mean, it isn't like it's a horrible test, but it is not a test that's absolute. I spoke to a reporter the other day talking about tests. So when you're talking about HIV, if a person has HIV and I draw their blood, I can tell you 100% whether they have HIV or not. 100%. That's not even near where we are with this.
You talk about a gradual approach, Mr. Secretary, in terms of what you're doing right now. What measures do you have sort of in the toolkit if this gets worse?
Well, let me ask perhaps Dr. Kadlec to talk a bit about our approach. Obviously, at this point, as I've said, the risk here in the United States is quite low for any individual. The risk is low. Our job is to work to keep that way. But we have public health tools that we use. We exercise constantly in the event of larger scale infectious disease outbreaks. And that's what we would rely on should we end up seeing more cases in the United States. But it's exactly these measures that help make any additional cases more manageable, to use the tools Dr. Kadlec will talk about.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. And my role in this is really precautionary at this stage. And everything that's been done at this point has been incremental, proportionate, and precautionary. And so my responsibilities are work across the federal government as well as within HHS to ensure that we're postured should this virus kind of continue to expand. And so domestically, we're working with our private sector healthcare preparedness. We're working specifically around supply chain resilience because much of our healthcare products come from overseas. And we're also working actively with NIH and our DoD colleagues as well as our DARPA colleagues and the private industry to develop better diagnostics, possible therapeutics, as well as vaccines, which Dr. Fauci can speak more about. So we're really taking a very, what I'd say, cautious but deliberate and methodical approach to ensure that, come what may, we're prepared. Thank you.
Kristen?
Hang on just one second.
Yep.
I'm going to call last
sorry.
question so that we can ensure we get you guys out for departure. So
Okay,
last question.
Oh, yeah. Kristen?
Any concerns about legal challenges, international travel in general to the region? What's the message to people who need to travel to the region, and what benchmark will you have for when this gets lifted?
So let me ask Dr. Redfield if he could talk a bit about just giving your assessment as a health professional about international travel generally, and then the types of factors maybe for Dr. Fauci that we'll be looking at as we, again, hopefully temporary measures, titrated, try to just keep a pause on the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think, as Dr. Fauci said, right now there's a lot of unknowns. Obviously, almost every other day we're learning something we didn't know the day before about this. We'll continue to do that. Probably the most important thing from our perspective is whether or not there's expansion of what I call sustained community human-to-human transmission. Right now that is limited in large part to the Hubei area and the broader China. We've had some isolated human-to-human transmission in some of the cases that have gone internationally. I mentioned we've had 12 so far that have been defined in the whole world. So that's going to be important to see if there's broadening of sustained human-to-human transmission. I think that's going to really be the major thing that we're going to be looking at. As the Secretary said, these precautionary messages and actions that have been put out today, it really is intended to keep this virus from causing significant consequences to the American public.
All right, everybody. Pilar Arias signing off for the day, for the week. We are awaiting a Senate vote on whether or not there will be witnesses in this impeachment trial Again, you're watching it all live right here on Fox News Now. Christy Larson will be with you for the rest of the afternoon and evening. We're going to continue to listen in here, and I will see you all again on Monday. Mike Pace will also be back.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now. We are still waiting here as the Senate takes a pause here in the trial. I do want to read a few updates coming from D.C. from one of our very owns, Chad Pergram. He covers Congress for Fox News, and so he was saying just a little bit ago that Fox was told there are some GOPers who are pushing to end this trial this weekend and strike while the iron is hot and not tempt fate. Other Republicans think there should be an effort to have senators speak and deliberate on the articles of impeachment. Now, as the Senate takes a pause in the trial, the problem is McConnell doesn't have everyone on his side lined up on how to finish the trial, and that's why the action has moved off the floor as the sides try to negotiate a path forward. So we are sitting here in D.C. with you guys. Thanks so much for being here with News Now. If you haven't yet, you can subscribe to our page, and once we do have things wrapped up for the day on the impeachment side of things, of course, we're going to continue on and bring you more news that has been happening across our country. I did want to make a note too, we are less than a half hour away from Britain's Brexit finally coming to after, I believe it's been about three and a half years that they've been working on leaving, and so they do have that happening here today. And 11 p.m. is what time they were going to be becoming on their own. Now, a lot of people who have been talking about this day have been calling it their Independence Day, and so what's going to happen is even though they're leaving the European Union tonight, a lot of their laws are staying the same.
And it leads to the following. We'll now cast a vote on the witness question, and once that vote is complete, I would ask that the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Thank you. Without objection, so ordered. The question is, shall it be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents? The yeas and nays are required under Senate Resolution 483. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander? No. No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? No. No. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blunt? No. Mr. Booker? Yes. Aye. Mr. Bozeman? No. Mr. Braun? No. Mr. Brown? Aye. Mr. Burr? No. Ms. Cantwell? Aye. Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Cardin? Aye. Mr. Carper? Aye. Mr. Casey? Aye. Mr. Cassidy? No. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Cotton? No. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Daines? No. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Mr. Enzi? No. Ms. Ernst? Mrs. Feinstein? Aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Fisher? No. Mr. Gardner? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Graham? No. Mr. Grassley? No. Ms. Harris? Aye. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Ms. Hirono? Aye. Mr. Hoven? No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? No. Mr. Inhofe? No. Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Jones? Aye. Mr. Kane? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. King? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Mr. Langford? No. Mr. Leahy? Aye. Mr. Lee? No. Mrs. Loeffler? No. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. McConnell? No. Ms. McSally? No. Mr. Menendez? Aye. Mr. Merkley? Aye. Mr. Moran? No. Ms. Murkowski? No. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mrs. Murray? Aye. Mr. Paul? No. Mr. Perdue? No. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Portman? No. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. Roberts? No. Mr. Romney? Aye. Ms. Rosen? Aye. Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Rubio? No. Mr. Sanders? Aye. Mr. Sass? No. Mr. Schatz? Aye. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Shelby? No. Ms. Sinema? Aye. Ms. Smith? Aye. Ms. Stabenow? Aye. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Tester? Aye. Mr. Thune? No. Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Toomey? No. Mr. Udall? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Ms. Warren? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Mr. Wicker? No. Mr. Wyden? Aye. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Blumenthal? Aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 49. The nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
And you can just hear the murmurs happening there on the Senate floor. We do have, again, that lower third for you, showing you that the yeas, very close call, 49. It did need 51 to pass, and the nays had it, so there will not be witnesses called for this, and the motion was not agreed to. As you can see, Senate on a break, and to look for some news items that we can bring to you while we wait for the Chief Justice to call everyone back. And as you can see, I do have a double box going. We do have a camera out in the hallway in case anyone does step out to comment on the vote that just happened.
Okay. We're going to go by together, okay?
It had no witnesses, no documents. It is a tragedy on a very large scale. I will be now going up to my caucus to discuss what we're doing next. I will not talk about it here. Okay? Thanks.
Unfortunately, some very short words from Chuck Schumer, obviously disappointed at the outcome of the motion not being agreed to. Of course, we're going to be sticking here, seeing if anyone else does step up to the podium on News Now.
Well, I guess if they're all going up to their caucus, why are we waiting down here?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, you got down here quick.
You didn't even have
not
his
his
cap.
detail,
You
yeah.
didn't have his detail with him.
He's been doing time on the treadmill. Yeah, it's been working out.
I'm sorry?
It's been working out.
Yeah.
Probably has one of those little exercise bike things under his desk.
He's gonna go talk. He's gonna go talk to his caucus right now. Okay. Where are they doing that? I assume. Yeah. I just didn't know if he went up or he went up. He basically came down here with. Yeah, I just barely made it out the fucking chamber.
treachery, P-E-R-F-I-D-Y.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Treachery, dishonesty. It's a good word.
It is a great word. Perfidy. You should have like Schumer SAT word book. Seriously. He has so many words. That word.
One could say that he has the best words.
He has a lot of words.
Really good one-liner.
Perfidy, deceitfulness, untrustworthiness.
A good word that got cut out of one of my pieces this week. I described McConnell as a testudinate septuagenarian.
What?
Testudinate, like resembling a of, like, or relating to a tortoise. Resembling a tortoise shell in appearance or structure.
That's a good word.
Yeah, I've been trying to work it into McConnell stories for like the past year, and I haven't gotten it past editors yet. Which is really not right, because it's a good word. And he is rather testudinate.
Oops, so sorry. President.
Steelers auction on this big shelf.
All the Republicans go to the stock center.
Various
Oh, Hoyer?
But,
Yeah.
but you know, it's funny. Like, one time I was going to it's a shrine to Senator McConnell, right? And he said, "You're the first person to know that." That's it.
I'm in the subway waiting for people to come to phone.
So I just wanted to remind you guys, we are now currently waiting not only for this recess to end, but also that now House managers and the President's Council both have to now determine the next steps and how to conclude the trial in the next coming days. And we did hear from Schumer saying that he was going to be going up to his caucus to discuss what's going to happen next and that he would not talk about it down here. So we are awaiting here in the Capitol to see what is going to happen next with our Senate trial.
Chris alluded to this.
That's right. Yeah.
So much stuff we need to talk to you about. All right, let's talk. Hey.
All right, guys, and it is unknown, unsure that we will be getting any more words from our senators here tonight. I do have a few more, another message from Chad Pergram. He's, again, our Fox News Congress reporter out there. He did say from McConnell, senators will now configure amongst themselves with the House managers and the President's counsel to determine the next steps as they prepare to conclude the trial in the next coming days. So it does look like we may be done here in D.C. tonight. Of course, we'll be keeping our eye on that here for you. But I do want to go out to live events that are currently happening. Bernie Sanders is out campaigning as well as Pete Buttigieg. So I'm going to go over to Bernie Sanders. And again, as soon as we do know more that's happening in D.C. with the impeachment trial, I'll bring that to you guys here on News Now.
There you go. Medicare for all. The U.S. is the only industrialized nation that does not have universal health care. Maybe it seems kind of foreign to you. Well, I can tell you about my experience. I actually was a patient in Liverpool, England. I can spare you the details of my ailment, but I'm just going to tell you that I'm fine now. I'm very healthy, and they took good care of me. I did have to spend one night there, though, overnight. This was a couple years back, and when it came time to settle the bill, it took quite a bit of time to find the billing office. It seems they didn't have one, because there's no need. So I had to ring the doorbell, and we waited and waited. Finally, the employee who finally answered came, and she kept apologizing at how slow she was, because she's never had to do this before, bill a patient. And she was very embarrassed that she had to bill me at all. She thought it was awful. Now, would you like to guess how much I had to pay for my treatment and the night in the hospital? Go ahead. Just guess. Well, that's good, $100. Okay. If to give you kind of a clue, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation, here, the average cost of one day of inpatient care in the hospital is $2,050.
All right, guys, I'm going to flip-flop things around, and since Pete Buttigieg has taken the stage, I'm going to take us out there live, and that's what's happening right here on News Now.
I like to call you future former Republicans who are very welcome in this effort to make sure that we come to a better day. Because this is going to take all of us standing together. We won't agree on absolutely everything. That's okay. That's not the point. We can agree that we need a better president, and even more than what we're against, I think right now we have a chance to build a strong American majority that agrees on what we're for. And that's what this is about. Now, of course, a lot depends on making sure that we bring about that day I'm talking about, and that it happens sooner rather than later, right? And I know that's what's on a lot of folks' minds as you're making your final decision. How do we make sure we nominate somebody who's going to win? I'm also here, though, to make the case that you don't have to choose between the best way to govern and the best way to win. That actually the best way to do both of those things is to leave the politics of the past in the past and to be focused on the future. Consider this. Every time my party has won the White House in the last half century, every single time we've won, certain things have been a candidate who is focused on the future, who is opening the door to a new generation of leadership, and who is bringing solutions to Washington, not from Washington. That's been true every time we've succeeded. And it fits with what we're going to have to do in order to govern. Because on that day that I'm describing to you, our country is facing issues the likes of which we hadn't even thought of years or decades ago. We're dealing with that have been left behind. And that economy is being shaped by forces and pressures that are completely new. The gig economy, the tech economy, things dramatically shaping every profession from manufacturing to medicine to fast food. These are the changes that the next president will be confronted with, domestically and internationally, where we are seeing whole new forms of threats and challenges, from global health security that I think a lot of us have on our mind, looking at what's happening, coming out of China, to cybersecurity threats and election security threats mounting as we speak, on top of the traditional military issues that we've been dealing with the whole time. And, as if that weren't enough, those challenges will be waiting at a moment when Washington has become more paralyzed and polarized by partisanship than we have seen in modern times. That's what we're going to be facing. So, how are we going to rise to actually deal with that issue? Well, it's going to take a president prepared to focus on those new kinds of challenges and determined to unify us to get it done. And that has very real implications for what course we're going to take in the choice that we're making on Monday. And there are respectful but very real differences in approach among those of us who are competing for your support. So you'll see a lot of ads where Vice President Biden is making the case that this is no time to take a risk on someone new. I would argue this is no time to take the risk of falling back on the familiar or relying on an old playbook that helped get us to this point. On the other end, you've got Senator Sanders talking about things I think all of us would like to see happen in terms of the end goals for our country of prosperity being widely shared. But through a politics that sends a message that it's my way or the highway. You're either for revolution or you're for status quo. And that message is going out at the very moment when we actually have this remarkable American majority agreeing on what it is we ought to do. Now we have, in a way that wasn't available even to President Obama just 10 years ago, an American majority that agrees that we need to step up in the public sector and ensure there's no such thing as an uninsured American. Just not too sure about the idea of kicking people off their private plans. We've got a strong majority ready for the biggest game-changing expansion of college affordability we've seen since the GI Bill. Just not wild about the idea of asking folks to pay for the children of millionaires and billionaires. We got an opportunity to make some of the biggest, boldest changes we've yet seen. But even more importantly, we've got a chance to do it in a way that would actually unify and galvanize and energize, not polarize, an American people who are already so frighteningly divided. I see the way the debates are shaping up, and I wonder whether we're really ready to move forward. I care a lot about the Iraq War. I've weighed in on it in the context of this campaign and talked about why I was against it. But I am less concerned with litigating who was right about the Iraq War than making sure we don't have an Iran war on our hands by the time the next president takes office. I care deeply about preserving Social Security, but I am less interested in who said what when about Social Security in the 1990s than what we're going to do in 2020 to prevent this president from cutting Social Security and Medicaid, as he seems to be mobilizing to do. We got to deal with this right now, and we got to be ready for what the future is going to bring. So my point is that this is our chance to leave the politics of the past in the past and move forward toward a politics that is defined by belonging, defined by boldness, and defined by action. Because what I'm finding in my travels across this country and across the state of Iowa is that Americans are ready for that better politics and for us to make some better decisions in Washington. See, part of the idea of a mayor running for president from the middle of the country, from a city that's not even one of our great global cities, is that it's very much the point to have a voice from our communities that can't seem to be heard sometimes in Washington. And that at a time like this, we'd be well served if we could get Washington to start running a little bit more like our best-run cities and towns before it starts going the other way around. That's what we could be doing. And I see people ready to take those steps forward, more united than you would think by looking at Capitol Hill about what it is we ought to do. Agreeing that we have got to make sure that folks are getting paid more, from standing with organized labor to ensure higher pay in the workplace to just making sure we got a higher minimum wage. I see more and more folks ready to act and do something about climate change before it is too late, and insist that we lead the world in doing something about it. I'm meeting more and more folks from different political backgrounds who can agree that we have got to build up and shore up our public schools and back up our teachers with a Secretary of Education who believes in public education. I'm seeing more and more folks from both parties who refuse to accept a reality where kids are learning active shooter drills before they're old enough to learn how to read, and are ready for us to undertake common sense measures, from red flag laws to background checks, to save thousands of American lives from gun violence every single year. Ready to act to see to it that this becomes a country where your race has no bearing on your health or your wealth or your life expectancy or your relationship with law enforcement. That has to start now, and that we have to come together and make sure it actually gets done. And I am seeing in all of the encounters I'm having on this campaign just how personal these issues are too. They say all politics is local, and I think that's true. It's also true that all politics is personal for somebody. Even the grandest issues of war and peace. You know, not long ago, I was in the airport, and by chance, ran into somebody I had served with and hadn't seen since we were both in Afghanistan. Hadn't seen since she was injured in an insider attack. I saw her walking down the airport concourse with her teenage son and asked her how she was doing. She was wearing a T-shirt from the Wounded Warrior Project that said, "Some assembly required." And I asked her how she was doing. She lifted up her knee and kind of cheerfully tapped on her prosthetic leg and said, "The Navy fixed me up just fine." And then shared that she was still on active duty and looking forward to her next deployment. Because the people who wear the uniform of this country will do whatever is expected or required of them by the United States of America. That's why it is so important, why they deserve a commander-in-chief who would never ask them to do anything that put them in danger unless it was absolutely necessary. That's what's at stake. The idea of an economy that's just upside down, with Amazon and Chevron paying zero in federal income taxes. Less than you and I did, in all likelihood, last year. And I'm thinking about it in terms of the folks I meet, from a guy in Bettendorf who came to our event, Republican, came to our event, and mentioned that in addition to having a full-time job, he's driving for DoorDash because he said everybody needs to have a side job these days. As if we were living in a time of national hardship, not a season of American plenty. Someone who introduced me at a recent event, another one of our great volunteers, Erin's her name, she mentioned that it was kind of tough for her to be at the event because she only gets a day off every 2 weeks or so. Because in addition to being a full-time pre-kindergarten preschool teacher, she's also got to have a job at Hy-Vee in order to make it all add up. She's in one of the most important jobs we could have in our society, and that one job is not enough. That's what's at stake in making sure that we have an economy that's wired up to take care of us, not just giant corporations, and do a better job of supporting our educators in particular. I'm talking to folks who are on the front lines of the mental health crisis, sharing with me the loss of someone they love, or that helpless, horrifying feeling of being unable to save someone you love who is battling addiction. And see in their stories why it is so important that this become a country that is willing to fund and discuss addiction and mental health just as openly and energetically as we do any physical medical condition. This is personal. And I'm seeing the face of the solution, not just the face of the problem, among the people I meet. The woman who introduced me at my event in Ankeny, ready to become a teacher, even though she's got to work multiple gig jobs just to be able to put herself through the education to get into that uncompensated profession. I was just connected at our earlier event today with a guy named Andrew from Shenandoah, who's from the next generation that will be working in our farm communities and rural communities. And he's asking how farming could be at the heart of our solutions on climate change, which is exactly right, because we're not going to be able to fix this problem unless everybody's part of it. And actually, agriculture could be a huge part of the solution if we're willing to invest in making sure that that's the case. I'm seeing the moral intelligence that is going to be needed to solve this problem in people who come to my event, some of them not yet old enough to vote. Like a young woman named Sadie who came to see me in Emmitsburg and is now a super volunteer for the campaign as well. But she came and asked a question about immigration. She wanted to know what was going on at the border and what we could do to make it better. I didn't get the sense she had ever been anywhere near the border, but it was a personal question for her all the same. Because, as she shared, in that room that was a lot like this room, she remembered what it was like when her father had left her family. And so when she hears a phrase like family separation on the news, she knows exactly what that meant in her family. And has the ability, the empathy, and the imagination to put herself in the shoes of someone whose life would seem to be completely different. Let's say a 5-year-old boy from Honduras on the border in Texas, torn out of his parents' arms by this president's cruel policies. 1,000 miles away from where she lives, but she can see or sense, at least in part, what he might be going through. And is insisting that we have answers, that presidential candidates have answers on how to make sure that he never experiences that kind of pain, that she feels she can touch through her own. Now, if people across the state of Iowa and across the United States have that kind of moral imagination, that kind of understanding of what is at stake in these decisions, then surely, with the powers of the presidency, we can get Washington to be as responsive to. That's what we have a chance to do. And that's what this campaign is about. So that's what I'm asking you to be part of. Here's our chance. All we got to do is make sure that we succeed on Monday. And that's where you come in. So I'm asking for your support based on the idea that if we get this right, we will have a presidency that can deliver the kind of leadership that makes good on what so many Americans already understand we've got to do. In other words, I'm not running for this office out of a desire to occupy it. I'm running for this office because I believe it has a purpose. And the purpose of the presidency, in my view, is not the glorification of the president. It is the empowerment and the unification of the American people to do these big things. That's why I'm asking for your support. So now that you know what I'm about, I'm going to end the monologue right there. And we got folks with microphones. At least I think we do. We got mic runners? There we go. All right. And they will come to you. They'll hold the mic and everything. I'll try to be concise and take as many questions as we can. Yes, sir.
What is your plan to deal with the 11 or 12 million undocumented individuals who now live in the U.S.?
Well, we've got to create a pathway to citizenship. And The last time we really had a meaningful overhaul of our immigration law was in the 1980s. Now, this is another example of something where most Americans actually agree on what to do. There are differences on the margins, but most folks agree we've got to have a pathway to citizenship for those 11, 12 million who are here. We've got to protect dreamers who are as American as the rest of us, just don't have the paperwork to show it. We've got to fix the lawful immigration system. That's how my dad got here, but it is now so gummed up with long backlogs, arbitrary country caps, and enormous bureaucracy that it's harder and harder to come in the way that we're asking people to do. And make sure that we manage the border in a way that makes sense. So that pathway to citizenship is also a pathway to a stronger, safer economy and life for so many people. Remember, the reason we have 11 million undocumented immigrants is because our economy needed 11 million more people than our system was prepared to admit. So another thing we got to do when we do that reform is set it up so that in the future you can review every couple of years how many work-based visas we need to keep our economy going, instead of it literally taking an act of Congress to change these quotas and country caps that are set in stone. So we'll create that too, a kind of safety valve where there's an administrative review every couple of years. It doesn't require that you change the entire law. Because what we don't want to do is fix it once and then allow the problem to build up again and have that many more people in mixed status families and in communities so vulnerable in the future. We got such stress and pressure on people who are trying to do all the right things, who are indispensable in our economies, especially in our rural economies, and yet the system can't figure out a way to get it right. It's an example of an issue that, knowing there's an American majority wanting to fix it, could be solved if there were presidential leadership insisting that it be solved. Now, truth is, I think it is more useful to this president as a crisis to divide us around than it would be as an achievement that he could take credit for if they actually solved it. But it will be a priority of mine to make sure that we resolve this in a way that brings those families out of the shadows, allows them to contribute as well as benefit from American citizenship, and moves us forward on a more common sense basis for the road ahead.
Hi. First of all, big fan.
Thank you.
Second of all, I'm actually here with my university. That's all the people holding cameras. Appalachian State from North Carolina. We're all the poli-sci dorks. So
exciting.
Hi.
Welcome
my
to the trail.
question. Yeah, thank you. My question is a big worry for my generation, especially, and it's my first year voting, so I take it really importantly, is the fear of climate change and how that's going to impact us. And I know that's something that's really important to you and something that you take very seriously. So I was wondering if you wouldn't mind elaborating on what you plan to do specifically to help lower carbon emissions and stuff like that.
It's so important, and as the youngest candidate for president, it's very personal for me too, because I am hoping to be here in the 2050s when we're going to see whether we're a carbon neutral economy or not. We got to get there. So we'll compare notes, and you'll be able to hold me accountable to see if we got it done or not, right? And here's the thing. Science tells us we got until about 2030 to make these big changes, according to the UN panel. But if you think about it, if that's the deadline to make big changes, then the real deadline is 2020. The political deadline is 2020, because if we don't have a president who believes in climate science by next year, we're never going to make it. And those steps need to happen right away. There are day one steps, like rejoining the Paris Climate Accord. I mean, that's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned, and that's the beginning. There are intermediate steps, like doubling the amount of renewables going onto the grid. I estimate we can get it done by 2025. Things that will reach out into 2030 and beyond as far as transportation and eventually heavy industry, so that by 2050 we're carbon neutral. And as I mentioned earlier, a big part of this is places you wouldn't normally look to be part of the solution. The military is one of the biggest buyers of fuel in the world, so it should be on the cutting edge of alternative energy sources. Farming, because soil can take carbon out of the atmosphere. And the original carbon capture technology is called plants. And if we can find billions of dollars to take the edge off of the pain of soybean farmers, although it isn't making them whole when it comes to that trade war that never should have happened, then surely we can back up our farmers with billions of dollars to help them be at the forefront of fighting climate change through practices that we could then spread around the world. What all of this adds up to is a national project. America's always better when we have a national project, from saving democracy to going to the moon. And here's one that doesn't even involve fighting other people. And if we get it right, it will mobilize the energies of this entire country, from people participating in the service programs I'm proposing, to industrial workers who need to know that they will be needed as part of the 3 million net new jobs we're going to create. And getting that right will also allow us to stand up a little taller and not think about this in terms of guilt and doom, which are paralyzing emotions and make it harder to act, and instead think of it in terms of pride. One other point I would make on this is that if we get this right, if we're standing up at home taking these steps and leading the world in doing something about it, because it's a global issue that needs global solutions, well, this would be a good time with our credibility hanging by a thread around the world. This would be a good time for the world to see the United States leading on something that is of unquestioned international importance. And that might be part of how we restore U.S. credibility alongside dealing with this intrinsically important issue. Thanks for speaking. For your help. All right. Yes.
My question is, how do you plan to work with both parties and unite the deep division in our country?
So part of what my campaign is about is that idea of unity. Because, again, there's way more unity among the American people than you would see on the floor of the American Congress. Now, that doesn't mean we all agree on everything, or even on most things. But we have a general sense of where we want to go, even on the issues that have been more divisive in the past. Take the issue of background checks in gun law. That's something that the vast majority of Republicans and gun owners now agree ought to be done. You'd never know it looking at the Senate. But it's an example of something where, in terms of our lives and what we want to happen in our lives, we know that we can do better. So on issue after issue, my first instinct is to just sit down and talk about it with the other side. That's what you do as a mayor. As a mayor, you don't have the luxury of... You will never hear about an American city shutting down its government because the two parties can't agree. It's unthinkable because, we're delivering water and you need water to live. So we just figure it out. And we need to get that same sensibility into Washington before it's too late. But that only works if you got good faith on both sides. If the other party's not acting in good faith, that's when you got to go to the voters who hold them accountable. And go to conservative areas where the things I'm talking about are supported, from higher wages to protecting workers to these other steps we got to take. And invite voters to consider why their member might not be aligned with their own voters. So with those two approaches, we can deliver, if we have the right presidential leadership, we can deliver the kinds of changes that we need. And also insist that we're doing this in a respectful fashion. Look, this is a competition, right? Every election is. But it's why the first rule of the road there that we ask everybody on our campaign, including our volunteers, to go by is respect. We can respect the other sides. We can respect our competition. And we're just not seeing it in a moment where you got a kind of divider-in-chief who's pitting folks against each other at every opportunity. It's part of why our campaign really works to be inclusive of independents and Republicans. Never by tricking them. I'm going to be very clear on where I stand, and folks may not agree. But by explaining that we want everybody to be welcome, because there's a crisis of belonging in this country right now. And we have to make sure there's a sense of belonging so that anyone who looks at the presidency is reminded that we're part of the same country. When you're a mayor, you are a walking symbol of the unity of your city. Even for people who didn't vote for you or disagree with you on something, your existence reminds them that they're part of the same community. It's even more true of the presidency. The president should be able to remind people through just the stature of the office, even or especially if they disagree with the party of the president, that the presidency and therefore the country belongs to all of us. And that will be a big focus of how I conduct the affairs of the office, the things I do and say, the things I don't do and say, which are often the better half of how we make sure we build up that sense of respect, so that whenever we're working through these issues that might challenge us or even divide us, we do it with the understanding that at the end of the day, our fates rise and fall as one. Getting his steps in.
I just had, can I hold it? Okay.
I just had a question about your healthcare plan. So you're still planning on keeping privatized healthcare the public option, right? So I was just wondering, how will you mobilize the American people to really take advantage of the public option, since that was one of the major falters of Obamacare? How will you make them more passionate about it?
Make a difference in everyday life, and then everything else gets better. Now, we definitely need to work on open enrollment to make sure people know what their options are. And if somebody's uninsured, we're going to default them into it. You can leave and pick out a better plan if you want, but we can't have free riders on the system. The bottom line is I believe the plan that we set up will be the best plan for everybody. If I'm right, everybody will pick it over time. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be really glad I didn't kick anybody off their old plan. So it just puts a little bit of humility in the policy and allows people to decide for themselves rather than me commanding you to take it. Decide for yourself if it's right. And if I'm right, then you're going to want it as soon as you see the alternative side by side. Yes. Yeah.
I think in the quest to defeat Trump, we've really been looking for a savior as the Democratic Party, as sort of a superhuman figure. And I was really struck by how you spoke about emotion in your New York Times interview during the endorsement segment. And I wanted to ask, over this past year with all your travels and all the people you've spoken to, when is a moment that you felt vulnerable or that you felt exceptionally human?
Well, it's a really profound question. The funny thing about being a candidate is it can really inflate your ego and cut you down to size, sometimes in the very same day. Like just around the time, this was maybe 10 months ago, around the time I was really beginning to get known nationally and starting to feel like feel like we're really catching on. People start to come up to me in airports and on the street. And I was on a flight headed for somewhere around New Hampshire, and a lady standing next to me, waiting to get on the plane, looked at me, looked at me, looked at me. And I was like, oh, she's going to introduce her, she's going to want to meet me because I'm running for president. And she looked at me a little more, and she's like, I know you. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's going to come to you. She's like, let's see. She goes, I know. You work for CNN. Well, no, not quite. I'm running for president. Now, good news is a few months later, I saw her at an event in Franklin, New Hampshire, and I'm reasonably sure I've convinced her to vote for me. But you have moments that build you up and moments that cut you down. And the other thing that's really human is understanding what people have on the line when they come up to talk to you about the issue that is the most important to them.
All right, unsure what happened to our feed for Pete Buttigieg. I do see we do have our camera back here for our shot in D.C. And last I heard, they're still debating on where to move forward from here. So it sounds like there's not going to be a weekend session, and a vote on several of those Dem proposals and closing arguments by council on Monday, and senators can debate impeachment on Monday and Tuesday, and then vote on verdicts on both articles of impeachment on Wednesday. And I also did hear that the plan is to still move forward with the state of address that's going to be happening, or State of the Union that's going to be happening on Tuesday. That was something else that I know a lot of people were keeping their eyes on as well. So just a few things to keep in mind there. And as I mentioned, we're going to be just keeping our eyes here in case there is anyone who steps up to the podium. I do see our Pete Buttigieg shot came back, and it looks like President Trump is expected to arrive in Florida shortly. We're supposed to be getting that shot soon as well. So we have a lot of things that we're going to be bringing to you right here on News Now.
Who listens, a president who reads, at least reads memos, right? Because so much is at stake. Yeah.
Hi, so regarding your Douglas plan, what would you say is like the biggest issue, assuming you're president, you would try to work on to fix like systematic racism? And in implementing your plan, do you plan on like receiving input from like African Americans to try to like stop that as well?
Absolutely. So the Douglas plan, for those who haven't followed this as closely, is a plan we put forward to tackle systemic racism in all its forms in America, specifically around economic empowerment, health, education, reform to the criminal legal system, housing, and democracy and voting itself, which is obviously a lot. But that's kind of the point. All of these things are connected. So some of the racial disparities in health outcomes, some of them are because of racial bias in the system. Like black patients are less likely to be believed when they're in pain. But part of it is connected back to housing, because African American families are more likely to live in areas where there's contamination and where there are concerns about environmental justice that then can affect the health of children. All of which is connected to education, because of course housing helps decide what educational opportunities you have. So all of these things are connected. But if you're asking about one that kind of cuts through all of them, I would talk about political empowerment. I believe we need a 21st Century Voting Rights Act to ensure that the kind of racial voter suppression that is happening in different forms, from making it harder to register to vote, to making it harder to vote, to these purges that are going on, especially in the South, but not only in the South, those lead to different outcomes in the election. And if there's less political empowerment, then of course there will be worse decisions made around housing, education, health, economics, and the rest of it. So that's a big piece. Another big thing to think about is that economic empowerment. And that's everything from ensuring that we're supporting minority-owned businesses that have the best track record of creating opportunity for others, to making sure that we, not everybody wants to go start a business. This is part of why we need to lift up the minimum wage, because that will disproportionately benefit workers, and particularly women of color in the workforce. And there's a lot of work we need to do in the criminal justice system. But I'm bothered sometimes when some politicians talk about it like that's all there is to the black experience in America. Like, of course we need to fix the criminal justice system and work the economics. So it's all connected. And yes, of course, it is so important that this be shaped by African American voices, as the Douglas plan itself was. I had things that I believed, but it was not crafted. I can't take credit for all the ideas in there. It was crafted with a ton of input from civil rights leaders and team members on my own staff who have that experience, because I don't. Right? When I get pulled over, my experience is to be irritated about how much the ticket is going to cost, not to be fearing for my life the way many are. When I'm going through a department store and I fiddle absent-mindedly, put my hand in my pocket, I will get the benefit of the doubt. And the experiences I don't have myself are the ones I've got to ask others about in order to make sure that we're making better decisions. And that's why it'll also be so important that the administration, from the highest levels on through, be filled with people who carry their diverse experiences into the rooms where those decisions are made. Thanks. All right. Make sure anybody up top too. I don't want to leave out the top, although we may not have a mic there, so you'll just have to project a little bit and I'll hear you. Oh, there we go. I can hear you just right. Perfectly. Well, you're right. That ought to be table stakes, right? That ought to be the beginning that you could expect of everybody, and then you take it from there. But these days, I understand why you're asking that question. And the best answer I can give you, other than yes, of course, is that this is how I came into this. So I walked away from a comfortable job in business in order to run a nearly impossible uphill campaign back home in Indiana for a statewide office that I felt was misusing its power in a way that harmed workers and families across the state. And I got crushed. But I was I've never regretted taking that step because I was able to stand up for workers and for those who were not being heard. And then had the opportunity to serve my city and guide it through a transformation. I'm from a low-income industrial river city, and we were so down on ourselves. The press said we were one of America's 10 dying cities at the beginning of the last decade, and together we advanced and created opportunity. There's still a long way to go, but after 2 terms as mayor, we can confidently say that our city is on its feet and moving in the right direction, and that so much has gotten better for the most vulnerable. I'm somebody whose faith teaches me that the point of me being here has a lot to do with whether I can make myself useful to others. And my faith is not something I'm out to inflict on anybody else. I know as president that I would be there to serve people of every religion and of no religion equally. But I'm also wanting to share with you that's part of what I believe is the point of me being here, breathing air on this earth, is to make myself useful. And for what it's worth, did not, as you might imagine, when I was running for mayor 9 years ago that it would be 2 terms as mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and then right to the White House. That was not some kind of clever plan. It's that we're living in a moment that calls for something different. And what I believe this is all about is not the sizzle of the controversy on television or who's looking good or up or down. It's that all of this is about our lives and the lives of the most vulnerable, whose voices have been least heard in Washington are those with the most on the line in the decisions about to be made. It's literally why I'm here. And it's what makes me tick. And it's what my White House will be all about. All right. Is that the last one? All right. Can we talk one more? Can we get one more in? All right. Yes, ma'am. Oh, dear. Yeah. Well, so my first instinct, again, is bipartisanship, and I will try. I'm a Democratic mayor from Indiana. I'm on my third. I went through 3 Republican governors, and we found ways to work together, even if we fiercely disagreed on a lot of things. But if you're finding just bad faith obstructionism, and judging by how the Senate's doing today, I don't think there's a lot of doubt that we'll have some of that. Then that's where you got to go past the legislator, where you're not finding good faith, to their voters. Remember, when I'm talking about higher wages, when I'm talking about paid family leave, when I'm talking about common sense gun law, immigration reform, these things we got to do, most folks want to do it even in conservative areas. And so the way I see it, the best use of that big blue and white airplane comes with the Oval Office is not to hop among golf courses with your name on them. It's to take it into the into the backyard of somebody who's in the way of a policy that would not only be part of my agenda, but would benefit the people they serve and illustrate the amount of daylight between some of these senators and their own voters, even in conservative states. And that, I think, is a big part of what the presidency can do. So that's my plan B. My plan A is to be a candidate with enough coattails that my first conversation with Mitch McConnell is to ask him how his retirement plans are going. But we'll see. All right. All right. So, it sounds like our time's wrapped up, but I'm really glad I had one more chance to come to you and ask for your support. And again, if you're interested in being involved, I hope you will take time to get to know our precinct leaders and reach out to your friends too. Because the other thing that animates me that I'm asking you to spread is a sense of hope that I think we need to bring back into style in American politics. I know the word hope sort of fell out of fashion, because it's such a bleak and divided and often mean time. But I would also argue that hope is required in order to get anything done at all. And I think it's no accident that they took the word hopeful and use it as a noun and as another word for candidate. You notice that? I'm a 2020 hopeful. That's what I'm doing here. Because running is an act of hope. And just as running for office is an act of hope, so is volunteering and contributing, and so is voting and caucusing. Those themselves are acts of hope. You only do them if you think it'll matter and make a difference who's in charge of these offices. And if we get that right, if you can spread that sense of hope to people who may have switched off the whole thing entirely because it's so exhausting and dispiriting, we can change everything beginning now and actually look back at 2020 and feel for the first time pride in our politics. Wouldn't that be nice? We could do that. And Iowa has this beautiful way of expanding what people think is possible when it comes to our politics. First time I ever set foot in this state was as a campaign volunteer, took a few days off work, and was here in the days leading up to the caucus in 2008, and saw what it was like when Iowa changed what the country and the world thought was possible in U.S. presidential politics. You did that. And then, not that long after that, about a decade ago, not here in Iowa, but watching Iowa from my home, I saw you for the first time, make it possible for someone like me to have permission to believe as a Midwesterner.
All right, guys, since Pete's wrapping up, I do want to go ahead and move things on. Sorry about that. We were getting an announcement over our Fox box. Pete Buttigieg just wrapped things up in Iowa. It is a big time for all of those candidates to be out there as caucus starts on Monday. And we do have Joe Biden, who is live in Iowa currently. So we're going to go out to his event right here for you on News Now.
And you're going to make a decision who comes out of the gate, who's left, who's eliminated, and who's going to be able to continue on. And I think that's an enormous responsibility. And I'm counting on you to make a very calculated judgment about who you think can most win, who not only you think can win, can bring along a Democratic Senate. Take a look at, we have to win Pennsylvania. We also have to win Senate seats in North Carolina and Georgia and Texas and other places. Who's the best nominee at the top to be able to allow us to do that? Because absent that, if we don't keep a Democratic House and get a Democratic Senate, we're a long way from getting done what we have to get done. So anyway, I want to thank you for taking the time to say hello. And for those of you who are in here and are in fact, my precinct captains, I thank you, thank you, thank you. You all know this gets down to, you know the Iowa caucus process better than I do. It's who you get to the polls. I mean, who you get to the caucus. It's not easy here in Iowa. Most places you walk in, you're in there, depending on the line to get to the voting machine, you're there anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour. You're anywhere from 2 hours to 5 hours here. And the rules keep changing slightly anyway, and it gets more complicated. But so you're going to determine more than any other group of Americans in the state of Iowa who's likely to be the next president of the United States. And when I started off as a kid running for the Senate, I'd knock on doors and I'd say, my name is Joe Biden. I'm the Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other guy. Well, my name's Joe Biden. I'm seeking the nomination. Thank you for your service. Seeking the nomination for President of the United States of America, the Democratic nominee. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for somebody. But whoever wins this nomination, we all got to get behind. So thank you very much.
All right, and catching the very tail end of Joe Biden, of course, as I mentioned, a lot of Democratic candidates out campaigning ahead of that Iowa caucus on Monday, and we know President Trump was holding his rally in Iowa, so it is going to be a big day next week on Monday. And I do want to continue moving on with more live events that are happening here across the country. We did lose that shot in our capital, so I'll keep my eye out, see if it does come back here for us. But I did see also that Bernie Sanders, while he was in D.C. Having to do that Senate impeachment trial, he does have others out on the road for him helping campaign in his name, and so his wife is speaking currently. We're going to go out to that here for you guys.
Across this country are working in their own areas, in their own communities, to build the future we want. We need to stand together and have that be the foundation of our grassroots movement. I believe in leadership. I think it's extremely important that we have Bernie as the person that articulates and leads and inspires people. But without the people that are inspired standing up and making change after change, small change and large change in their own communities, we will get nowhere. So it'll depend. The one thing I would mention to you is if you elect Bernie Sanders as your president, you will be very active. You will not be left, oh, well, thanks very much, we don't need you anymore. He will be calling upon you to participate in a vibrant democracy and to make it the best democracy this country has ever seen. He will always be a fighter for you. He'll never bow to any corporate or special interest. That's the president we need. The kind who will not only make promises, but make change. The kind who will not only raise hopes, but will fulfill them. The kind who will not only praise peace, but attain it. Of course, as I said, the establishment, there will be many efforts to stop him. I just read on the way here that some are trying to change the DNC rules so the superdelegates can vote on the first ballot. But I think better minds will prevail. People who gave their word about something, I think, will continue it. And we're hoping not only to change this country, but to have the Democratic Party be as strong and straightforward and positive as we would like. Anyway, the opposition is a sign of our success. They know that if we stand together and we don't get demoralized, that we're on the verge of a historic victory and that we will transform this country. So my request to you is simple. Keep door knocking, keep texting, keep phone calling, caucus, but it's not just you who needs to caucus. Please, it's your family, your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers. Don't just ask them to caucus, bring them to caucus. Have a party before, a party after, whatever, bring them. And we are in this together. And together we can create real and lasting change for our country today and for future generations. Let's do it together. Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to take any questions anybody has. I'd love to answer any concerns. Yes, ma'am.
As First Lady, what are you going to do for the youth in this nation?
Well, excuse me. As I said at the beginning, Bernie, when the first week, the week after he was elected, 3 weeks before he actually took office, he brought together a number of people to say, how can we make Burlington a better place? And one of those things was to start a youth office. And the youth office then, which I headed as a volunteer for a long time, what it did was listen to the kids and the families and the teachers and the students and teenagers and everybody in the community to say, how can this be better? And what we found was they wanted a voice. They wanted a voice at the table, just like we all do. They wanted to make a difference. They didn't want programs to deal with their problems, you know. They weren't asking for drug abuse programs or anything that labeled them from, this is who I am. This is my problem, and that's who I am. They were saying, see me, see who I am as an individual, and help me reach my full potential. So we started after-school programs in the schools that are still going today. We started a teen center that went for 32 years and was extremely became a mecca for musicians going from New York to Boston to Montreal. They stopped at this teen center. We started a newspaper that let them give their voice, you know, talk about what they wanted to talk about and address the issues and speak up about what was happening at the city council, what was happening in the legislature. So I guess my promise to you is that what we will do is make sure everybody's voices are heard, the voices for positive change, the solutions to the problems that individuals of different generations face will be the ones that we listen to more intently, that we will say, okay, young people, you do know what you need, because it worked in Burlington. When I look at a lot of the people that came, and it went across the spectrum in terms of poor to rich. I mean, everybody, it was a microcosm of Burlington. And they now are active. So many kids I hear, they're active in their communities. They're city councilors, they're representatives, they're nonprofit leaders, but they felt empowered to be who they were. And that's, I think, all any of us want. So, yes, ma'am.
Places is not just the minimum wage, which is low, but part-time employment in jobs that could be performed by full-time employees, so that people have to work 2 different jobs and juggle the schedules. So what's Bernie's plan for that?
Well, one of the things is that having a Medicare for all will help address that, because you know there is a mandate that if you have a certain number of jobs in small business, you have to have health insurance for your employees, so for full-time employees. So we see all sorts of gamemanship going on where people hire part-time employees, or they quietly hire people whose spouses have health care elsewhere, because it can break the back of small business. It costs a lot. So what Medicare for All will do will stop that. That'll be out of the equation. The employers will actually save a lot of money because it's not an employer-based program any longer. The employees will be able to get the full-time jobs without the negatives. I mean, honestly, if you're an employer and you can have one full-time worker without paying more, like $12,000 or $15,000 more for their health care, you're more likely to do that than having 2 part-time employees. So that's number one. The minimum wage is really just the floor. If you raise the minimum wage, other people have to go higher. So the idea is not to just say, oh, $15 an hour is fantastic. It's not. But it is the basic to make sure that people are not living in poverty. If you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. So does that answer your question? Thanks. Yes, sir.
I'm from Puerto Rico, and in the island we cannot. In the island, we cannot vote for the president of the United States, even though we are part of the United States, supposedly. But here that I'm in Iowa now, I will definitely vote, and I will caucus on Monday. And I was undecided, so after hearing your talk, I will be caucusing for Bernie. So I'm really happy about that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So my question is, there are 3.5 American citizens down in Puerto Rico, and there are many other American citizens living in territories. So what's the plan in the Bernie's, in the Sanders administration to make sure that those American citizens are treated just like any other citizen and not as second-class citizens like my family is being treated down in Puerto Rico right now?
Well, we have Carmen Yulín Cruz, who is the mayor of San Juan, is co-chair of our campaign. So we hear this, and she won't let us do anything less than treat everybody equally. We've been down to Puerto Rico, and our hearts go out to you. I hope your family and everybody is okay down there. But we will be doing everything we can. If you're a U.S. citizen, you should have all the rights and responsibilities of U.S. citizenry. Yes, sir.
Daniel Ellsberg, in his book, The Doomsday Machine, says that we've been living in the threat of extinction for at least over 50 years. Part of that we didn't even realize from nuclear winter. So my question is, does Bernie Sanders have a public statement regarding stepping back from use of nukes on first strike? No nuke first strike.
Well, I think he's always felt that preemptive war of any kind is not the right way to go. And I haven't talked to him about that specifically, but I have no doubt that he does not believe that we should do a nuclear first strike, and he will do everything that he can to avert nuclear proliferation and war. So.
He would make a public statement that this diplomatic message that all options are on the table that Trump has used most recently, and if he would state that this is no longer, and that's a presidential option.
Well, make him president. So. Well, thank you all very much. I really appreciate your coming. Please caucus. Please talk to your neighbors and friends. If you have any concerns, any answers that you cannot, any questions that you cannot answer, please check out BernieSanders.com or call the Iowa offices. There are lots of field offices everywhere, and I appreciate everybody coming and being so involved in our democracy. Bye.
All right, guys, as you can see, Air Force One has arrived in Florida. This is President Trump. He's going to be spending the weekend here in Florida.
him? He came around the back. He came around the back. I didn't see him.
All right, guys, I know you love seeing President Trump. He has arrived, but we do have Senate back on the floor.
Recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The Democratic leader will state the inquiry.
Is the Chief Justice aware that in the impeachment trial of President Johnson, Chief Justice Chase, as presiding officer, cast tie-breaking votes on both March 31st and April 2nd, 1868?
I am, Mr. Leader. The one concerned a motion to adjourn, the other concerned a motion to close deliberations. I do not regard those isolated episodes 150 years ago as sufficient to support a general authority to break ties. If the members of this body, elected by the people and accountable to them, divide equally on a motion, the normal rule is that the motion fails. I think it would be inappropriate for me, an unelected official from a different branch of government, to assert the power to change that result so that the motion would succeed.
Now, Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena Mulvaney, Bolton, Duffy, Blair, and the White House, OMB, DOD, and State Department documents, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1295. At the appropriate place in the matter following the resolving clause, insert the following. Section, notwithstanding any other provision of this.
The amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered. The majority leader is recognized.
I move to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Loeffler. Mrs. Loeffler, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Perdue, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall, No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye.
Does any member in the chamber wish to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena John R. Bolton, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1296. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following. Section, notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena for the taking of testimony of John Robert Bolton, and the Sergeant at Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant at Arms or any other employee of the Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
The majority leader is recognized.
I move to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Burr. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Cardin. No. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Ms. Collins. No. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Daines. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Enzi. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mrs. Feinstein. No. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Gardner. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Ms. Harris. No. Ms. Hassan. No. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. No. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Inhofe. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Jones. No. Mr. Kane. No. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. King. No. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Lankford. Aye. Mr. Leahy. No. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mrs. Loeffler. Aye. Mr. Manchin. No. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Ms. McSally. Aye. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Moran. Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Murphy. No. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Paul. Aye. Mr. Perdue. Aye. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Portman. Aye. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Roberts. Aye. Mr. Romney. No. Ms. Rosen. No. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Rubio. Aye. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Sass. Aye. Mr. Schatz. No. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Shelby. Aye. Ms. Sinema. No. Ms. Smith. No. Ms. Stabenow. No. Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Mr. Tester. No. Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Toomey. Aye. Mr. Udall. No. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Warner. No. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mr. Wicker. Aye. Mr. Wyden. No. Mr. Young. Aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena John R. Bolton, provided further that there be 1 day for a deposition presided over by the Chief Justice and 1 day for live testimony before the Senate, both of which must occur within 5 days of the adoption of the underlying resolution, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1297. At the appropriate place of the matter following the resolving clause.
Be considered as read.
Without objection. So ordered. The majority leader is recognized.
I move to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Loeffler. Mrs. Loeffler, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Perdue, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, Aye. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass? Aye. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Scott of Florida? Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Shelby? Mr. Shelby? Aye. Ms. Sinema? Ms. Sinema? No. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith? No. Ms. Stabenow? Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Tester? Mr. Tester? No. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Udall? Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Mr. Young? Aye.
Is there any member in the chamber who wishes to vote or change his or her vote? If no, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The senator from Maryland.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to have the Chief Justice rule on motions to subpoena witnesses and documents and to rule on any assertion of privilege, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, proposes an amendment number 1298. At the appropriate place in the matter following the resolving clause, insert the following. Notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution, the presiding officer shall issue a subpoena for any witness or any document that a senator or a party moves to subpoena if the presiding officer determines that the witness or document is likely to have probative evidence relevant to either article of impeachment before the Senate and consistent with the authority of the presiding officer to rule on all questions of evidence, shall rule on any assertion of privilege.
Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I move to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Burr. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Cardin. No. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Cornyn? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Cotton? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Daines? Aye. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Enzi? Aye. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Mrs. Feinstein? No. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Mr. Gardner? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grassley? Aye. Ms. Harris? No. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Hawley? Aye. Mr. Heinrich? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Aye. Mr. Inhofe? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Jones? No. Mr. Kane? No. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. King? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Lankford? Aye. Mr. Leahy? No. Mr. Lee? Aye. Mrs. Loeffler? Aye. Mr. Manchin? No. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Ms. McSally? Aye. Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Murphy? No. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Perdue? Aye. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Portman? Aye. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Roberts? Aye. Mr. Romney? Aye. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Rubio? Aye. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Sass? Aye. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Shelby? Aye. Ms. Sinema? No. Ms. Smith? No. Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Tester? No. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Aye.
Is there any senator in the chamber wishing to vote or change his or her vote? If no, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. Right now. The question occurs on the adoption of Senate Resolution 488. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Loeffler. Mrs. Loeffler, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Perdue, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Roberts.
Order.
Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Warren. No. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye.
Is there any member in the chamber who wishes to vote or change his or her vote? If no, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The resolution is agreed to. Mr. Majority Leader?
Mr. Chief Justice, I ask unanimous consent that the Secretary be authorized to include statements of senators explaining their votes, either given or submitted during the legislative sessions of the Senate on Monday, February 3rd, Tuesday, February 4th, and Wednesday, February 5th, along with the full record of the Senate's proceedings and the filings by the parties in a Senate document printed under the supervision of the Secretary of the Senate that will complete the documentation of the Senate's handling of these impeachment proceedings.
Without objection, so ordered.
Further, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate resumes legislative session on Monday, February 3rd, Tuesday, February 4th, and Wednesday, February 5th, the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes each for debate only.
Without objection, so ordered.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent that the trial adjourn until 11 a.m. February 3rd, and that this order also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. We are adjourned.
All right, guys, so you heard it there. Closing arguments are set for Monday. Final impeachment vote expected for Wednesday. Of course, we are going to be sticking around here to see if we do get another shot from inside our Capitol and are able to listen to reaction from these senators about the votes that happened here tonight.
Senator Graham, you have a moment for the camera? Come say hello, Senator. Gotcha, guy. Come on. All right, have a good one. Come on.
Don't run, please.
We'll start to talk about the agenda again, which that's why I came here, and I think it's doing fine. So it'll be interesting to see what he talks about. Okay?
Thank you.
You bet.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Anyone want to say hello? Anything for the cameras? Come on. So, are the restrictions going to be really small? When you say by legislative session?
No, only when it's the impeachment.
So they'll be back Wednesday.
Disappointing. It doesn't matter for us, but for the country when this is the first time in Senate history in 250 years that there's been an impeachment trial and there have been no witnesses. And, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that you have the prosecution, the defense, and then testimony and witnesses. And the president's always saying this is hearsay. Well, if it's hearsay, let's hear from people in the room. So this wasn't a real trial. This was not. If the president's acquitted, it's not really much because it wasn't a real trial. And that's when 75% of the country wants to see a real trial. It's just too bad that Republicans, I mean, Mitch McConnell's been a lapdog for Donald Trump, and that's just too bad.
What do you think of the president delivering his State of the Union message before the final?
I don't have any opinion about that. I just know that the president, he'll come in and he'll talk about a lot of things, but fundamentally this has been a president who's betrayed workers. He's betrayed workers on trade agreements. He's betrayed workers on minimum wage. He's betrayed workers by appointing judges that put their thumbs on the scale of justice for corporations over workers and Wall Street over consumers. Thanks.
Don't run, please. Oh, and you put it on too. You already made. Desperately lost pages. Desperate. I mean, this excuse me. Do you know how you could have done
He had courage.
Did you follow Graham all the way to his office? No, just to Russell. Why not? He's fun. I turned around and I was like, I think Rob's just going to go for the long haul there.
You guys keep an aisle open, huh? An aisle open.
You've got it in your inbox.
I know.
Yeah, keep walking. Who's this guy? Stop that guy. You can't film here.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again so much for being here with us on News Now. As you can see, we are still waiting to see if more senators do step up to our cameras that we do have here sitting out in Campton, D.C. A lot of different angles here. I've been keeping an eye on all of them, and I do see that we also have a lot of them still leaving here tonight. Funny enough, well, not funny, but while we had this vote today and the Senate approved that Monday will be the closing arguments and Wednesday will be the final vote, the New York Times is reporting an additional excerpts of John Bolton's forthcoming book. Now, the report detailing an incident back in May when the president allegedly directed his former national security advisor to help gather damaging information on his political rivals. It alleges the president requested Bolton call President Zelensky of Ukraine and ask that he met with Rudy Giuliani, a call Bolton reportedly says he never made. And the president denies these accusations, but remarked on the impeachment trial during today's human trafficking summit that we showed to you earlier today. And just a reminder, if you do feel like you missed anything that's happened here today, you can always go back and rewatch these streams and our videos. And we will be staying here in D.C., hopefully going to get a few more of our leaders to step up to our cameras and talk about their thoughts on today.
It's really a shameful day for the United States Senate when we are entrusted with the responsibility of trying a case, and we have no witnesses or documents at that trial. And this is going down now as the first time ever in American history that you have an impeachment trial with no witnesses and documents.
How do you see this ending?
Well, we will see, obviously, what the ultimate verdict is. But right now, I very much fear that we're going to have a president who escapes all accountability despite crimes against the Constitution.
What do you say to your Republican colleagues right now?
Well, I think they're going to have to, search their souls about having created a new precedent in the United States Senate.
How do you bridge this divide going forward and work together, on legislation going forward?
Well, that's a good question. We'll have to find a way to make sure we address some of the other important issues for the country. But this was an issue that goes to the heart of the Constitution and really, preventing an out-of-control executive from violating the Constitution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very. See my grandson.
What do you say to your Republican colleagues at the end of tonight?
I say they really let down the Senate and the country, and they know that Donald Trump is a vicious and vindictive president, but sometimes you got to do the right thing.
How do you bridge this divide that's been created in this?
Let's hope gets better. Can't be much worse. And again, there was no excuse for not having witnesses and documents. Okay? Thank you. That's it.
And as we're listening in, you can really tell Democrats are very disappointed at the outcome of today. And again, there will be closing arguments on Monday, a final vote on Wednesday. So no trial of this impeachment over the weekend. And I did want to remind you guys, we are going to be streaming until 8 p.m. here tonight on News Now. We do have some other news items that we can bring to you, but of course we're going to be sticking with D.C. here for a little bit, seeing as more senators are still leaving here tonight.
Thanks, Tim. Have a good weekend. Gino, weekend.
Any comments on how today went?
A disappointment that we won't have any witnesses and evidence in the first time that's ever occurred in American history in an impeachment trial.
How do you anticipate bridging this divide with your Republican colleagues and moving forward to actually get work done?
Perhaps if we move to another issue that isn't as political, we may have a chance.
Thank you.
All right, guys, it does look like that may be it for the night. Of course, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on our cameras in DC to make sure we don't miss anything if anyone does step up to those podiums. But I want to continue on with news that has been happening across our country. I know a lot of you heard, and we brought some of it to you in the morning hours, but there was that security breach at Mar-a-Lago. Now, of course, President Trump's spending the weekend down in Florida. But this happened earlier in the morning while he was still in Washington, D.C. And so what happened was a woman had breached 2 different security checkpoints, and police, FBI did give an update. We'll go to that after we do see if we have another senator speaking.
Any comments on how tonight went? How do you feel? How do you feel about how tonight went?
I feel really deeply discouraged and dismayed about our democracy. There's no vindication, no victory, and certainly no acquittal to come out of this process because it was so deeply flawed and it denied truth-telling to the American people.
How do you plan to work with your Republican colleagues going forward and bridge this divide that's been created?
We'll have to repair relationships, but I'm very disappointed in some of the hypocrisy I've seen, some of the ducking and dodging, and now it will be for the truth to come out. It will come out. My feeling is that the free press and the independent judiciary are going to be the heroes of this era because they're uncovering truth right now in real time.
What do you say to your Republican colleagues after tonight?
I still hope they'll do the right thing and vote to convict, but after tonight, what they've done essentially is to block the truth from the American people.
What do you think tonight says about the Senate as a body?
Well, when I came here, I regarded it truly as the greatest deliberative body in the world. And that phrase has been tossed about during the proceedings. It is really disillusioning for me after all these years that I aspired to be here, to sit on that floor and listen to my Republican colleagues one by one vote against witnesses and documents that are essential to a fair and full trial.
How do you imagine the president is reacting to all this right now?
You know, I wouldn't even hazard a guess because he's probably celebratory, but I am the last one to have insight into Donald Trump's state of mind.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
And as you can see, there are a lot of our leaders still leaving here in D.C. Of course, I'm sure a lot of the senators that are in the 2020 presidential campaign are ones who are running over to their airplane trips, getting over to Iowa before they do go into that caucus on Monday. As I mentioned, though, I'll keep my eyes on D.C. here, see if there is anything that we can bring you again with any of the reactions from either side. Until then, I do want to bring you this press update about that one woman who was charged following those security breaches at Mar-a-Lago that happened earlier this morning. I'm going to put it in a double box so that you guys can also see the chopper footage that we'd gotten from earlier this morning.
You guys ready? Sheriff, will you introduce everybody? I'm going to right now, absolutely. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I'm Rick Bradshaw, I'm the Sheriff of Palm Beach County. I have with me Major Chandler from FHP. Brian Swain is the Special Agent in charge of Miami Secret Service. And I have George Pirro, Special Agent in charge from the FBI out of Miami. So I'm going to give you an overview of what took place, and then I'm going to give the other gentleman an opportunity to make a quick statement, then we'll do some questions. Here's what transpired. About 11:38 this morning, the FHP, Florida Highway Patrol, who's working a security job at the breakers, was notified by security that they had a white female that was acting irrationally. It was actually up on top of her car doing some kind of dance. FHP that was there drove his vehicle up, and as he was driving up, she got into her vehicle, which was a black SUV, I believe, a small compact Jeep. He walked up to the window to try to get her attention to roll the window down so he could talk to her, and she wasn't paying attention to her, was fooling around over on the side by where the console was. He kept trying to get her to respond. She tried to put the vehicle in reverse, at which time he kept tapping on the window. When she looked like she was going to put it in drive, he actually smashed the window out to try to grab the steering wheel, but it didn't work. He was able to get his arm out, and she drove off. He got back to her vehicle to try to pursue her at that particular point. He was able to catch up with her, but lost her again in the traffic because he didn't want to take any chances of hitting an innocent vehicle. She went south on Ocean Drive towards Mar-a-Lago. He tried to catch up with her there. When she approached the Mar-a-Lago area, she crashed through the first checkpoint, putting some lives of the people that were involved at the checkpoint there. Proceeded to the second checkpoint, crashed through there. The deputies and the Secret Service agents that were there moved out of the way just in time, but due to the fact that she had breached these two checkpoints, it was unknown at that point in time, due to her erratic driving, how many lives she was going to put in danger. We didn't know if there was somebody with a car bomb. We didn't know if somebody was there to try to hit as many pedestrians as possible, because we all know, we've seen it all over the place. People use cars to kill people, and people use cars for car bombs. At that point in time, the security people that were there, the deputies and the Secret Service, opened fire on the vehicle. The vehicle kept going south. At that time, the FHP officer was able to catch up and pursued that vehicle farther south and then west on Southern Boulevard over the bridge. He lost sight of her on the other side of the bridge and actually lost contact with her. In the meantime, we're finding out that this is a rental vehicle and trying to find out who it was registered to. Fortunately for us, one of our license plate readers went off and indicated that that vehicle was over near the airport. We alerted FHP, they had units in the area, and actually spotted the vehicle again. That trooper followed that vehicle to a local motel where the driver jumped out and was trying to flee to a room. The trooper did a great job, tackled her, and took her into custody there. So that particular scene has been secured. The vehicle is secured. The room is secured, and we're going to get search warrants for the room and the vehicle, which will be executed by us, the FBI, and the Secret Service in a joint investigation. And we're going to get further details. Right now, the suspect has not been interviewed, and we are going to do that at a later date. The vehicle has been struck by multiple rounds of gunfire. Nobody is injured, thank goodness. Neither the deputies nor the Secret Service agent nor the people that were in the vehicle. There was two females in there. We believe that the original female actually picked up the second female after she lost the pursuing law enforcement officers over at the Mar-a-Lago area. The person in custody is a white female by the name of Hannah, and I'll spell the last name for you. Roemhild. She's a white female that's 30 years old and does not have a past that we can discern right now. She has, I believe, a Connecticut driver's license. So having said that, I'm going to turn it over to the Major of FHP and let him make a brief statement.
Pretty much, Sheriff Bradshaw stated everything that happened with our trooper. Actually, it was a Sergeant Tony Kingery, that this started with. Our troopers did a really good job, and you know, at some point we did lose sight of her, but it was for the public safety. We're not going to pursue through the town of Palm Beach and risk lives. She had driven on the wrong side of the road, but we worked together with the sheriff's office and we quickly captured her. It didn't take much long. It was probably within a few minutes after we lost her. But are there any questions? Probably maybe 15 minutes. Don't hold me to that, but it was a very short time.
Any weapons found in the car? We got to do a search warrant for that.
Name of the hotel where she was found?
Reiterate how the trooper initially got involved with this woman in the car.
Well, Sheriff Bradshaw did say that we were working an off-duty. The sergeant was working an off-duty security detail for the breakers. They had approached the sergeant, the security there, and said they had some complaints about this person was acting strange, whether it was under the influence of drugs or alcohol or just strange behavior. Something wasn't right. So that's when the sergeant went back to approach her vehicle.
Sir, you said you didn't know what her intentions may have been, but under what circumstances would deputies fire their weapons?
Okay, that's not for him to answer.
That's not for me,
Okay?
yeah.
And we're not going to get into that particular
Can you tell
aspect.
us where in the parking lot it was the parking lot breakers, correct? Was it close up near the valet or was it back on a different area?
It was, I believe, near the fountain. Don't hold me that. There's a big fountain up front.
And the car was parked there?
I believe so. No, just one.
Name of the hotel. How many shots were fired and which agencies fired the shots?
Let's back up for a minute. We're going to let these other two people talk,
FHP
and then
did
I'll
not
take
fire
the
their
question.
weapons, just so you know.
Question about FHP. What was it about the trooper? What did the trooper see that made him feel that he had to take the dramatic step of punching out the window?
Well, she wasn't acknowledging his presence there, even though he's banging on the window, yelling at her, trying to get her attention. Just like if anybody here has dialed 911, you know, believe that they spotted somebody, that something's wrong with their driving on the road, you would expect the trooper to do his job. So he's doing his job, making sure she was okay, but she wasn't acting normal to him.
But he was also fearing that she could back out.
All right, so again, one woman is in custody after that incident in Florida. I do want to go out to a live event that is currently happening. Of course, as I mentioned, a lot of our Democratic candidates for the presidential election of 2020 are in Iowa. We're going to go live out to Pete Buttigieg here in Iowa.
Address everybody, they looked like they were just in awe. I thought, wow, they seemed just really taken in by my presence. And then I realized what it was. I hadn't noticed that the blades of a ceiling fan were about this close to me. They could see it, I couldn't. It was almost the end of the whole thing right there. All of which is to say we've come a long way. Because by summer, when we were traveling through Davenport, when we were in the Quad Cities, when we were in every corner of Iowa, we started to feel that this thing was catching on. We had people in that Iowa way that you do let us know we were getting somewhere by saying things like, that speech was really good. I think you're in my top 7 now. And through it all, we've now come to decision time. And I'm talking to caucus goers about the burning question I think is on everybody's mind. Not only how do we carry this country forward, but how do we make absolutely sure we win, because we cannot take 4 more years of this president that we got right now. So, to help illustrate the stakes, I want to ask you to form in your own mind an image and visualize something that is the guiding image of this campaign. And it's a day that is in our future for sure. Sooner rather than later, we hope. And it's how it's going to feel. Really picture the first time that the sun comes up over Davenport and Donald Trump is no longer the president of the United States. Feels good to remember that day will come, right? Are we not ready to put the chaos behind us? Put the exhaustion behind us? Wouldn't it be nice to put the tweets behind us? I think we are ready for that day. And what's extraordinary is I'm meeting so many Democrats fired up about bringing that day about, but I'm also meeting lots and lots of independents who are ready to bring that day about, and a striking number of folks coming to my events who are what I like to call future former Republicans, who are equally enthusiastic about getting a better president and a better future. And you are welcome to join this effort, because how you voted before doesn't define you. We got to deal with what's on our plate right now. And I'm here to make the case that you don't have to choose between how to govern well and how to win big. As a matter of fact, the way to do both of those things is the same. And it is to focus on the future and leave the politics of the past in the past. Consider this. Across the last 50 years, every time my party has won the White House, it's been with a candidate who looked to the future, brought solutions from Washington to Washington from outside, and was opening the door to a new generation of leadership. And that's going to be very important in order to govern well, because think about what we're really going to be facing as a nation on that day that sun comes up. We are dealing with things the likes of which were not understood or even thought of just a few decades or years ago. Climate change has leapt off the pages of the science journals and become an immediate reality, with river cities like ours experiencing once-in-a-century floods on an almost annual basis. Meanwhile, we got an economy that has profoundly changed because of technology and global forces that are shifting what is happening in every field, from fast food to radiology to manufacturing. On the international stage, we are confronted with a different relationship between the U.S. and the rest of the world, and global threats, from global health security issues coming out of China to cyber attacks that are being mounted against us as we speak, that are different in kind from what we have faced in the past. Meanwhile, as the new president will have to face those issues, we're also going to be a country divided and polarized and paralyzed by a level of partisanship that we have not seen in modern times. That's what we're going to be dealing with, and that's why it is so important that we turn the page. And to turn the page and govern well, that's also how we can present a vision that's going to win. Look, right now in our party, I think we share the same goals. We share the same values, but we have some respectful yet real differences on how we're going to get there. So I see Vice President Biden making the case that this is no time to take a risk on someone new. But I believe history has shown us the greatest risk we could take is to deal with a fundamentally new challenge like the Donald Trump presidency and try to work on that situation by falling back on the familiar and turning to the playbook that we were looking to in the past. Meanwhile, Senator Sanders is offering an approach that suggests that we either have to choose between a revolution or the status quo. At the very moment when we actually have a majority ready to do big things in a way we've not seen in decades. There is already an American majority ready to, for example, ensure that there is no such thing as an uninsured American. Just not completely sure that it would be a good idea to kick folks off their private plans. A majority ready to bring about a game-changing transformation in the affordability of college like we've not seen since the GI Bill. Just a little bit skeptical about the idea of applying it even to free college for the children of millionaires and billionaires. There's a powerful American majority ready to do big things, but we have to energize, not polarize, the American people around these big ideas at a time like this. To win and to lead. So let's not get caught up in the arguments from before. I believe strongly that the Iraq War was a mistake, but the biggest thing on my mind right now isn't who was right in 2003, it's how we're going to make sure there's not an Iran war in the year 2021. I believe passionately in protecting Social Security, but I'm not worried about who said what when in a debate in the 1990s. I'm worried about how to protect it from this president moving to cut Social Security and Medicaid as we speak. We've got to act and do something about that and focus on the future and the challenges we're about to face. So it is in order to win as well as in order to lead that we have to be ready to leave the politics of the past in the past and build a new politics that is defined by belonging, by boldness, and by action. That's what this campaign is about. That is what this whole effort is looking toward. I'm not running for the office of the presidency because it's an office I would like to occupy. I'm running for it because of what it is for. Because I believe the presidency has a purpose. And the purpose of the presidency is not the glorification of the president, it's the empowerment and the unification of the American people to do big things. That's why I'm asking for your support on Monday night. And while you wouldn't know it, looking at the outcomes on Capitol Hill, I see in my travels across the state of Iowa and across this country how ready America is to bring about solutions, to do something about climate change so that it doesn't endanger the chances of a future generation, to insist that the Second Amendment can no longer be twisted into an excuse to do nothing at all about gun violence when our children are afraid to go to school. To bring an end to the days when giant corporations can pay exactly zero on multi-billion-dollar profits while wages haven't gone up in far too long for far too many workers. Americans ready to insist that this is a country that belongs to people of every religion and of no religion equally, and that God does not belong to a political party in the United States of America. Ready to insist in the name of American freedom that government stay out of the business of telling women what their reproductive health care choices ought to be. And regardless of party, I'm meeting so many Americans who care about education, support their schools, believe in their teachers, and know that it's time for a Secretary of Education who believes in public education. We are ready for these changes and ready for a president that you could turn on the news, watch on TV, and actually feel your blood pressure go down a little bit instead of up through the roof. That's an added bonus for public health that I'm throwing into the mix. And I see this illustrated in the faces and the voices of the people I see on the trail. Reminders that politics is not just local, it's personal for everybody. Even The war and peace that we discuss in foreign policy, they matter because they're personal. Just today in Council Bluffs, I was reunited with a friend that I'd served with in Afghanistan, who's now stationed near Omaha. Somebody who would, at a moment's notice, join me, volunteer when I needed somebody to come along to guard the vehicle on a mission to go outside of the wire, even on the open road between Kabul and Bagram. People who would do whatever is required of them. And I was sharing with him that not long ago at an airport, by total coincidence in Los Angeles, I ran into somebody I hadn't seen since we were both serving, hadn't seen since she was injured in an insider attack during the time we were both in Afghanistan. And she was coming down the concourse in the airport with her teenage son at her side. She was wearing a t-shirt from the Wounded Warrior Project. It said, "Some assembly required." I asked how she was doing. She picked up her knee, tapped on her prosthetic leg from the part they couldn't save. She said, "The Navy fixed me up just fine." And she let me know she was looking forward to her next deployment, because they will do whatever is required and asked of them by the United States of America. That's why they and their families deserve a commander-in-chief who will never ask them to go into harm's way unless there is a very good reason. I'm seeing the face of what it means to fix our economy in the people that I'm meeting right here in Iowa. From Erin, who introduced me in Webster City. She's a full-time pre-kindergarten teacher, but she's also working at Hy-Vee. She said it was lucky that I was there the day that I was, because she can only get a day off once every 2 weeks or so. Even though she's got a full-time job, one job is not enough. And I met somebody else in Bettendorf who came to one of my events, a Republican, who is a full-time worker, but he's driving for DoorDash because he says everybody needs a side job these days. Think about what it means. If everybody needs a side job these days, that makes it feel like we're living in a time of national hardship rather than a season of plenty in this country. That's why we've got to fix our economy. Everywhere I go across Iowa, I see people who are living out the challenges that we face, but also represent the solutions and remind me of what we could do working together. In Muscatine, a high school student came up to me over the summer and shared with me that our campaign let her know that she belonged, that our campaign let her know she could be herself and not feel ashamed. And then she explained why. She said she now knew she didn't have to be ashamed just because she had autism. And I thought, now we're really getting somewhere. Because I don't even know all the ways that this campaign let her know that she belongs. But I know that that is the antidote to what we're up against right now nationally. And if a campaign can do that before the first vote is cast, imagine what we could do with the powers of the presidency, focused on creating a sense of belonging in this country. That's what we have a chance to deliver. So if you're watching the news coming out of the Senate right now and you feel that sense, hi there, you feel that sense of exhaustion, you feel that sense of discouragement that comes from seeing the Senate GOP treat this grave historic moment like a foregone conclusion from beginning to end, remember that we don't have to give in to that. It's true that they are the jury today, but we are the jury tomorrow, and that's our opportunity to send a different and better message. And that's what I'm asking you to be part of by supporting this effort on Monday night. Now, our numbers have grown a little bit since I first turned up in Davenport, but I still think that even in a large group like this, we can have a conversation. So the monologue is over. And I'm going to ask you to invite, you already met her before, one of our phenomenal organizers. Please invite back up to the stage with the famous fishbowl. We've gathered up questions, and she will be your voice. I know I'm biased, but don't we have the kindest, most energetic, wonderful organizers in politics right now?
Amber, would you extend extend the First Step Act to include banning the box and incentivize states to do the same?
Great question. If you're here, Amber, just give a wave. Hi. So the First Step Act, for folks who aren't familiar, is perhaps one of the tiny handful of things that I would say this president signed that was a good thing. Now, I think the credit really ought to go to folks like Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker who helped put it together, but the point is there is a bipartisan agreement on criminal justice reform in this country, and that First Step Act was a healthy first step toward ensuring that we are starting to move away from mass incarceration and extend the rights and support for returning Americans. And yes, I believe we need to extend and expand on it. And we've taken those steps in our own city. We practice what I preach. And in South Bend, we implemented Ban the Box for our own hiring as a city. And we're better off for it. This isn't just about making sure we do the right thing and the fair thing and the decent thing to returning citizens. This is also about unlocking what they have to offer, whether it is in the workplace or in the community. Look, if incarceration made a country safe, we'd be the safest country in the world because we're the most incarcerated. But in fact, far too often, the opposite is happening. I've seen a generation of children now experiencing the incarceration of a parent that makes it that much more difficult for them to get ahead. The incarceration so often is doing more harm than the issue is intended to deal with, and that's one of many reasons why I believe we need to end incarceration as a response to possession when it comes to drug cases and dealing with drugs. And that's just one of the many steps we need to take when it comes to reforming our criminal legal system. And in particular, paying attention to the patterns of racial inequality, from the dramatic gap in the likelihood of being arrested or incarcerated over possession, to access to representation, to the diversity of the legal system itself. And in addition to needing more racial diversity, we need more professional diversity on the bench. It should be as common for a public defender to be named to a judgeship as a prosecutor. We have a whole set of steps we've got to take as a country to decarcerate and reintegrate those who are facing the challenges of coming back into a community and seeking to be productive members of every community that we have. But that's not a partisan issue. And it's an example of where there's an American majority willing to get this done across party lines. Now we just got to get Washington to start listening a little more closely to what it is that we want and need in our communities. So thanks for giving voice to that.
From Sage, how will you restore the U.S. as a major superpower, and how will you unify the country?
Those are two profound and urgent questions. Are you here, Sage? Hey. So, let me talk about unifying the country first. This is so important. It's not about pretending we're all going to agree on everything. Part of the health of this country is we have a diversity of viewpoints and opinions. But it needs to feel like one country. When you're a mayor, you think all the time about the fact that you're a walking symbol of your city's unity. Even, or especially, to those who don't always agree with you, your presence is supposed to remind them that they belong to the same city as each other. So much more so for the presidency. We need that in a president. And I will be committed to the powers of the presidency, symbolically and in policy, to make a difference. Now, the other thing is, it has to feel like we have the same experience as a country. One of the reasons I believe in creating 1 million paid voluntary national service opportunities a year is the power of service to create a shared experience for diverse and different people. I think that would get a lot of support from folks. You know, when I was in uniform, I learned people getting in my vehicle, they didn't care if I was going home to a girlfriend or a boyfriend. They didn't care if I was a Democrat or Republican. They just wanted to know if I knew how to do my job. So people with different backgrounds and very different politics learn to trust each other with our lives. And I want every American to have that same kind of experience without having to go to war in order to get it. That's what these national service opportunities can provide, a shared experience with different kinds of Americans that can follow you for a lifetime. We need more things we have in common. Excellent public schools should be something else that draws people from all walks of life and becomes a common, shared experience. And this is also why this is a little bit controversial within my own party, but you may have noticed that I don't hesitate to go on Fox News and make my case there. And the reason is that I can't be surprised if somebody's never heard my worldview, if they've literally never heard it. And so we got to cut across these silos. Those steps taken together, in addition to just certain things that we count on our president to not do and not say, are part of how we can unify this country. Now, we've also got to fix our standing around the world. Restoring the credibility of the United States will be one of the top priorities, has to be, for the next president. And the truth is, the world needs America right now, but it can't be just any America. It can't be an America where the U.S. president echoes the vocabulary of dictators in saying that an unfavorable press story is the work of the enemy of the people. It can't work like that. It has to be an America that's actually practicing what we preach and standing up for things like human rights and democracy. That's always been our edge, that people around the world shared those aspirations. And this is also one of many reasons I think we need to make global climate diplomacy a big part of our focus on the road ahead. Because everybody knows we got to do something about climate. With our credibility dangling by a thread, wouldn't it be good for the world to see us leading on something that everybody knows is critically important, practicing what we preach and making the world a better place?
From Catherine, what will you do to reinvigorate financial support for the scientific industry?
Very good question. Catherine? Hi. So, well, it helps if we have political elected leadership that believes in science. Should go without saying, but we're going to have to go ahead and say it. Climate science, medical science, health science, it's more important than ever. And we are always going to need federal funding in order to make the advancements we have to. Look, the private sector can do extraordinary things. I think only the private sector could invent the iPhone. But only federally funded research could invent the internet. Companies think up billion-dollar ideas, but federal research backs trillion-dollar ideas. Things like the discovery of nuclear fusion or the creation of space travel. And it just doesn't happen unless you are willing to fund it. It is, by the way, not only something that's strategically useful for national security and economic growth, but it is intrinsically worthy. It is part of the advancement of humankind. And if we want to remain the leading nation in the world, we'd better be leading the advancements in human knowledge. That means, by the way, interesting thing to think about. The National Science Foundation began under President Lincoln. Imagine having the presence of mind to think about America needing to fund science during the most imminent catastrophic war that the country ever faced. Because he understood that that was important to the nation's survival and growth. So we, at a moment like this of uncertainty and change and threat and confusion, it is precisely in those moments that we should be investing dramatically more, as we will need to do to solve challenges ranging from climate change to global public health. And not be afraid to use federal dollars to do it.
From Susie, will you protect our Medicare and Medicaid? How?
Yes. Susie, thanks for coming. The short answer is yes. And by the way, this didn't get a lot of coverage among all the sizzle of the impeachment story, but yesterday, this administration announced cuts to Medicaid. And lives are on the line. You've seen what happened right here in Iowa with the effort to privatize Medicaid. And for all the talk in this administration about supporting farmers and rural America and small communities, you know, one thing that most rural hospital closures have in common is that they're happening in states that refused Medicaid expansion. So shoring up Medicare and Medicaid is critically important. And you can count on it from my administration. You know, One of the moments that illustrated to me why Medicare matters so much is one of the worst days of my life. About a year and a half ago, I found myself having to drive out to where my father was in the middle of a chemotherapy treatment and let him know that my mother was going to need open heart surgery. Not the kind of thing you put in a text message, so I wanted to tell him in person. And with all of the things swirling around my mind as I was going to find him and share that with him, and we were making the family decision. By the way, Mom's in great shape right now. So, but as we were making that decision, the thing we had going for us was all we had to worry about was what was right medically, because we didn't have to worry about it destroying our family's finances. Because Medicare existed and they were on Medicare. But then, a few weeks later, a couple months later, things were reversed. We were sitting just outside the very same ICU room where Mom came back out of her heart surgery. And this time my father was in that very same room. And he had become very ill, and in the end he didn't make it, but for a time we thought he was going to need long-term care. And I'll never forget what it was like sitting with her and the hospital social worker politely explaining that when it came to long-term care, her best option might be to just spend down everything that she owned until her assets were low enough to qualify for Medicaid. And thinking, is that how we handle long-term care in this country? And the answer for far too many Americans is yes. That's the closest thing to a plan that most folks have a chance to have access to. Which is why, on one hand, I've seen what is right and needs to be protected, and on the other hand, what is wrong and needs to be fixed. From long-term care to all the other things that are not getting much attention in the healthcare debate. The need to lower prescription drugs. The need to make sure that we close the racial gap in health outcomes. The need to make sure that we deal with addiction and mental health the same way as we would any other medical issue. All of that needs to be fixed, and all of that will be part of my healthcare strategy.
in Chicago. So we are here today in the lead up to the NBA All-Star Game, which is just about 2 weeks away, an event that our city and state are very excited to play host to. We have here with us this morning the Executive Director of the Chicago Sports Commission, Kara Bachman, as well as Scott Rochelle, President and CEO of the National Basketball Retired Players Association, who works hand in hand with the NBA on events like the All-Star Game. I would also like to recognize Chip Rogers, President of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, and Cecil Staton, President of the Asian American Hotel Owners Association, for their hard work in partnering with us to make this event possible. I would also like to thank our friends at Marriott International, who are phenomenal partners and very generously underwriting today's event, which only begins to show their commitment to tackling human trafficking, some of which you'll hear about later in the program. Thank you, Greg Lattin, Amy Conrad, Julie Caldwell, Tom Robertson, and Mark Lauer here at the Sheraton for all of your support. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to thank the many diligent and dedicated hotel workers who work so hard to make our state the best in the nation to visit, but more importantly, who have taken up this cause with compassion and commitment. As we head into the Super Bowl weekend and prepare to host the NBA All-Star Game in a few weeks, it is easy to get swept up in the excitement surrounding these amazing feats of sport. But there is a dark side to these large events that must be brought to light, which is why we're here today. Reported cases of human trafficking typically spike around these large-scale events with the influx of visitors they bring to host cities. And it's an unfortunate reality that traffickers rely on legitimate businesses like hotels to carry out their crimes. It's also why we host training sessions and events just like this, to make sure employees in Illinois and across this nation are given the proper tools and support in our effort to end human trafficking. As a father, as more specifically a girl dad, taking on this heinous crime is not only important to me as a leader of the hotel industry, it's a passion of mine personally. By working together with local, state, and national officials, we can help bring this horrible crime to an end, support survivors, and bring traffickers to justice. That's why awareness is so important every day, not just when there's a big game. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here with us this morning in our effort to end trafficking in our society. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the President and CEO of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, a great friend of ours here in Illinois, Chip Rogers.
Thank you, Michael. Honored to be here. What an incredible job Michael is doing here in the state of Illinois. Now, this is a topic that I would say a few years ago, at least in our industry, a lot of people probably heard about it, kind of said to themselves, yeah, I know human trafficking is going on. I know, in fact, it happens in the hotel industry. But it's one of those ugly things we don't want to talk about, we don't want to think about. So if we just kind of ignore it, maybe it'll go away. Well, I'm proud to say on behalf of the 8.3 million people that work in the hotel and lodging industry, we no longer have that view. In fact, we have the opposite view. And that view is we want to shine a really bright light on human trafficking so that everyone sees it for what it is and we can begin to stop it. Think about that we're sitting here, the wealthiest nation on earth. It is the 21st century, and we still have human trafficking happening in the United States of America. That is an issue that certainly everyone can agree on. There's not many things in America that everyone can agree on these days, but everyone can agree that in this incredible country, if anyone should be stopping human trafficking, it's us. And so as part of the lodging industry, we said to ourselves, how can we play a leadership role? How can we do our part in our industry? And so we created this goal, and you see it here. It's the AHLA campaign. And sometimes when you have a campaign, you say, well, here's our goal, and here's our timeline, and we're going to meet that goal, and then we're going to say, congratulations to us, pat ourselves on the back, and walk off. Well, that's not what we're doing here. This is a goal we'll probably never meet. And the reason is because the goal is to have every single hotel employee in the entire United States trained to see the signs of human trafficking and then to understand what do you do with that information. It's not enough just to see it and think about it, but what do you do with the information? And so we'll never reach that goal because there are thousands of people coming into our industry every single year. But that is exactly what we're going to strive to do every single day. And later today, many of you, everybody that stays, will receive that training. And we're doing this all across the country. And I'm proud to say Marriott, we're here in a Marriott hotel. They've trained over 600,000 people worldwide already. That's an amazing start, because we can conquer this, at least in our industry, if we're able to do this. And sometimes we get caught up in the numbers, right? We hear 40 million people are a part of this. We hear about the 600,000 that Merit's already trained. But the reality is it's a very individual crime, right? If we are able to save one single life, all of this is certainly worth it. I heard a story last week about a hotel worker that works in Boston, and she'd worked there for 40 years in the hotel in Boston. And recently she had been trained to see the signs of human trafficking. And she heard something was happening in a room, and she said, you know, that doesn't really sound right. And then she checked out some of the other signs, because it can't just be one sign. She went and knocked on the door, and the folks inside said, no, everything's okay, we're just having an argument, just leave us alone. She didn't buy that response. So she went back and did a little more looking into that guest, and ultimately she said, you know what, I think this might be something to do with human trafficking. So she contacted law enforcement, which is what she's supposed to do, and guess what? They busted the trafficking person, which was part of a larger ring, and lives were saved. So when we talk about 40 million people, we talk about the 8.3 million folks that we hope to be the front line in our lodging industry. Let's never forget about the one person that we can possibly save, because that life is worth all the training that we all go through. So that's why this is so incredibly important. And I want to thank Michael and his team and everybody here for being part of this. And what you're going to see today is not just the lodging industry standing up saying we want to be a part of this, but the partnerships that we have. We have the governor of the state, the attorney general, the mayor, members of Congress, members of the legislature. You get all that power working together to solve one problem, not worrying about who's going to get the credit, not worrying about partisanship, not worrying about any of that nonsense, but can we all come together to stop human trafficking? You'd be amazed at what we can accomplish. So you're going to hear some of that today. Our dear friends from law enforcement are going to tell you some stories, and I've been on many of these panels where I hear these stories from law enforcement, and it really, I mean, you just think, how can mankind be so terrible sometimes? We collectively can stop that, and they are on the front lines of it, so I want to thank them for that. So appreciate you being here today. This is something that will never end, because we will always have to work to stop human trafficking, but together we can accomplish many great things. So with that, I want to invite Michael to come back up and join us.
Thank you, Chip. Speaking of partnerships with government officials, around this time last year, as the No Room for Trafficking campaign was really starting to pick up nationally, I got a call from a state legislator who really wanted to put a spotlight on this issue throughout the state. That legislator was Representative Tara Costa Howard from the 48th District in DuPage County. Throughout the last year, we worked with Representative Costa Howard to pass legislation to improve the human trafficking training requirements for hotels throughout Illinois, many of which mimic what hotels were already doing on their own accord. I'd now like to ask Representative Costa Howard to come up to accept this small token of IHLA's appreciation in all of her efforts down in Springfield to join us in this effort to combat human trafficking. Please help me welcome Representative Tara Costa Howard.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. And I'd like to thank the Illinois Hotel and Lodging Association and the American Hotel and Lodging Association for inviting me to be part of this important event. I can tell you from personal experience that the IHLA is deeply committed to this topic, and I'm very proud to work with them this last year to pass this new legislation that will require all of our hotel and motel employees to be trained in identifying human trafficking and also the reporting of human trafficking. These are best practices, and we have an opportunity to save the lives of hundreds of women and children across the state and this nation with this type of legislation. But this new law was a strong collaboration, not just with us here in the legislature, but also with law enforcement and the private sector. None of this could have happened, though, without the leadership of our Governor, J.B. Pritzker. Now, this was my first year as a legislator, and I really don't know how to describe what kind of roller coaster year it has been. Our General Assembly made history, passing one important bill after another, and on a variety of topics. And we had one thing in common, though, and that was the goal to make Illinois a stronger, safer, healthier, more prosperous state. And Governor Pritzker was right there with us. He showed incredible leadership and determination as he worked to turn our state government around to have a brighter chapter of our future. Now, I hope maybe some of you have heard the governor's State of the State speech this past week, and if you haven't, I would suggest just take a moment. It really isn't that long, I promise you. But in his speech, Governor Pritzker talked about our desperate need for common sense and basic decency, and our duty to reserve that harm has been inflicted. We need to reverse that harm. And he was talking specifically about government, but I think that that's something that all of us should think about and work toward, both in the public and the private sector. Now, Governor Pritzker knows that giving into cynicism and despair just leaves the field open for the worst kind of people to come in and thrive. And this event today and Governor Pritzker's presence here make a powerful statement that we are not giving in and we are not giving up. We are banding together to underscore the basic principles of our democracy, that we are all in this together, and that anything that harms one of us diminishes all of us. Now, in introducing J.B. Pritzker to all of you, I can't do better than to quote his own words in his State of the State speech. As he said last Wednesday, "Today in Illinois, we are governing with our heads and our hearts. We're showing the rest of the nation what pragmatic, progressive leadership looks like. We want our Illinois story to be one of hope, inclusion, opportunity, and kindness. I want it to be inspired every day by the fundamental goodness of the people who live and work here and who struggle so hard for a fair shot. Those are good ideals to live by. Those are good ideals to govern by. Let's all try to remember them in the year ahead." Those are inspirational words from our inspirational leader. And that's why I'm proud to announce Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Or did she actually listen to the speech? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Representative Costa Howard, it's been an amazing year working with you. Thank you. We're both freshmen in a way in Springfield, and I'm grateful for your partnership and especially for your advocacy on behalf of the most vulnerable people in our society. That's so incredibly important. I'm proud to be here with all of you and with Mayor Lightfoot and Attorney General Kwame Raoul, and of course the American Hotel and Lodging Association CEO Chip Rogers, and Michael Jacobson, who you heard from a little earlier, who's been a great ally, Asian American Hotel Owners Association CEO Cecil Staton, and also law enforcement at the state level, at the federal level, at the local level. We make no progress without your partnership, and I thank you very much for your dedication to building a united approach to combating this abominable crime. We're here today to mobilize the hotel and travel industry in this work as Chicago gears up to host the 2020 NBA All-Star Game, but our work cannot end here. Human trafficking isn't something that only happens at global entertainment events or in other countries. This is something that happens to children here in Illinois all the time and across the United States all the time, in communities, and whether they're urban or rural, every single day. And it's crucial that everyone leaving the summit today leaves with an increased commitment to the spirit of the National Human Trafficking Awareness Month and brings a commitment to vigilance every day of the year. In the last fiscal year, the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services investigated over 250 allegations of child trafficking alone, nearly half of which came from right here in Chicago and Cook County. All across Illinois' state agencies, we are working together to combat human trafficking. Coordinating our state agencies in this regard, very important to me, as it is on all of the issues that face the state of Illinois. I just want to point out that that wasn't happening before. It's amazing to me. We have 25 major departments in the state of Illinois and state government in Illinois, and many of them just weren't talking to one another. And this is one issue where you want to make sure everybody is coordinating, because this is a terrible, terrible crime. What are they doing to combat human trafficking? Well, giving prevention and awareness training to young people in transitional living programs statewide, providing specialized residential therapy for teenage female victims of sex trafficking, and funding a network of 50 providers of anti-domestic violence programs, which often work on the front lines to provide help for those who are enduring trafficking. But I want to be clear, all of the work that we do at the state level is only truly effective if everyday Illinoisans are alert and report any signs of human trafficking. And nowhere is that more true than with members of the hotel industry. That's why, with the leadership of Representative Costa Howard and Senator Glowiak, your Senate sponsor, and the support of the hospitality owners and workers, I was proud to sign this legislation last August. It's called the Lodging Establishment Human Trafficking Recognition Training Act. It's a lot of words, but with a really important meaning, requiring that all hotel lodging establishments provide human trafficking recognition and protocol training to their staffs. Starting this summer, every employee in Illinois, in an Illinois hotel or motel, who interacts with guests will understand their role in the fight to end human trafficking. That is real progress. But it's only one step in ending a practice that affects tens of millions of people worldwide. This Sunday, millions of people will watch Super Bowl 54. 1 year after 160 people were arrested in a human trafficking investigation in the host city of last year's game. As we head into major sporting events like All-Star Weekend, where trafficking can spike, you should know that this new law and your support of it will help to save lives. I want to say thank you to all of you for being willing to be here, to be educated about this subject, for caring so deeply about, frankly, people you probably don't know. And I was, saying to Michael on the way in, we were talking about our own children and how frightening the concept is of human trafficking when we think of young children. So I am deeply grateful to all of you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you to the Hotel and Lodging Association for caring about this and for being a partner in this, to all the workers, to all of the elected officials. Thank you, and congratulations on moving this legislation, making sure that we are on it here in Illinois as we are. Thank you.
As you can see, we have no stronger supporter than Governor Pritzker, and you can tell it's personal to him as well. So, again, we'd like to honor Governor Pritzker with a award recognizing his work at the state level to combat human trafficking. Thank you, Governor Pritzker. All right, our next speaker is someone who also doesn't need an introduction, but she's certainly deserving of one. In less a year into the job, Mayor Lightfoot has been a staunch supporter of Chicago's hotel and tourism industry. She even included tourism and hospitality in her core focus areas as Chicago develops their long-term economic plan. She also realizes that with major tourism events, including the NBA All-Star Game, comes greater risk for human trafficking cases. She is truly dedicated to preventing trafficking throughout the city of Chicago, and that is shown no more than the mayor bringing onto her team Darcy Flynn, a senior fellow dedicated to the issue solely of human trafficking. Darcy has done a great job assisting the mayor with her commitment to combat this terrible issue in our city. Please join me in welcoming the mayor of the city of Chicago, Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to expand the lens a little bit broader on this issue of human trafficking. But first, let me thank Michael for his introduction, but also for your leadership. We, in about 9 months, have been in a lot of discussions together and worked hard on legislation that impacts the Hotel and Lodging Association here in Illinois, and I really am grateful for your partnership and for your counsel. I want to thank the American Hotel and Lodging Association, as well as the Asian American Hotel Owners Association, for really stepping up and organizing this event and taking the lead on tackling this important issue. And you heard from our great governor, and he clearly has a lens and focus on this issue and is passionate about making sure that Illinois is leading where we need to on a range of issues, but particularly on this issue of human trafficking. Now, as you heard from Governor Pritzker, the issue of human trafficking is widespread and really touching every part of our state. But before I speak on how we'll address human trafficking here in Chicago, I want to dispel a few myths at first. The common perception of trafficking in America has victims against their will and smuggled over our border and forced to work on remote farms. It also has young girls smuggled from overseas, forced to work in the sex industry. And make no mistake, these things do happen and are happening right here in Chicago and across our state. But the problem and the reality of trafficking is much broader than that. Trafficking can include smuggling, but most survivors are immigrants who entered our country lawfully and are natural-born citizens. It can involve the sex industry for sure, but it also involves labor. And that labor is most commonly domestic work. Along with home aides, child care workers, in-home elder care, and as we all know, hotel maids as well. But in every case, human trafficking involves power and exploitation of those who are economically and socially vulnerable. Those forced to live in the shadows, who don't have access to steady jobs, who know their families are at risk if they stand up and are dependent on whatever income they are able to earn. Traffickers exploit this vulnerability and use their power and use fear as their main tool of the trade. When looking at the reality of human trafficking in its entirety, what we find isn't an issue drawn from one industry or source, but from single condition, which is poverty. Human trafficking exists because poverty exists. Whether poverty is in the form of homelessness, lack of opportunity, lack of safety, lack of education, or knowledge of legal rights. For us to address human trafficking in its totality, it means we must address the conditions that make people vulnerable and subject to trafficking, and that fundamentally boils down to poverty. There is a shockingly large number of people in the Chicago and metro area that are vulnerable to being the subjects of trafficking because of this economic instability. It also represents nearly a sixth of our city's population. You're going to hear me talk a lot about poverty in the coming months. But poverty isn't just an issue about income levels. It's, as the human trafficking shows, poverty is also about fear. The fear that leads people into exploitive environments of low wage, unregulated and stigmatized industries where labor laws aren't strictly enforced. There's also the fear of ICE raids that prey upon our vulnerable residents. And I want to take this opportunity to note that one of the consequences of the current administration's fear-mongering around immigrants and refugees and cuts to vital federal programs like SNAP is increasing those vulnerable to human trafficking. So here in Chicago, our challenge is twofold when it comes to directly changing the outcomes on the ground. First, stopping people from being vulnerable in circumstances where they can be the subject of trafficking. And second, for those in traffic situations, empowering victims and others on how to remove them from that situation and make their lives whole. On all this, we all have a role to play. I view this work as fundamentally about ensuring no resident of Chicago lives in conditions that make them vulnerable to the predators in the trafficking world. My administration has already taken on several actions that directly address the conditions that are the breeding ground for human trafficking and the fear and economic security that it breeds. These actions include increasing the minimum wage in Chicago to $15 an hour in 2021, enacting Fair Work Week legislation that obviously impacts the hotel and lodging industry, and making sure that people have a predictable schedule, because if they have a predictable schedule, they have a predictable income and they are not vulnerable. And empowering our Chicago Office of Labor Standards to hold businesses and bad actors accountable. We are also taking a government-wide approach coordinated directly in the mayor's office to address the living and working conditions of domestic workers, nurses, cleaners, home care aides, and those who operate outside the mainstream economy. For me, this is personal. My mother was one of those workers. Many people in my family remain those workers. And so we're getting this right for those people who are most vulnerable, who are living paycheck to paycheck and one bill away from economic catastrophe. That's what we need to be focused on. And as a result, because of these conditions, they are underpaid and often have no safety net. We will also be working to train law enforcement officers, along with city employees, on identifying the signs of human trafficking and responding effectively, very similar to the training that many of you will be participating in today. But this has to only be the beginning, as the governor said. As you've seen in our work on immigration, I'm not afraid to take the steps that are necessary to make sure that Chicagoans, no matter what their background or status, don't have to live in fear in our great city. But for all the work that we will be leading in City Hall and in partnership with the City Council and our advocacy friends on the grounds in neighborhoods, there's still more to do, and we need all of you to be at the table in this work. We do desperately need your help, which is why I'd like to again extend my thanks and congratulations to Michael Jacobson, everyone at the hotel industry, for their commitment and partnership on this critical issue. We will tackle poverty and the root causes of human trafficking in the city of Chicago. We will create more stable jobs and hold businesses accountable, hold traffickers accountable, and build a city where every single resident lives free of fear and free to build their future and pursue their dreams because they have stable employment and a job that pays them a decent wage on which they can save and support their families. That's critically important to the lifeblood of our city. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak here today and for really shining a bright light on the conditions that make people vulnerable and certainly vulnerable to human trafficking. Thank you very much.
Mayor, can't thank you and your team enough again, especially Darcy and everyone on your team that is solely focused on this issue. I think it's a good precedent for other cities to model, and can't thank you for your partnership enough. And obviously, as a mom yourself, we know that this is a personal issue. So we'd like to honor you with an award recognizing you and your team's efforts around human trafficking. So please thank again Mayor Lori Lightfoot. All right. As you know, human trafficking and our partnership with government goes at all levels. We've heard from Governor Pritzker, we've heard from Mayor Lightfoot, but there's also a very important role that the federal government plays. And to speak to that briefly, we are lucky enough to have Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy from Schaumburg here today with us. So please help me welcome Congressman Krishnamurthy.
Good morning. It's so nice to be here, and it's so nice to see friends, and it's so nice to come someplace they pronounce your name properly. I think I've mentioned this to a couple of you before. Michael and Chip know this, but when I first ran for office, I said, "Hi, my name is Raja Krishnamurthy," and the person in Chicago looked right back at me and said, "Roger Christian Murphy. Very nice to meet you." He didn't know the Irish made it to India. I want to observe the 3 rules of public speaking: be short, be sweet, and be gone. And so I have 3 points that I want to make. First of all, can you give a big round of applause to Chip and AHLA, Cecil and AHOA, and Michael and IHLA, and of course Marriott for paying for all this. I've known these folks for a very long time, and as a point of personal privilege, I want to especially call out AHOA. I'm an Asian American. I'm so proud that AHOA is part of this coalition, because all of us have to be part of the solution to this pervasive problem. Second point, can you give a big round of applause to Governor Pritzker, Mayor Lightfoot, Tara Costa Howard, our dignitaries, law enforcement, of course, Unite Here, and members of organized labor. It really takes a partnership for this to be effective, and I'm so glad that the coalition is expansive. It's bipartisan, and it involves all of us, and which segues to my third and final point, which is this. There are a lot of people who think that human trafficking does not happen where they live. It does not happen in their community. It happens over there, but not over here. But you know what? It happens everywhere. And unfortunately, not enough people know that. According to a poll by the Paul Simon Institute, which is in southern Illinois, it did a poll of all Illinoisans. 51% of Illinoisans believe that it doesn't happen in their community. A majority of people think it does not happen in their communities. And if they believe that, they're wrong. We all know that. And so it's so important that we get the word out that it affects every community and everyone has a role to play in it. And so although I'm proud that at the federal level we are passing different legislation to combat human trafficking and the online sex trade, really the solution lies in the private sector. And so I just want to say a special thank you to the lodging industry and law enforcement, because although we have an NBA All-Star game coming up, I think you folks are all-stars. I think you, your workers, and law enforcement are all-stars in combating this particular extremely disturbing issue that, quite frankly, affects people that we don't know necessarily on a day-to-day basis. And so I just want to congratulate and salute you for that. Finally, we may not all be in the lodging industry. We may not work in the lodging industry or own a hotel or motel or be in law enforcement, but we can still play a role. We are guests often at these places. And we have to remember that if we see something, we should say something. I love the logo or the motto for this conference: no room for trafficking. But for that matter, there's no room for ignorance on this issue. There's no room for turning a blind eye to what's happening sometimes right around you. And so all of us have to make sure that if we see activity that's disturbing or that raises your eyebrows, you should report that to your hotel leadership or to the workers or to law enforcement. And that's very important. And so with that, I just close with my favorite saying, which is that yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why we call it the present. I'm so honored and blessed to be with you here to celebrate you and to celebrate your leadership on this issue, which deserves maximum attention. And thank you to Tara, who's one of my constituents, who happens to be a state representative in my area, for taking the reins and moving forward to show vital leadership with the private sector and law enforcement to make our world a better place. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Congressman, it's a great opportunity to have a great partner in Washington carrying this message on to your colleagues at the federal level. So thank you for all you do, and once again, we'd like to honor you with a small award from IHLA, AHLA, and AHOA. So thank you for all you do, Congressman. We heard from Chip from HLA earlier, a great partner in this, and really the ones that developed the No Room for Trafficking campaign. The third component is a great partner and great representation throughout our entire state, and that's the Asian American Hotel Owners Association. That we're lucky enough to have their new president and CEO about just over a month into the job now, 2 months into the job, here with us today for making the trip to Illinois. So please welcome Cecil Stanton with the Asian American Hotel Owners Association.
Well, good morning. It is great to be with you, and I am honored to be here representing the members of AHOA, almost 20,000 of them, hotel owners who work across this nation in almost every community. They are often our members' first, second, third generation Americans. They came to this country, some of them with very little, and they are building significant businesses, creating jobs, impacting the economies of their communities, and living the American dream. But another thing they are is very committed to what we are here for today. Our members are very committed to standing with our partners across this nation to rid our nation of this heinous crime. You know, no honest hotelier wants human trafficking on their properties. It's a threat to their guests. It's a threat to their employees. It's a threat to their livelihood. But it's also incredibly devastating for those who are involved. A few years ago, AHOA partnered with Businesses Ending Slavery and Trafficking, and with Polaris, two leaders in trafficking prevention, to develop AHOA's human trafficking awareness training. We provide free, on-demand, online training for hotel owners and their employees that empower them to understand trafficking, identify the signs, and know how to react to potential trafficking situations. Whether it is a hotel just off the interstate or a five-star property downtown, no hotel is immune from the threat of human trafficking. Traffickers are increasingly drawn to hotels because of the anonymity and privacy we afford our guests. Criminals seek to exploit these features to keep their illicit enterprise under law enforcement's radar. That's why promoting awareness and training is so important to the hospitality industry. The front desk can be a front line in the fight against human trafficking. When hoteliers and their employees know the signs, they can keep trafficking out of their hotels and their communities and literally save lives. National associations such as AHOA, AHLA, as well as our state partners like IHLA, we work hard to help our members understand the signs of trafficking. But training is only one part of the fight. In this fight, it is imperative that we forge strong and constructive partnerships with lawmakers and law enforcement agencies, and we are so grateful for their participation here today. We all have the same objectives, but collaboration is key to ensuring that we are all on the same page, working together as effectively as possible. To talk about these efforts, we are fortunate to have with us today leaders from the law enforcement community. They will be discussing how the industry can work with law enforcement to address trafficking prevention. We have with us today a panel that will be led by Chip Rogers, President and CEO of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul, Assistant Special Agent in Charge R.S. Anastasis, Supervisory Special Agent Tara Smith, both of them with the FBI, Sergeant Thomas Chester, Chicago Police Department, and Commander Mark Harmon with the Chicago Police Department. Thank you for being here today, and will you now join me in welcoming our next panel.
Harry, good to see you again. Yeah. Sir? Oh, no, I was. Here's good. Well, welcome everybody. First of all, before we start, thank you for being on the front lines of this activity. And I know that as we talk about this today, those who are here will begin to understand this. This has got to be a very difficult crime to deal with when you see what's happening, particularly to children. So I want to thank you for that. Let's start with you, General.
All right, guys, just want to give you the heads up. We are getting things ready to shut it down for the evening. Just want to say thank you again for being here with us on News Now. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to our page. That way you stay up to date each and every single day on news that happens across our country. And I will say goodbye before I do shut things down here in just a few minutes. All right, guys, as I mentioned, this is going to do it for us here this week on News Now. Hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday night and have a great weekend. Don't forget, Fox is your channel for the Super Bowl. 49ers against the Chiefs. Who are you rooting for? Hopefully, no matter the outcome, you have some friends and family to watch the game with, and hopefully some good food too. We will see you guys right back here on Monday morning. Mike Page, Pilar Arias, and myself, Christy Larson, are all going to be here, so our stream will be 13 hours on Monday. As you know, too, closing arguments for the impeachment trial are going to be happening on Monday, and that final vote expected to take place on Wednesday. Of course, we're going to have you fully covered all of next week on everything that's going on, not only from D.C., but all the way from coast to coast. Hope you guys have a great weekend and have a good rest of your night. Goodbye.